Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es à
Win or go home. That's the bottom line in this competition, one that Space Station Gaming Academy and Luminosity found out all about yesterday. Today, 4 more teams entered the arena and fight to avoid the same fate. What heroes will emerge in this desperate hour? Who will take their destiny into their own hands? Find out here on day 2 of the North American League Last Chance Qualifiers. I, of course, am Corbeck. Alongside me, 2 stars in the firmament of Rainbow Six Siege. We have Laxing and Foxay. Happy to be here with you guys on the second day of LCQs here for the NAL.
I'm super excited. It's going to be another doozy of a day. As if you saw yesterday, those were quite long matches. I think we ended up getting out of here at 1 a.m. But I mean, all in all, they were very intense matches. Some a little interesting takes that we saw from both teams. I think for both me and Fox, we thought maybe M80 was going to, slide through that game pretty easily against SSG Academy. It clearly didn't go that way.
Yeah, I don't think we expected the teams to, I guess, put up as much of a fight as SSG Academy did. I mean, just goes to show that there's not much of a skill gap right now from the T2 to the T1 scenes. And it was nice to see some new faces on the stage that put up some numbers. Obviously, they did not get the win. But it was a great game, not to say the least. And obviously, the next game, too, Luminosity versus OXG, showed a lot of promise into what we could see from OXG going through the LCQ. Feels like they're playing a little bit more informed. So it's nice to see that all across the board, we've been having great games so far.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think we all agreed that Oxygen was really hitting its form here against Luminosity. That was a game that we thought might be close. And then OXG, they just kind of cleared it, especially on map 3, a very decisive performance from them.
Yeah, it was impressive to see them hit the ground running, mainly due to the fact that throughout the stage, they just couldn't get over that hurdle and get a win underneath their belt until that game against Luminosity throughout the stage. And then they found their rivals once again throughout this playout or throughout this LCQ, beating Luminosity once again. But really going into that Lair and then immediately pivoting into that cafe, it was a night and day difference from what we've seen Oxygen throughout this entire stage.
Right, and some of the players from OXG specifically said that it could have been a mental block. And some teams on the other side of the bracket, I feel like Wildcard has been able to break that mental block as of the end of their stage. C9 Beastcoast is currently in a mental block. I feel like that word is going to come up quite a bit today as we advance into the other side of the bracket. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we have 2, I think, relatively interesting games here today. Obviously, Los versus Wildcard is going to start us off. A match that Wildcard is probably a little bit favored in. And then, of course, we have C9 BC versus the best of T2 NA, which is CL4L. I mean, guys, what match are you looking out for here today?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I'm definitely looking forward to the Los and Wildcard just because of how well Wildcard has recently been playing.
I really want to see CL4L, just what they can put up, just because they are arguably the best T2 team, right? Coming into the LCQ, so I'm excited to see what they can perform.
Now we'll have to wait just a little bit to see them because, as Laxing just said, our first game here, it'll be Los versus Wildcard. I mean, an interesting matchup. Obviously, these 2 teams, they already met during the stage. Los, they've had a bit of a limping season. Wildcard, though, was looking relatively good coming into the playoffs here and, did a good job to get where they're at, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard, they started out the stage semi-strong. We were commending them for their attacks. They looked good, but then they immediately started to fall off towards the end, or towards the middle, I should say, where they started to have that resurgence towards the end and still are carrying that, where Los, on the other hand, just have simply fallen flat and haven't really done anything or proved a lot outside of being one of the better attacking teams, but still couldn't find success.
Right. I think Wildcard has just proven that they deserve this spot, even though it is in the LCQ. They've really impressed us in their improvement throughout the stage. They're obviously on the right track, so hopefully they can just keep it going.
Yeah, they could be one of the favorites here to actually win it all, but of course they are going to have to beat Los. And I mean, as I already alluded to, Los, they've had a lot of struggles, but I mean, there have perhaps been some bright spots. They're not a complete train wreck, at least not in my opinion.
I mean, I think they realistically have been playing like a train wreck. We highlighted it throughout the stage that we have put them side by side, stage 1 comparison to stage 2. I've been saying that I really believe in this Los roster from the start. and they had a lot of success early on than stage one. Stage one, they only got their first win in play day 4. In stage 2, they got a play day 2. So we had so much to anticipate from them, but obviously it was against OXG, and that proved to exploit more OXG than it gave us confidence in Los. But one of the main factors of this attacking all-star team of Los is their attacks, and that's realistically all they have. And I mean, you look at it now, and it is decent stats for attack, but the thing is, it does not transfer onto their defense. Their defense is what falls flat, and that is crazy to hear, because attack is so much more difficult. That how do you get good attacks, good rushes, but you can't convert it into defense? And that's because they just don't play off of each other at all in the late round. Yes, they have pre-planned rushes, and when those go great, they find success. But if there's an obstacle in their way, they have a difficult time pivoting around it. And on defense, you can't have pre-planned rushes. You have to adapt to what other teams throw at you. And Los is just really slow to adapt, to the point where they just look dead in the water. They don't play off of each other, and they're constantly struggling on that defense to make anything happen.
Yeah, and like you said, it's very mind-numbing to say the least, especially in the meta we're in, where defense is just so strong, pretty much on every single map, having a higher percentage, and they just can't seem to get it done. And they're doing the hard job of doing really well on their attacks, being one of the better teams throughout the NAL, and it just leaves you to question of what is happening on the defense. Is it lack of communication? Is it lack of coordination? Why can't you just muster out some of these rounds when realistically that should be the easier end? And then on top of it, they made 2 significant roster changes, bringing on pro talent, getting rid of some rookies, keeping some rookies, and still performing worse than what they did from their previous stage. There's a lot of unanswered questions that why their result continue to be what it is.
And the biggest unanswered question to leave you guys all on what to look forward to Los is, do they deserve to even be in the LCQ? Because they lost to CL4L during the open qualifiers, and they only qualified by beating up on the second best T2 team. So that just gives you the question, like, do they even deserve to be in the spot in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are giving a pretty stark picture. I was trying to put a little bit of lipstick on a pig there to start, but no, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't get past the facts, and you guys presenting that case pretty well, which means that their opponent's wild card, who have honestly been living up to their name, right? Kind of a surprise factor in the playoffs, a surprise factor here in the LCQs. They're in a good position to win this match. There's no doubt about that.
Listen, I don't know what's happening with these guys. They're clearly eating their Wheaties. They're clearly going to bed early. They're getting an ample amount of sleep, because from what we saw at the beginning of the stage and the middle stage and what we saw towards the end, these guys have been firing on all cylinders from all the players across the board. They've really been fixing their mistakes. Sure, they fell out of playoffs very early on, but then they immediately, I mean, even in that playoffs game against Sonics, they kept that relatively close. They looked extremely good, but then they played their 5th seeding match against C9 Beastcoast, and they immediately stomped them. I mean, these are the stats from that game. They won 2-0. I mean, that performance in itself, it just goes to prove how well this team is performing, and specifically Spiker. Spiker was kind of at the bottom of this team in terms of his performance, and since the kind of last 3 play days of that stage, or 2 for them technically because they had their bye, Spiker has really stepped up. But again, when you look at everyone across the board, everyone is coming into fruition. I believe they have really found their stride and how they want to approach seeds, and it's better to find that now than obviously find it early on and then continue to collapse. So they've had to collapse to rebuild, and now they find themselves in a very good situation here in an LCQ and going against Los.
Yeah, and it's been a long time coming, because at the start of this stage, they made questionable decisions, and obviously everyone was scratching their head as to, do we believe in this roster? But I mean, you can see it right here. The statistics speak for themselves. They've really been finding a good comfort, and that's a statement win, 2-0ing C9 BC, the previous major champs. That lets us feel confident in wildcard in this LCQ. They are the, I guess, underdog going into it.
Yeah, and I mean, more so than anything, again, it's better to figure out these hiccups later in the game when you still have your foot in the door, because this can allow them to have a really strong LCQ run, as long as we continue to see that consistency from them, which I don't doubt that we won't see that, just how well they have been performing. But again, you're going against the likes of Los. They did beat Los in the regular season, beating them 7-4. You do have a familiarity playing against this. You aren't playing against an unknown entity of one of these CL teams or these tier 2 teams. So you got to feel comfortable going into this matchup knowing that the map pool might be a little similar, but just overall, you have that confidence of coming off of a very strong win against Cloud9 Beastcoast.
And the one thing that's impressed me the most about Wildcard is how they deal with pressure. I mean, to be in a situation where it's not in your hands and to still go into the Super Week, win your last 2 games, and then leave it up to fate. I mean, beautiful that they did not let that shake them. And I can't imagine the LCQ giving them a shakes either.
Well, obviously, these two here on the desk have a lot to say, but let's hear from the teams themselves. We've got Bosco and Sexy Kate to talk about their teams and where they're at heading into the LCQ.
I'm Bosco. I'm the IGL and support for Wildcard.
Hey guys, I'm Sexy Cake. I play for Los Grandes here in the NAL. Of course, the split didn't go the way that we wanted, but like we know what we can do because we're having like good results on our scrims and everything outside the tournament, and we're just figuring out what is happening when we go on the tournament and why that we can't play like we can play in the scrims and everything like that.
Honestly, I think that we've gotten into a pretty good groove the past couple weeks. We've kind of started to figure out things a little bit. People are getting more comfortable on the team. I think we came into that playoff game just full of energy, full of confidence, and just wanting to really show what we're capable of. We stunned SQ the first map. We showed up just really ready to play, and I think that kind of energy helped us like get into that mindset and keep taking it to these guys. Don't let them walk all over us. So when we get into the games, the biggest struggle will just be staying mentally focused no matter what happens in the rounds. But I mean, we came back strong for our 5th, 6th place game against Cloud9 Beastcoast and came into it with the same kind of energy, same kind of mindset, and we 2-0'd them.
I think we're proving knowing what we like to do in game. As I said, that's the missing thing, the difference between the scrims and the tournament. We just like need to show them. The beginning of the tournament, our defense was like very bad. Last game against the SSG, we defended better than we attacked, so that was an improvement.
Our newest player, Bay, stood out a lot. He came into playoffs like with a lot of confidence and just the willingness to like want to make plays and get in people's faces, and I don't think that's an easy thing to do as a rookie. Rookies that I've played with, I mean, they all want to prove themselves, but to actually get to that moment and do it is another thing. The first time around when we played Los, we really emphasized that these guys struggle a lot on defense. We got to get the attacks that we're supposed to win. We can take care of the rest on defense because we're a very good defending team. There's a couple of players on that team that I think have potential to always pop off. Legacy is one of them. There was one person on Los that my team would always play against in free-for-all, like late at night when we'd queue. He hit his name, so I don't remember which one it was. He would always just destroy us. If it's Legacy, I'm expecting a good game.
I think it's gonna be a great game because they classified like for the playoffs. They showed like they could play better than the last time. We want to classify to major, so it doesn't matter who we're gonna go against. We just want to win. That's a lot of different play style that we can play against an aggressive team. So we're figuring out. We're gonna show on the match.
Things feel a little bit different for us right now, a little bit better. So we are all expecting to win the LCQ. That's our goal. We all want to make the major and just prove that we are capable of much more than we've shown this past year.
We just want to qualify. We're doing our best to do this and show like the team that we are. We know we can do it because we had a lot of good scrims and everything like that. We just need to show on tournament, and that's what we're gonna do.
You know, stark, sort of clear-eyed assessments from both these guys. I really feel like there's a good aspirational tone to both of them, though. I think they both know that their teams could be better than they are, guys, and they want to be better, which I think is the most important thing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think they both understand the areas that they have flaws. And I think to put it out there for the viewers at home, it's defenses. That is the part where both teams struggles. Right. Both teams have been doing a great job on attack. And when it comes down to the maps that we're going to see, I'd imagine them being, I guess, good middle grounds, defensive sided maps that you can run away with a couple of aggressive attacks on. And Cafe being that kind of map, that's exactly what I'd expect out of them, just because it is linear, it is a defender sided map, but a really good attacking team will stand above most on that map.
Oh, these are two interesting maps. I think for the most part, that first map obviously going in Wildcard's favor. Obviously, they did pick that. Los, they only have that win, their only one win, which was against Auction, which I don't want to say that was a pretty game, to say the least, out of Los, because I believe it was Legacy that just had a standout performance that really excelled them through that entire match. And then you ended on Skyscraper, where Wildcard has looked actually really good on this map, beating Sonic, I believe in that 7-5 it was. I mean, this map pool, seeing it right now, I don't really think this favors Los too much. I'm not really sure how this kind of went the way that it did. Maybe try to pull something out. I mean, I guess you have VODs on Wildcard and know what they do, but I mean, again, if you can't seem to hit your stride and understand what you need to do on your defenses in any case scenario of any of these maps, which that's obviously been Los's biggest issue more than anything, it doesn't really matter the maps. And for Wildcard, they've been hitting the ground running. They found their stride. Bosco said themselves, everyone's comfortable. So that's a very scary thing. Now you're finding yourself in an LCQ where you have a team that is hot out the gates, where Los, you kind of still have a lot of unproven things that have yet to be proven.
Yeah, and I think our predictions really speak for itself. Obviously, Wildcard, it's their game to lose, and I hear what you're saying, Lax, about the maps and why would they let these go out. And at the end of the day, if you're Los, I hate to break it to everyone, but nothing really was working during the regular stage. So I guess going after Wildcard in their homes, places that they feel comfortable in, with VODs that they can counter strat, that's going to give them the best strategy at pre-planned executes, because that's the one area that Los definitely dominates among most. And of course, all three of these maps make a lot of sense why Wildcard's picking them out. Strong defender-sided maps that they can get aggressive on. I'm expecting a lot of fast, aggressive rushes, and I think Wildcard obviously is in the driver's seat in all three maps.
I mean, I'll say this. I can definitely see where you're coming from with that. It does make sense. But the thing that we've also talked and highlighted about Los where they struggle is, sure, you know, obviously, and us being former pros, the prep is great. Knowing what teams do like that is great. But once a team switches up what they do, or a team starts denying what you're able to do, that's where Los has always fell short, is being able to adapt and pivot quickly. So when you are taking that gamble of, you know, going through your strats, going through your prep, and it doesn't work out, can Los be able to pivot and actually make something work? Thankfully, this is the best of three. It does allow them to get their head on a swivel a little better, but I just don't really think that map pool really is going to favor them too much.
Well, it sounds like both teams are ready to make the trip to Cafe, and I'm so excited to turn it over to the casters here today. A pair of comrades from LATAM. It's Flynn and Jonah.
Thank you, Corbeck. I love that we're just from LATAM now, Flynn. Like, that's just who we are, and that's just something we have to deal with. But thankfully today, we get to work our way into some NAL action, the second day of the Last Chance qualifier. And, well, a big opportunity once again for some teams to prove themselves. Here, we saw that yesterday in our opening round matchup. Can the Cinderella story occur? Couldn't obviously happen in the opening round, but another case here, Flynn, where Los could be looking to maybe surprise Wildcard a little bit.
Surely, and I think right now for this Los team, you can even hear it in the pregame package that we had from Sexy Cake. We could hear it in their pregame packages at the beginning of the stage. There were expectations about the changes to this roster, bringing in more experienced players for Los. And you could even hear Fox and Lax talk about it on the desk as well, that there were expectations for this team to improve. And matching the same record from stage 1 to stage 2, nearly down to the exact same round differential, that's tough. That's a very tough result to have when you have higher expectations. You're looking to make changes, and it seems that despite all your best efforts, not a whole lot ended up changing at the end of the day. We do see some operator bans coming in, most notably the Striker. And I was going to say as well that Los, in every game in the group stage for North American League Stage 2, had a shield banned in their game. There was a shield banned against them 7 times, and they opted to ban a shield themselves twice. This is a team that is known for having Arthur, a very capable shield player, who just has not had the opportunity to play many shields so far this stage.
Yeah, and you won't get that chance on the Blitz. Could always try to bring out the Monty. You never know what you're going to see, especially on a map like Cafe. That bakery site can be prone to a good old Monty push, but we're going to have to wait to see that on the second half, because Los, they will be the ones starting things off on the defense, and Wildcard will kick things off on the attack. As we said, these two teams did, of course, run into each other during the closed league phase, during those best of ones. Wildcard came out on top there. Of course, not surprising too much, considering that Los only won a single game, a single map over the course of the stage leading up to the open qualifiers. But a 7-4 result, not too shabby on a map like Chalet. Los were able to get a couple of rounds against Wildcard. They just weren't able to close it out. Something they'll be looking to do here, of course, on Wildcard's map pick. That is where things will begin before eventually working our way over to Labs, a map that, well, as far as Los go, they do actually have some fairly good success on. But that's a long way off. Right now, the focus is on Cafe and will remain on Sexy Cake as the Oryx looks to get things started with a little bit of a spawn peek here. Getting aggressive on this Whitehall window up top, but will not find any easy prey just yet. Wildcard, well, Flynn, they're staying on their toes.
Well, this is the time now. If you're going to take some big swings for the fences, this is the moment to do it. You don't want to end your season and end your year of 2024, barring a miracle LCQ run to the 6 Invitational, feeling like you left something on the table, feeling like you could have done more. So for Los and for Wildcard, admittedly as well, who have not met the expectations that they have for themselves, being maybe deeper playoff teams or potential major threats, this is now the opportunity where it's all on the line and things need to improve at a rapid pace. And we get to see an example for Los on the defense, starting out with the opening pick. It's Arthur on to Bay off screen, but he's immediately traded by Kansas. Some dead bodies coalescing outside of the red hallway in the middle of red stairs. So I imagine again, Los pressing their foot upon the gas pedal and trying to get aggressive early in the round. It nets them a twitch at the cost of a Solus.
The 1-for-1. Not too bad for either team. Those Twitch drones won't get a chance to impact the round, but the Solus scanner kind of feels like Wildcard came out on top in that one. Always sucks as an attacking team to lose that body either way, no matter who it is. It's going to slow you down, make any progress you try to make into the map maybe a little more difficult to obtain, and that can be ever present on a site like this, one that requires that top floor control. But as Wizard works his way, well, into Skylight, trying to expose himself to that position, I suppose. Maybe get an angle, work with something. Well, Spiff was ready for it. Long bar, the place where Wizard goes down. The advantage secured once again for Wildcard. They turn this into a 4v3, and with just under a minute to go, control over this top floor. That's not a bad spot to be right now, given the time and given the advantage. You can see where Los are positioned down below. Still waiting for something to happen, still waiting for Wildcard to make that transition. But Flynn, you look at the clock, you know that transition is coming very quickly.
What's a mining and dining defense coming out in round number 1 for Los? So you can see now everyone for Wildcard, after establishing that top control, got to pivot their way into mining, specifically worried about any anchors holding out inside of pillars with some kill holes along the bottom of the walls to stop the progress for Wildcard making their way in. And Farius will do just that, taking down Spiker. More shots ring out as Legacy gets put on his backside off screen, and Bosco makes his way into mining to try and attempt to plant. It's going down as Sexy Cake tries to retreat from pillars, but he's cut off by Spiff. The attempted revival from Farius inside of mining, and then he forgoes his fallen comrade, and they all meet their demise. Wildcard, it takes until the bitter end of the clock on the round number 1, but they get their first attacking round on the board.
Love that effort from Farius there in the end. Would have been pretty wild to pull off a revive in the middle of the chaos that was just ensuing on the site. Great job there from Wildcard to make that transition, as we talked about. It can get so tough on Cafe, knowing how much map control you need to get that execute done with some time left on the clock. That's why things can get so frantic, but Wildcard doing a nice job there of making sure that that chaos was felt by the defense rather than by the attack. Of course, closed out here in the hall as Farius eventually gave up on the revival, pushed in and just tried to find some kills. But as that diffuser was being planted, as Wildcard had taken control of mining and train, they were good to go. And they could force those Los defenders back into an awkward spot. So as you said, Flynn, a great way to start this map. Wildcard hoping to get as many attacking rounds as possible. They know how strong Los is on the attacking side. That's the real danger that this now defensive team poses later in this map.
Yeah, Lax and Fox talked about it on the desk as well. Very contrary to the way the game typically plays in just about every region around the world right now. Defense is just inherently an easier side of the ball game these days. And yet, Los, they seem to have much more comfortability on the attacking side. And given their lack of team play on the defensive side that we saw yet again, really, it comes down to an individual inside of pillars to try and save the round there for Los on their first defense of the LCQ. It's understandable why their defensive woes have continued on thus long. And when we swap the sides, like you said, Jonah, we might get to see Los spring to life and bring some momentum, but at the very least, you're looking for a tied side swap scoreline, and that's not a common thing for us to say about the defensive side of any map, but for Cafe especially, at least get your 3 defenses, try to make sure that you're putting up a valiant fight on every one of them, because when we swap to the attacking side, that's when we should see Los play a little bit better than they have thus far. It's an idle shell taken out of play, and Bosco will drop Varius as the last remaining shell of Legacy. We'll collect one. Arthur with another one now on the SMG-11 drops Kansan. Bay wanders his way into Deep Freeze upstairs, cut down by another SMG-11, but Spiker comes to the rescue and saves Bay as he's on his backside, but he drops Arthur out of play.
Well, the big difference here is that Wildcard are facing a lot more difficulty getting in and clearing out this space. You got a player in Cocktail, that's Legacy, who pops right up and takes another kill. The trade, once again, found by Spiker. That's 2 trades, very important on this round. And if he can get Bay back in this fight, well, he's just got a chance, but Sexy Cake looking for it. Wizard, he'll spray through the floor and clean up the downed attacker. Wildcard, it just has not been as clean this time around. Los putting up a much stronger resistance, not backing off as easily on this top floor, knowing how important it is to maintain it. And this time, Wildcard could not win those gunfights that they were winning the first time. This is not over yet. You still have Spiker with 50 seconds, the diffuser in his pocket, and certainly a chance to identify the positions of these defenders with those Grimbees. He will, in fact, identify where Wizard is currently located, but he still has to actually land the shots. Easier said than done, as Wizard will swing and shut him down at the reading door. We trade blows early on as Los make it work.
Well, this time around, there's a little more coordination. It's 2 Los defenders topside, Farius and Arthur. They're both taking individual angles, so they can't actually establish a crossfire through bar, but they are able to at least win their ones on their each respective side of Cocktail and able to hold out for a prolonged period of time and take a lot of bodies with them. Losing the idle shell very early on meant that Farius really had nowhere to go, as that really is the backup plan for anyone playing a Scopos these days, is if you're going to play a tricky position that usually would be played till death, you do have that sneaky ace up your sleeve of being able to swap shells and abandon the idle shell to die instead of losing your life entirely. But losing the idle shell meant that Farius had nowhere left to go, and he just decided to play it like every other operator in the pool, stand till death and take as many with you as he could, and he did indeed rack up quite the body count topside. I think for everyone on Wildcard facing a little more resistance and not hitting the shots they would have liked on their ingress through bar towards Cocktail. Now for Wildcard, losing round number 2, it's not the end of the world. We know that Los, they are not the most stable of teams on the defensive side, and there are going to be vulnerabilities, and even that one there, like you said, Jonas, Spiker having the opportunity, 1v2, carrying that diffuser on full health. There was still every chance that Spiker could have pulled that off, and Spiker has been having quite the magnificent stage so far. It must be said, him and Bay have really been some highlight players thus far for Wildcard, and Wildcard are going to need them to continue that performance on here if they want to advance deeper into the depths of this LCQ and not just have this be their last best of 3 of the year.
Yeah, I think technically if we're looking at the stats, Spiker doesn't have any 1vx's attributed to his name, at least in the data I'm looking at. But Bay, you mentioned him, Flynn. He's got 2. So you are seeing these players step up in those clutch moments. You see someone like Kansan, who's even been able to do that. So at the end of the day, Wildcard have that clutch potential. We know it's there. I think we've all seen it before. But that situation, Spiker could not pull off. Just 2 rounds in, though, and still a lot of attack to go for Wildcard on this map. We saw for the first time, they faced a little difficulty there getting into the top floor that time around. A smart adjustment from Los, and Wildcard just couldn't quite overcome it. And that's why you're going to see Spiff really focus on the Jackal right now and focus on just doing his job, using that Inox scanner, identifying those footsteps to see if there still is a Los threat up above. Naturally, since that gave Wildcard trouble last time, they're going to want to deal with that as quickly as they can this time. And luckily, while there may be some extended players not on the site itself, they still remain all on this first floor of the bomb site, rather of the map.
It's a very early horizontal spread here from Los, but I imagine once the Jackal pings came out, there were a couple defenders with footsteps that were either top floor or mid floor. Once those Jackal pings come out, you realize that holding on the middle floor to try and prolong some of the time there, it's not going to be as viable. So much soft destruction available above your head. So they immediately peel down to the basement and horizontally spread out around the kitchen, which does surrender a lot of time on the clock and top control for Wildcard to use this depth of soft breach that they have. You got the Flores, Jackal, Buck, and Ram all to rip through floorboards and make life as uncomfortable as possible on the bomb site, but Wizard will get the first as he finds Bosco trying to push his way towards the bomb site. Bay and Spiff, though, 2 headshots consecutively. Spiff with another one as he tries to emerge from coat check. Farias will be felled, but Sexy Cake continues to persevere behind Whiskey. It's just him and Legacy left standing from outside of the bomb site trying to survive. Bay another casualty, but Kansan now pushing his way at the base of the white stairs, taking damage from Legacy. But the SMG-11 is going to have to win it out in the 1v2. A nice snap headshot from Legacy. The plant going down from Spiker now, and the re-emergence into the bomb site from Legacy as he tries to retake through Freezer. The plant is completed by Spiker, and he continues to back off slowly. Health advantage, just by the nature of the armor level of the defender, will be Legacy's, but just by a hair. The weaponry, certainly in the favor of Spiker. Long-range scope, long-range assault rifle, and purview over the diffuser. As the Tyrant continues to tick down, shots will ring out, but they are suppressed. So there won't be any indicators of where those are coming from. Now Legacy dips around the kitchen bar and is able to continue to draw shots away from Spiker, but the clock, it will continue to run, and Legacy has nowhere to go but return to the scene of the diffuser plant. Spiker makes his emergence known from Small Bakery, doing some damage, but there are no seconds left for Legacy to work with. The timer, it will come to a conclusion. A wildcard, Spiker, able to win the 1v1 and win the round for his team.
You see that little adjustment there, that little move that Spiker made at the very end, knowing that there would probably be a prep rotation coming in from that final defender. So he says, all right, let me just play this as safe as possible. Heard the footsteps, backed around that small bake wall and tucked himself in there safely. Always in a position where he could step up and swing the diffuser if they were trying to maybe long arm that diffuser, get some kind of counter diffuse. But at the end of the day, Legacy did try to find Spiker, did try to do what he could, but it just was not possible. Now, the reason that got set up in the first place, and you just saw it there, was just the chaos that ensued between VIP, Whiskey Bar, the bottom of those brown stairs, and just that restaurant area as a whole. That's pretty much where the entire round unfolded. That's where Wildcard began to pop off and get those kills. It's also where Los were able to fight back and get things back to even. That's when Legacy brought it to a 1v1, and when we had to see the clutch there from Spiker in the end. So great effort all around from both teams. It was so back and forth the whole time, but some good awareness in that 1v1 and some good repositioning gives Wildcard the win.
I think from Los, this is kind of what we wanted to see on the defensive side. At the very least, being able to stand their ground and hold the positions and play the strategy as intended. And you can see they had to make that mid-round adjustment, responding to the Jackal and having to go for a horizontal stretch earlier, just giving Wildcard so much time to prepare the execute. But still, really nice response from in behind the Whiskey Bar, from Sexy Cake, and from Legacy from inside of VIP. Unfortunately, the coat check side of things fell down a little bit earlier than Los would have wanted. But like you said, good response there from Los on the round and being able to put up a good fight. But Wildcard, they claim the round on the back of Spiker in the 1v1. Spiff as well. 3 rounds deep. He's 5-2. There have been many comments about Spiff and his consistency over the stage. Sometimes having miraculous performances and sometimes being a little quieter than the team would hope. Early days, but it does seem like Spiff is not whiffing at the moment. Castle Barricade gets ripped open inside of Cigar, and Farias playing the position inside of Pixel. We'll have purview over the piano time being, but Wildcard making their advance and their intentions quite known. This is an opportunity for someone to come and help out with the Womai of Farias playing inside of Pixel. Try to operate with some teamwork here for Los on the defensive side. Play the trays that the desk was talking about, and not leave Farias on an island. But for the time, Wildcard letting time tick away against them. Midway point of the round, and not a lot of progress being made toward Bar or Piano itself.
You mentioned Spiff, of course, having that up and down stage, as you mentioned, ends up as the 4th rated player EPS-wise on this roster, but it feels like, at least right now, those contributions certainly do feel a little more substantial than that. He's someone who doesn't typically excel on the entry. He's got the worst entry stat on the team, but he does play a critical second support role, that critical flex. He plays the Nomad, he's playing the Gridlock, he's playing the IQ, and well, right now, we are seeing the chaos take place on this top floor as Arthur just sends it out the cocktail window and loses his life. Farius, he goes down quickly after as well. The #1 rated player on this wildcard team throughout the course of the stage will pick up the next one. Bay just adds on. Gunfight after gunfight. There's Spiff. It just keeps going wildcard's way. Sexy Cake in the track stingers. I mean, where is he going to go here? It's a 1v5. Wildcard looking to close out a flawless round as Bosco gets this diffuser on the floor. And unless Sexy Cake can, well, pull off a miracle here, it looks like a flawless round is certainly in the cards. He's going to try to swing this small breach on that ticket wall. There's no way that's going to happen. And in fact, he can barely cross this position because Spiff is holding that angle. 2 more kills from Spiff. Great work from the entire team as they collapse on that top floor, and Wildcard take yet another attacking win.
Well, that's one of those patented everybody swing for your 1v1 rounds for Los. I don't think there was a single cross or a single trade even attempted in that round from Los. And it's going to prompt the tactical timeout. We saw Arthur go flying out of the cocktail window and get rejected immediately by the knife. But from there, you just saw individuals taking a gunfight and losing one after another. There wasn't any attempt at the team play. In stark contrast to what we saw coming out from Wildcard, the tandem connection between the Flores Rotero drones and the Grimbees and grenades coming into Cocktail, forcing anchors to move, making them uncomfortable, revealing their position, and exposing them to vulnerable areas of the map that Wildcard had taken. We're just not seeing that same kind of teamwork thus far coming out of Los. And they talked about having a specific way they want to play the game that is evident in practice that hasn't been coming through on game day. We are running out of game days for Los to be able to turn it on and play like they do allegedly in practice. Having not seen any of those practice reps, we've got to take them on their word for it. And I think right now for Los, the opportunity to at least survive this first half like I talked about and get onto the attack where they certainly feel a little more comfortable these days is the objective now. This defensive half, you've lost the ability to be leading at the side swap. At the very least, you can draw it, though, at a 3-3.
It's funny, though, right? Going on to the attacking half where you feel more comfortable. We almost never say that in Siege. On most maps, with most players, in most regions, it's just an unusual stat line. Los, they are in good company on the attacking side. They are the 3rd best attacking team in NA. Up there with the 3 teams that have already qualified for the Montreal Major. It's DZ, it's SSG, it's the Sonics. These teams that have been at the top of this region still somehow have very similar attacking win rates to Los. It's an unusual stat, but one that Los will probably need to rely on at this point, considering, well, how this defensive half has not been going swimmingly so far. Still 2 rounds here, so they can absolutely work their way out of this one. But we saw that discomfort, right? On the defensive side, we mentioned maybe a little less comfortable. That last round was a great example. Arthur going out the window, right? Wizard, Farius taking a couple of gunfights that maybe they didn't necessarily have to. They could have backed off and tried to play a little more with the team, letting Wildcard take a little more space than maybe they should be allowed to. It's those little things, right? Those instants where you say, maybe they could have made a different decision there. Maybe they shouldn't have taken that gunfight. They add up over the course of a map. They already have, and that's why Wildcard hold a 3-round lead right now, or a 3-1 lead right now, I should say. And, well, the cushion maybe just 2 rounds, but they are looking like a better team at the moment.
You see the tac timeout has certainly changed a few things for Los. #1 is we've softened up on some early round aggression that Wildcard were reading like the back of their hand. You got to give Wildcard the props for being ready and waiting for early round peaks and aggressive play to try and jumpstart the round on defense from Los. At every turn, those have at least been traded, if not completely shut down. Now we have a clean opening kill from Los. Farius able to drop Kansan and Spiff with the Gara hook, not sheltered with audio. So that'll be another one that falls to the hands of Legacy and his Vector. Bay now wandering to the top of the white stairs, being choked out by the gas and has to descend away to safety, away to some fresh air. The Grimbees inside of the freezer will establish that Spiker is clear to enter, but Legacy has not vacated the position inside of C1 for the time. This means that he's still going to have purview towards the default plant spot through the floor. Farius on the flank as well will drop Bay, so the Ying dispatched of. It's just Bosco who was on rappel and Spiker who is stuck in deep freeze. Farius tries to fashion himself a rotate, and he'll meet led instead. Spiker now inside of the freezer, holding Legacy at bay, as Bosco will now repel into heaven, trapping the Goyo inside of Cocktail with nowhere left to go, but he hits the nice headshot, and Wizard comes to his defense. A nice rejection of a top floor entry for Los, and it gets them back on the board.
Yeah, Wildcard looked like they were trying to, well, initially run a little bit of a distraction, make some sound cue down below, pop some smoke, get that snow door open, and then send in the Amaru up top to really open things up. But Legacy was ready. He heard the sound cue. He knew the Gara hook was coming, and so a pre-fire with the Vector, the fire rate and the bullets, that just lays down range. He had no problem claiming that kill on the close angle. Right there, you saw it again. The second kill of the round, but arguably the most pivotal, because when that plan didn't work for Wildcard, I mean, you sit back and you got to ask, what are you going to do at that point? They no longer had that option, really the main play that they were trying to execute to take control of that top floor. Trying to shortcut it a little bit here. Last time they were attacking that site, they went for a more slow, methodical take. Up top, entering through that piano side, clearing out Cocktail very manually. That time, hoping to change it up for the sake of variety, and maybe they saw an opening in that Los defense, but Los proved that the door was not ajar. It was shut in Wildcard's face, and they really stopped that attack before it could ever really get any legs, before it could really develop. So great response there on the defense from Los, and now despite the difficulty they had to start this map, they sit one round away from potentially tying this up.
Yeah, I think the tempo switch for both teams in that round was pretty notable. Wildcard coming out of Los's tactical pause, decide we're going to ramp things up. We're going to bring the Amaru and try to fly into Cocktail immediately, as opposed to our more methodical progression take that we've seen before. And Los, on the flip side, they've been running out, jumping out of windows, spawn peeking as much as possible for the first few rounds of the game. Instead, they play on their heels a little bit more and just play for the position. And it ends up being a story of two sides swapping their playstyles, and Los comes out on top. So now for Wildcard, their final round of the first half on the attacking side, trying to establish that 2-round lead, which would be very nice, comfortable position to be in come the side swap. Flank coming though from the red stairs, and Arthur is able to catch Spiff off guard as he again makes a solo entry at the top of the red stairs, and Arthur is not going to stick around for anything else. He goes from the top floor to the basement in a heartbeat, and Sexy Cake will follow. That means Los is going to take theirs, and they're going to get it a dodge.
Exactly what you need to do in a situation like this. You get the kill and then you get the heck out of there. I mean, you don't see this all the time from teams that want to stay aggressive, that think they might be able to get away with another kill, but that is so smart. I mean, you have the advantage. You've taken care of Spiff. Yes, that's the main player that may make it a little more difficult to roam, and now that he's gone, maybe you have a little more flexibility, but this is a disciplined choice. This is a smart choice for Los, because now with, well, one fewer gun in this lobby for Wildcard, it's going to take them maybe a little bit longer to go through that checklist they need to actually execute on this site. Of course, right now, the task at hand is that soft destruction. You see Kansan with the skeleton key. You see Bay with the boogie drones doing good work up above to break open this site, force Wildcard, well, rather give Wildcard an opening, force Los to move out of those positions and back off the site, but they're still going to have to actually push in, worrying about those players in Whiskey Bar. That's where the chaos happened last time between Coat Check, Reception, Whiskey. That is where every single fight occurred, but looks like Wildcard, they're going straight in this time.
Yeah, attempting to smoke out the freezer wall to try and facilitate the push through freezer and try to get the plant down. Trying to vacate Legacy's position inside of VIP that is still held, and dodging the Nitro Cell definitely will be Bosco as he makes his entrance in. He's getting the plant down, and there is no denial response coming out from Los. A Nitro Cell, it comes in a hair too late. It will down Bosco, but not finish him off. And now Sexy Cake is hitting the top floor on the flank of all flanks. Farias as well will ascend the red stairs and also head topside. Try and clear out any attackers who are holding from above. Bay will get one from inside of pillars, make it a second with the R4C, but the attempted counter defuse from Arthur, and he's the last man standing on the diffuser. It's a flood of orange in the kill feed, and it's all Wildcard dominating. They will lead at the half.
What a post plant. That was such a clean hold, a 3v5, and they did not panic, maintaining their spots, playing their spots to perfection, and denying what was looking like it would be a retakes of all retakes. That's how you said it, Flynn. A dramatic effort from Los to try to take control of that top floor. Players going to that middle floor. Players going to the top floor to try to get some control from above. Los tried to pull off anything they could to get that control back, but the 3 remaining wildcard attackers were simply not having it. What a clinical hold. We talk about split seconds making a huge difference in Siege. If that C4 had landed a split second sooner and that diffuser not gone down, you're looking at Los tying this up 3-3. I don't think there's any question about that, but it was just a hair too late. The defuse secured, didn't need that man anymore. You could take that 3v5 and win it brilliantly. So wildcard, well-deserved hold there, a well-deserved round win, and they take that 4-2 lead at the swap. Big moment for them to have this control.
I think for Los as well, putting a lot of faith on that round on Legacy, being able to hold, as VIP was never cleared. Legacy was still in there, but it was him, a Nitro Cell, and SMG-11 against the world, and all it took was one smoke grenade from Bosco, be able to disrupt his vision and sneak right on past. And there wasn't really anyone else in position for Los, or any utility disposable to the defensive side to respond to Bosco's plant attempt. Once that Nitro missed, it was all panic and all reactions from everyone on Los to try and head topside as fast as possible. And unfortunately for them, they missed the Nitro Cell that came out at the last possible moment. It ended up downing Bosco, but the damage was already done from there. Now we get to see Los on the attacking side. Wildcard on the defense. They're going to opt to go to Reading and Diming for round number 1. And we see Arthur once again on the Montaigne carrying the diffuser. A familiar position to see this man in.
Yeah, on the shield. Looking to be that focal point of the entry for Los. Already going to take a bit of heat here. Good bit of damage already, and now he walks into a nasty crossfire. Bay is able to take care of Farius, who is right behind him. Oh, and they're just going to collapse. Look at Spiker. He gets 2. That is ruthless. He takes care of the Monty. He finishes off Sexy Cake just for good measure, and they put themselves in a 5v2 in the first minute and 20 seconds. What a way to start this defense for Wildcard and Los. Well, despite the success we know they've had in the past on the attack, Flynn, this is not one of those rounds.
Listen, we've been around for a while. I've been around since prehistoric times. I'm not sure how many ITA short double kills I've ever seen on opponents who weren't down in professional play. Definitely can't count it on more than one hand the number of times I've seen that. And I think for Los, again, skipping the steps and trying to go for an immediate rush and being able to see through the Candelas will be Bay, do some damage to Legacy down to 5 HP. As Wizards continuing to take tick damage from the goo mine, they do get their entry upstairs, but they've foregone the shield of Arthur, and they've foregone the diffuser in the bomb site as well. Still a lot of utility to try and rip through, and for Los, one of those pre-coordinated rushes that the desk talked about, running into a brick wall face first. The drop down white stairs. It'll be red once again. Kanza will collect one, and inside Laundry. Spiker, why not hit the hip fire just to add insult to injury? And Wildcard, they win their first defense, rejecting the rush from Los.
That's exactly what they needed to do. I mean, we said that this would be a tough attack to dissuade, a tough attack to stop from executing strategies just like that. I mean, we talked about this on the desk. We talked about this at the onset of this map. Los, they're a team that brings in a lot of, well, preconceived rushes, very explosive executes. Sometimes it can go like that, and it can really fall on its face before you can even see that develop. But it's also part of the reason why they have such a good attacking win rate, the 3rd best attacking team in the league. Wildcard, though, you best believe that they are fully aware of that statistic, that they know what they're facing coming into this lobby. And again, even though Los have had that attacking win rate, they still were the worst team in the NAL Closed League and the only team that had to go into the open qualifiers to get to this LCQ. A position they did not want to be in, but found themselves in regardless. So they're no stranger to attacking success, but they're no stranger to going down in a deficit like this against a team like Wildcard, who seems very prepared for the shenanigans that Los are trying to bring out. No Monty this time, obviously, from Arthur. We do see a bit of a pivot, but you still have the Glaz on this kitchen attack. You expect to see some bakery pressure.
Well, coming into the side swap, we were saying, you know, Los will feel more comfortable on the attacking side. This is probably where we see them turn it on a little bit. We're only one round into the second half, but that does not inspire a whole lot of confidence, what just transpired in round number 7. Round number 8, like you say, we got the pivot here from Arthur off the Montaigne. We tried it once, and we're not going back as of yet. Instead, going for a full map clear from Los and trying to control the flanks as well with the gridlock. I think for Los here, this is an opportunity to, again, get back into the game, but generate some momentum and try to at least get on the board here. That was a very deflating rush attempt and a very deflating round overall for morale. I think this is a game that on paper, many expected to be a little bit closer, just given the nature that it's 2 Tier 1 teams against each other, and how close we saw yesterday between Luminosity and OXG and M80 and Space Station Academy, both series requiring 3 maps. The way that Los is playing so far on both attack and defense does not inspire the most confidence that we'll be needing 3 as Wildcard looking to control the game. This is Bay, though, being collapsed upon inside of Dining, and he tries to stand maybe a little bit longer than he should have and overstay his welcome. As the hatch is reinforced, didn't have anywhere to go, and that's an opening pick for Los with no response from Wildcard.
Yeah, one of those moments where you're left going, what exactly was Bay trying to do there? Of course, he gets that kill. We're saying a very different thing, but there's no question that he was taking a pretty significant risk, putting his life on the line in that spot. As you mentioned, Flynn, the hatch reinforced right there in Dining, Fireplace Hall. There's no way to just drop down, get out of there to safety. Your options are a doorway being watched or a crouch hole into train, both places where you gotta think Bay knows he's gonna die. So playing his life, playing to delay some time, maybe find a kill, that obviously didn't work for him. Spiker's taking a little bit of damage as well, already down to 32 HP. And Los, well, they're in a very good position here to have a successful round. But as we say at this point, time is going to be the focus because this is where they have to transition from the top to that first floor itself and eventually make a push. We hinted at possibly seeing that big bakery pressure coming on. Instead, it's going to be focused to Freezer. Seems that Wildcard have recognized that. You're seeing the smokes from Spiker come out, but this is the focus for Los. It's where Wizard is trying to make an entry.
Pushing through the bottom of the white stairs on the vision of the default camera, but he still wins the heads-up engagement against Spiker, removing the smoke from VIP as Arthur. He's getting the plant down, and it looks like he'll be successful. A 3v5 post-plant, making a 2v5 as Farius is able to catch Spiff. Kansan now heading up brown stairs, straight into the gridlock track stingers. Legacy will also collect onto that kill with the F90, and now Bosco to try and stop it from being a flawless round. There's more track stingers at his feet, down to 17 health, thanks to the flank control, and now he's able to remove one from play. So it's not a flawless round for Los, but it might as well be in spirit a great round to respond with after the calamity that was the previous one.
Coming into this game, Legacy is the top-rated player EPS-wise for this Los team, and while he is incredibly flexible and you see him on so many different operators, it's always good to see someone playing such a versatile role thrive like he has this stage. Of course, it's all relative here. Los have still had some spotty results, but in that round especially, doing really clean work on the gridlock. I mean, that right there was just neat and tidy. You didn't need to do anything crazy, flashy, or get a clutch. Those gridlock track stingers, putting them exactly where they needed to be to deny not just 1, but 2 attempts from Wildcard to try to come upstairs and retake that. He was watching the brown stairs that go down into Restaurant. He got that kill there. It doesn't necessarily look like a highlight play, but those are the contributions that really add up over the course of a map, and those are the kind of contributions you can't always quantify. Right now, we can quantify that. He's a top player right now in the lobby on the low side. He's got 7 kills, Wizard close behind with 6, Farius not too far behind either, but you're seeing this player in a strong position and really thriving right now. We'd like to see maybe a little more from Sexy Cake, right? A little more from maybe Arthur if he's able to just provide a little bit more support on the Monty this time around. But if those pieces can start clicking, they're only 2 rounds down here. We've seen this before. They're not out of this fight just yet.
Not out of the fight by any stretch of the imagination. Pulling back closer, but now Kansan will try to put them to rest, and Farius once again on the response. Kansan on the Warden. Potentially a crucial operator later in the round, but there aren't any smokes to survive. No flashbangs either, actually, so it really is just the MPX and a Nitro Cell that is surrendered by the side of Wildcard's defense. But it is an early opening pick once again for Los that goes unanswered by a Wildcard. Arthur, like you said, is back onto the Montaigne, carrying the diffuser. There's a mining and dining defense. So we're going around the world on Cafe, giving everywhere a fair shake. Now this top control gets a little bit messier. Without Kansan having support down below towards the bomb site, it means that the top control players are going to have to try a little bit harder and be wary of any site-specific rushes, as they're going to have a diminished response to any rush into the objective itself. Nitrocell comes out and will also miss. That was the second one available to Wildcard. Now they have none remaining. Upside down Repel continues to win up against Bay. It's a Roni up against an assault rifle, and now he's having to back away as here comes Arthur on the Montaigne. There's nowhere to go for Bay once again, and here we are. It's a 5v3 for Los in consecutive rounds.
That's twice now that Bay has been caught in such a brutal position with really nowhere to go. Both times falling and both times putting Wildcard into a precarious position. He was the second death this time. It was Kansan who really made that first aggressive move, and he who went down first, giving Los that initial advantage. But as we see some more aggression, Bosco whiffing almost every single shot. He goes down to a Claymore, and, well, it doesn't take much longer for Los to finish out the round. They're making this happen on the attack right now, and the 3-round cushion that Wildcard had maintained, well, now it is only 1 round between them and their opponents.
It's a similar story between both teams. Los being able to read the aggression, respond to it, and adapt well. The aggressive plays that Wildcard are bringing early in the rounds are really only to their detriment. Like you said, Bay cordoning himself off and just playing on an island alone, which is very uncharacteristic of this Wildcard team. It hasn't netted much thus far. And again, they weren't actually flawless rounds on the board, but I'm going to call them back-to-back flawless rounds at heart. The only 2 kills that Wildcard was able to acquire were in 1v5s, which then immediately preceded the end of the round. So yeah, I'm going to call them flawless at heart, and I think for Los now, it's quite the statement to be able to get back into the game, and for Wildcard, bit of a departure from what we saw from them on the attacking side. A very coordinated and very methodical team playing as a unit now seems to be drifting apart and playing as separated islands. And I think right now for Wildcard, they must get back on track and get back to the game plan that netted them so much success early in this map. Unless Los start to overpower them on the attacking side, as has been their nature so far through the stage, and claim map number 1. This is Wildcard's map pick, it should be said. They had that comfortable lead, as you said as well, Jonah. 5-2. It's suddenly evaporating.
And now this one is quite the close contest. We know one major thing that will help Wildcard get back into fighting position, and that's simply winning these entry fights. Los coming into this game with the worst entry team in the NA League. That has not been a surprise given their record, but it's also part of the reason they've struggled across the board. Wildcard, not that much better, but certainly a significant statistical difference. But right now, Los are winning the entry engagements, 6-3 right now, overall as a team. Now, while that may only be a 3-round cushion, that adds up. And Wildcard, they've been able to overcome those entries from time to time, but it's just not going to be able to happen all that often. We know how important that entry can be in Siege. Doesn't always get converted, but you are certainly going to be in a much better position if you can find that opening kill. Last time it was Kansan and Bay who went down first. The round before that, it was Bay who got stuck in dining, really with nowhere to go. Need to see Wildcard maybe take a half a step back, play a little bit closer to each other, not leaving themselves on an island. That could be one adjustment that would help them in this round and potentially get themselves to match point.
Well, an attempted pinch here topside between Pixel and Cocktail towards Cigar. Explosives go out. That's one Nitro Cell utilized by the defense. The second one will go skyward, and Farius will chew right through it. But Bosco through the floor where a Nitro Cell just emerged from. Still hits a TCSG headshot onto Arthur. So there goes your Montaigne. The opening pick reacquired now by the side of Wildcard on the defense. To try and put themselves on a map point, it's Bay who goes for the jump. He goes 1-for-1 with Sexy Case Claymore, and Wizard through the smoke. Still able to see Spiker and put him to sleep. Now the push into Freezer. Farius collecting now, and he gets dropped from behind. Spiff has the coverage, immediately traded, and Wizard now in the smoke, in the fear gas, unable to see, unable to breathe, and it's just Bosco alone now in the 1v2. Red Ping's coming out, and Wizard has to back off a little bit more, so Bosco has a moment to breathe. Shots come out through the floorboards. Now Bosco with no more Nitro Cell to be able to play vertically. It's just him and his TCSG against the world. The last 2 attackers trying to cordon them off and trying to facilitate a reading plant, it seems. But Bosco, he's got other designs. He's going to head topside. The plant going down from Wizard as Sexy K tries to cover from above. Wizard has to re-engage in the plant, but Legacy, Bosco never hearing or anticipating him inside a freezer. We got a tie ball game, Jonah.
Well, a lot of emotion here from Arthur and Los as a whole. A well-deserved celebration. My reaction earlier in that round, Arthur committed a really major blunder on the Monty, exposing himself to that hole down below. But it simply didn't matter because Los were able to overcome it, and they were able to just beat Wildcard into submission up above, taking the control they needed to, guess what, tie us up. It is not 6-4. Should be 5-5 as Los make it work. And that is something that, well, we've started to say a couple times here in these last few rounds. As these attacks, they've gotten hairy, but again, they pull through in the end. It started with a kill and it finished with a couple kills. In a round that really could have gone either way, Flynn, I think we both recognize that. Los, they're a scrappy team and they pull that one out to get things even. Well, now that means we're going to see the final 2 rounds in regulation.
Yesterday was a game of maps that just had to go the distance. There was no choice. We needed to go all the way, all 6 maps. And early on here, it looked like Wildcard was going to break that trend. And all of a sudden, the reemergence of Los on the attacking side, once again, it must be said, they're just a different team on the attack these days. For some reason in this meta, they reappear on the attacking side. For Wildcard on the defense, again, this has been an odd role reversal for them. A team that did look very poised and composed, and utilizing quite a lot of teamwork and coordination on the attacking side. Seems to be very disconnected from one another on the defense. That round looking much better in terms of being able to play as a unit topside and play for each other. But for a majority of these defensive rounds, it hasn't looked like that. And that's how we've gotten to this position. Los now 3 consecutive rounds from a 5-2 deficit to a tie game. We're going to require all 12, like you said, Jonah. We're going to go the distance in regulation. And for Los to be able to win 5 in a row, if they are able to win it 7-5, to steal away Wildcard's map, that would be quite the deflating result for the team that was positioned as the favorite coming into this matchup.
Well, as we head back down to Kitchen here, Flynn, take a look at the difference in the attacking lineup for Los. This is almost entirely different. In fact, well, it is. Last time, they went for the freezer take. They didn't have a Monty. Instead, it was Glaz, Hibana, Gridlock, Buck, IQ. Now, they're bringing the Monty. They're bringing those smokes. They're bringing the Capitao in play, the Nomad. You've got the Brava. A very different approach, and that is why they're approaching quickly from the opposite side of the site. Now, this bomb site here can be approached from either side. You want to approach from Freezer, you want to approach from Big Bakery. Both are viable. Both sites depend on your ability to have some control over the top floor, but down in Bakery, this is the approach where top floor control is a little more optional. If you do get aggressive, if you do push in early, you could forego taking the time to clear up above. And it looks like that is exactly what Los want to do. Already at the edge of the site, the wall open, Arthur in position. At any time here, they could go to a plant, and they only have to watch out for 1 C4 and the smokes from Spiker.
These clutch drones, they're getting massive utility now, hacking away the evil eyes and being able to stay protected on the opposite side of the soft wall. That's 2 out of 3 evil eyes hacked. Might have even gotten the 3rd one with the first clutch drone before it was destroyed. More mute jammers being taken over as well, so much utility gathered by Los as they try to go site direct, as opposed to opting for the full clear. And now every defender returning to the bomb site is running into the same uh-oh moment, which is they have all of our cameras. We can't utilize them, and we can't destroy them. No impacts, just 1 nitro cell on the side of Wildcard to be able to respond to the hacked evil eyes inside their own bomb site. But 60 seconds tick away, and there is still top control being held by Wildcard defenders. That is holding Arthur at bay for the time being, but here come the vertical smokes, and here comes the execute.
Los haven't moved for 1.5 minutes. For 2 minutes, and it's getting them into serious trouble. Legacy is able to get the kill onto Spiff after he jumped out a window, but what else can we see from this attack? We're gonna have to see a little bit more because a 3v4 reacquiring the diffuser and going for the plant, but the pressure that Wildcard maintain, well, it should be good enough. C4 misses by just a hair, and Sexy Cake can stick this plant. A good kill from Legacy on the coverage as well, and Los may have just brought this one back. A good shot from Kansan. as he removes Sexy Cake and the Capitao, who just got the diffuser down. But once again, the diffuser is on the floor. Legacy and Wizard can sit back and play patient. 3 defenders now turned into needing to retake this site. Diffuser exposed, the breach wide open. Kansan, he is in position. Spiker on the coverage, the smoke, it works! Bosco, he's there on the kill, and the final attacker is nowhere to be found. A brilliant retake for Wildcard down below, and they move on to match point.
Oh, that's a painful one for Los. You have their evil eyes watching the case, and because of that, you're able to get the plant down through the smoke. There's no ping for Bosco to launch the nitro cell, so it goes wide left. And even in the post plant, you have the pings coming out. You're just not in a position to be able to react to a long arm behind K1. Just questionable positioning there for the attacker heading topside as well, just so late into the round to be doing it. Honestly, it leaves the vulnerability up for Los to have to try and sprint into action to save the round after they were in so much control of the early portions and honestly the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of that round. Looks like they were well positioned to put themselves onto match point, but it's instead Wildcard who stopped the bleeding by the grace of Los with a slight misstep, meaning that Wildcard now have the opportunity to close out their map pick in regulation. It started pretty streaky for both teams, and it remains so as Los went on the 3 consecutive round bounce before Wildcard put an end to the run. Now it's up to Wildcard to continue the story of consecutive round wins for each side and close this thing out nice and, well, medium early with a 12-round win on Cafe.
Yeah, nice and early is, I think maybe that's strong on round 12. But listen, not going to OT. Not going to OT. That would be early based on what we've seen over the last day and a half. We've seen some marathon matches. Both series yesterday, for those of you who were not there going to the 3rd map. We saw 6 maps yesterday, and at least on the East Coast, we wrapped up around 2 a.m. So these teams may be hoping to get out of this one a little bit sooner. Wildcard, well, if they can close things out in regulation here, they would be well on their way to doing so, although they would have Labs next. That, of course, being Los and their map pick. So we'll see what comes up on map 2. For now, the responsibility for Los, what they are most concerned about is Cafe and this final round in regulation to see if they can push things over the line and potentially get it to OT. To do so, well, it looks like they are going to take a bit more of a disciplined, I would say, methodical approach. Instead of going direct towards the site, it will be up above their point of entry, and this top floor control seems to be their first bit of focus.
Well, Bosco was having quite the time underneath Skylight, being able to evade Legacy's view and any air jabs that he's used. He has utilized all 3 air jabs, actually, as I clocked that for a second. So flanks being held, but not being able to quell Bosco's rotation topside, just having his merry way upstairs. And now there's still a defender inside of Cocktail behind the reinforcement that Los will have to contend with next. Drones coming out to assess the position, although it looks like everything is clear. There are 2 defenders lying in wait on the top floor from Wildcard, ready to take aim against Los. He seemed to be unaware of the positioning of at least one. That's Spiff over by the Deep Freezer. And you can see all these shots coming out from Bay inside a Cocktail. That will reveal his position. Everyone on Los should be well aware now. But only 60 seconds left at the disposal for Los to keep their hopes alive on Cafe.
Oh, Bay, what a shot onto Wizard. That is a brutal blow for Los, and he's still here. Arthur remains confused about where these defenders are positioned, but he knew he had to take the fight with Spiff. At least he wins that one. Farius, he'll join, taking care of that remaining top floor presence. So Bay has been dealt with, but of course, they've lost both Wizard and Sexy Cake in the process. Arthur, lucky to be alive after running in front of Bay's crosshair, but with 30 HP and his shield in front of his face, I mean, he is still a very powerful threat for this Los attack. The one problem, though, is the time. There's 15 seconds left for this attack to get going, and they still have to actually get onto the floor of the actual objective. They're gonna drop down and try to make the move. Farius, he's got the diffuser in pocket, so with 5 seconds left here, he's gonna put that on the ground. Forced to relocate. Trying again. Good coverage here from Legacy as he gets that kill. Arthur still taking a bit of damage. Up top, there's Kansan, and he denies the plant just in the nick of time. We talk about top floor control being essential. Wildcard, they recognize that. They close things out on their own map pick, 7-5.
It's the power of the Soulless being able to initiate the flank and know the locations of the air jabs. And even at that, not a lot of top control left for Los in that situation. A very tough round to lose there after they were storming their way back into the series. They got it close, but not close enough. It's Wildcard who win their own map pick.
And now with Cafe under their belt, it is Los now who look to Labs, a map that they have had success on in the past, but a map that they will need to win if they want to stay alive in this LCQ. That's wraps for Cafe. Labs coming up next. Los and Wildcard coming up after this.
It's gonna be Case. Case is gonna be laundry.
Yo, gonna plant LG, I think.
Yes, they're both all downstairs, all downstairs.
Gonna plant LG.
Can you stop, Evan?
Yeah, I can stop.
White, walking down white.
No.
Nice! Let's go, Evan. Let's go.
Oh my God, Evan, that scared the fuck
shit,
out of me,
Evan.
bro.
Dude,
It started barricading the double door.
No, you were hitting the fucking bar, bro.
Dude,
Well, to call it a chess match would probably be a bit of an exaggeration. More like checkers, and they're both getting drunk and fighting every couple of minutes. I don't really know. It was not the best showing from either team, but Wildcard, they did really well in that last round. Love the read by Kansan to win that out, and a map that they genuinely deserve to win.
Yeah, definitely a great heads-up play there from Kansas to be able to rotate up top, use that Solus to his ability to win that round for them. But overall, I mean, yeah, I think you said it best. Both teams, I can't say, were looking better than the other, with Wildcard obviously winning this game. I mean, this was a huge play from Spiker. I like that one. But, I mean, both teams, again, they definitely aren't performing where I think we want either of them to be performed. They're both still having hiccups in their respective spots where they are struggling the most in. But I will say, I still am impressed with how Wildcard has been playing, specifically Spiker in this game. I mean, he is just constantly performing. Even Spiff, for example, are doing extremely well across the board. So I do really like to see the improvement from both these players, more so I'd say from Spiff. But overall, I mean, this is a good way to start it out. You are alleviating the pressure from yourself. Fox talked about the pressure from Wildcard. Now you go up 1-0 in the series. So the pressure definitely isn't on their shoulders, where it definitely is 100% on Los's.
Yeah, I mean, both teams in the areas that they were similar was the weak defenses. I mean, the defenses were all over the place. There was some questionable setups. Both players, for all the players on both teams, struggled on defense. But the one thing that was set aside was the coordinated attacks from Wildcard. I mean, we saw Los try to get into it, but Wildcard just did it so much better, and they were able to get that nice little cushion of the 4-2. And obviously, it could have easily went to overtime if it wasn't for a great heads-up play for Kansan to retake up top. So it was a nice play from them, but just to be simple, I mean, Wildcard barely won because their attacks were really coordinated, but it was still the same issues. Now, when we get to Los's attacks, I mean, they just looked like fish dead in the water. They would go for pre-planned executes, trying to hit the site, trying to go with their signature pre-planned strat, and then once it wouldn't work, they would just stand there and they just would fizzle out. They would just completely die. And this is a round I want to show you guys. They go for this aggressive rush. Their player behind the Monty dies, and then what do? I don't know. Somebody do something, I guess. Like, what's the Monty just sitting there? Everyone's just sitting there like, well, I guess we can't go in this way, you know? And that's just every single round. That was what Los on attack looked like.
I mean, it's a similar situation here. They don't have top control. It's kind of the same thing with the Monty. Like, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Let's lose the Monty again and make this even harder on ourselves. And they have all the map control. Well, they also have all the intel control. They hacked every single evil eye in there to know what Wildcard was going to do, where they could pivot, where they could move around the map. And it was just a question of like, well, all right, well, we lost our Monty. Let's just get to the next round at this point. I mean, huge fumbles from Los where they were in the winning position, especially in that last round that we just saw from there, that round 11. And again, these are the small mistakes that we've just been seeing from Los. So sure, you can wipe the first map out of the way. Thankfully, you can go to the map that you feel more comfortable on. This was your one win that you got in the regular season against Oxygen. But even then, when you compare it against Wildcard lost to Sonics, keeping it close in a 7-5. So I'm still not entirely confident with Los with these little mistakes that we are seeing. But again, this is a nice situation for Los because they have yet to play in a best of 3, so we can really see if they are taking from these losses and now actually being able to apply it going into the next match.
You know, I want to make sure that Wildcard gets a little bit of a lashing from you two as well, because let's be honest, there were definitely some rounds there where we saw Los sort of stumbling into attacks. There was, you know, a shot through a floor hole. We were just kind of all fumbling exactly what was happening. But then Wildcard was just giving up trades left, right, and center, and suddenly rounds that we thought Los were going to win, was going to lose, I should say. They just suddenly won. I mean, that worries me a bit going into Lair, which was the map where Los got their one stage win against Oxygen. I believe it was a 7-4 all the way back on Playday 2, but there's a reason that they picked it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all very confident in Wildcard and impressed by their aggressive attacks and how well they were, especially on Cafe. And then you're right, sloppy mistakes, sloppy defenses. The strats were just questionable from the start, but the one thing that was able to carry them through was their retake ability. So at least the fundamentals of teamwork is working. Now, when it comes to Labs, yes, Los has beat OXG on it. That was earlier in the stage. That was a weak-looking OXG. It's not a true test to how Los could play on it, but Labs, Wildcard, their attacks are significantly better, right? And the defenses is what they just need to make better. Same thing with Los, but if Wildcard can just focus on not losing the strats, just have a little bit more of a fundamental map, they should be able to come away with the win cleaner if they can maintain those same level of intense, aggressive attacks that was able to get that early lead on Cafe.
And again, from the performance that we've seen from Wildcard, they've already played best of 3 series so far, more than Los has. So they definitely know what it's like and what they can handle and what they can fix. And especially when you go into this, they're starting on defense here. That is great because they're already warmed up in terms of comms. Even just getting off of that last defense, they understand where things went wrong. And really, I think their biggest issue was they were just giving free kills to the other team. They were just getting overzealous. They were doing things that they didn't need to do, which I now expect them to kind of slow down, play a little more methodical, play a little more together, play the trade game, for example. That is something that Nighthaven Labs does allow. It's a very tight map when you are trying to get into that site. So we should be seeing trades from Wildcard out here. So again, I do expect Wildcard to take from what they just played off that last defense in the cafe and now apply it here into Labs and not get overzealous.
I mean, I think you guys are making a really good case for Wildcard here. So I just got to ask, I mean, as maybe a little bit brief here, but what's the case for Los to at least win Nighthaven Labs? What do they have to do in your eyes to shut down Wildcard to turn this into a W?
I mean, I think plain and simple, it's just their attacks. They need to have better problem solving. I mean, we highlighted 2 rounds where they have Monty, yeah, exactly. Monty's not supposed to be going down that early, and to just give it up, those have to just be oversight blunders. So if Los can just tighten up, not lose kills for free, and be able to problem solve on what's going wrong, then I think Los will fare better in map 2.
I agree.
Well, for Labs, who could we turn it over to but a pair of casters with big, wrinkly, calculating brains? That's right, it's Jonah and Flynn.
Did he just call our brains wrinkly, crinkly? Wrinkly? I guess that's a compliment. We like wrinkly brains because that means they're working, I guess. I don't know. Great way to start this game, though, because Flynn, it is an important one for Los. Obviously, backs against the wall, so they go to their own map pick. They go to Labs, place that they do have some success before, despite the spotty record of this team, obviously across the entire duration of the Closed League NAL, and even the open quals where they weren't even able to get first place. They did play this map, what, 3 times and won it every time.
Yeah, if you're gonna pick a map in a best of 3 series with your life on the line, pick the only map that you've won. It's an interesting one for Wildcard to let through the ban phase. And honestly, for Los, it better be the safe haven that you want it to be. Your season is on the line. And I think for Los as an organization, the stark contrast between major finalists in Atlanta this time last year compared to what we've seen in 2024, they're different stories, and this one's a lot more bleak. I'm trying to keep it as PG as possible, but for Los, this has been a tough year and a big change from what they were used to down in Brazil with the former roster in the former region. Coming to North America has not been a warm greeting for them. This could very well, even though it is their own map pick, this could be their last one of the stage, of the season, of the year, barring whatever shape the SI LCQs take. And we get Wildcard banding away the Montans. It will be Los starting on the attack on Labs. So it gives Los a favorable position to begin the map on, a questionable position to end the map on, and even Arthur is dropping a wall in the all chat in response to the Monty being removed from play, and Spiff is going to capitalize it, as will Bay, because whatever Los can do, Wildcard are saying they can do better.
Yeah, just saying that we can take this in a heads-up gunfight. We don't need the shield in play. Wow, the LOL is just still flowing as the Azami is taken off the board as well. We talked about Los, right, not having the greatest stage. But to put this in even more context, the journey they took to get here, only one team out of the 9 teams in the NAL did not make either the major or the LCQ automatically. That one team was Los. They had 1 win on the bottom of the leaderboards. They had to go through the open quals, only needing to win pretty much 2 matches to get themselves in, and they were able to do that, but it wasn't the cleanest of performances. Now you might be thinking, well, what do you mean, Jonah? Isn't the T1 team going into T2 competition trying to fight their way out of other amateur teams? Shouldn't they wipe the floor with everybody else? Well, the answer is yes, they should. But they did not. They lost to CL4L, or Challenger League for Life, the team that was formerly known as Makers, and they lost to them twice in the upper bracket to put themselves down to the lower bracket, where Los beat SSG Academy, also in this LCQ. But they also then moved ahead to the final, where they played CL4L again. I think Challenger League for life. I don't know, Challenger League 4L. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to abbreviate that bad boy. But they played that team again. And, well, they lost it again. 2-1 both times in those best of threes, so winning a map each time. One of those, they did play Labs and win that map. But just an additional context here about this team, not even able to make it through the open qualifiers without a bit of a mess. So they did do that, and they are here in the LCQ, place that they have not been before. Stage 1, they didn't even make it to the last chance qualifier, losing in the open quals to SSG Academy. This time they are here and they do have a chance, Flynn, but if they want to keep this hope alive at going to Montreal, well, they got to win Labs. That is the requirement.
And for wildcard, Des talked about it, we talked about it. Not the cleanest of defenses on Cafe, but it got across the finish line with a 7-5 score on your own map pick. A win is a win. It's a best of 3. There's no more points for winning in regulation versus overtime either. It's just stop losing. That's the entire directive of the LCQ. We once again see a frag rate at the base of a castle barricade not quite worked out the way they wanted. And Spiff will get the opening kill on map number 2 on Nighthaven Labs from up top inside of command. And he's wary of any other drones gathering intel on him, and he's correct in that assumption that there is a drone on him. But now Sexy Cake taking lots of damage at the hands of presumably Spiker. Spiff, though, continues his reign of terror topside as he collects another headshot onto Wizard. Spiker's been down, not revived as of yet, and he'll be cleaned up at the base of Garage by Farius. Still, though, a man advantage for a wildcard, the midway point in the round, and feeling very good about this much damage being inflicted on Delos' attack. When this is a tank and assembly defense, this is a basement defense. You got a lot of bodies dropping on the top floor.
Yeah, it's a great way for wildcard to kick things off. Not the start that Los were looking for on their own map pick. We're hoping to enter, at least get into the map, establish some kind of control before losing 1, if not 2 bodies. Now, they've skirted around the Nitro Cell from Spiff there, so that's one piece of utility they don't have to worry about. But no matter how you look at this, it's still a man disadvantage and a lot of work left to do. To do it without the boogie drones from Wizard, who was playing Ram, is tough because all the soft destruction now being done on this top floor, well, it's up to Sexy Cake to do it with the skeleton key. Still plenty of bullets in pocket, but again, only 1 operator dedicated to do this. Only 1 body dedicated to doing this, and well, Flynn, we know how much time that can take. And a bottom floor objective, much like Cafe, the map we just saw, taking your time here is important, but wasting time is also a danger.
The double Animus drop coming out from Los as they try to send their way into tank and initiate a plant attempt. It's Arthur the man carrying the diffuser as Bay is now going to attempt to flank up into storage. Arthur putting the bomb on the floor. Shotgun up against the wall as Bay does battle topside. Farius picking through his teammates down below. Spiff, though, dropped. Bosco, the Nitro Cell, comes out a hair too late, and Sexy Cake wins the battle upstairs against Bay. Now, the last 2 remaining defenders start rushing in towards Farius, but he wins out with 1. Can't go for a second. So he had 3 on the round, but he couldn't tack on for more, so now it's Cans on 110 health, finding the diffuser, and he knows that his last remaining opponent is topside. Sexy Cake on the buck, and attempting to get into the perfect position to long arm this, and Sexy Cake does not have vision onto Kansan for the time being. He's going to have to drop, and the hip fire headshot from Sexy Cake, saving Los in the post plant. Kansan unable to catch him on the way down, and Los, they win their first attack on Labs.
A Sexy Cake, a cheeky smile, and getting the thumbs up and the reassurance from the coach behind him because he panicked in that gunfight. ADS, nah. Just take the hip fire, get the headshot, and win it. That one, a nail biter for both teams. Los very impressively able to pull it back to a winnable position after the disadvantage. Important Nitro Cell to avoid there, but still going down to that Nitro Cell, but already putting the diffuser on the floor. And that was the most important thing. You saw Farius go absolutely nuts, getting 3 kills, and yep, there's Sexy Cake. He knows he got away with 1 there, but a good kill to find nonetheless. Los, they're able to open things up on their pick with a win.
I think that is one of the benefits that Los have. If we're going to exemplify their negatives, we might as well try and shine a light on some of the positives, which is that these guys have been around for a very long time. You look at Arthur and Sexy Cake specifically, and Wizard for that matter, who've been around for a very, very long time. Mostly in Brazil, it should be said, but still lots of experience at a high level, at a tier 1 level. They're not going to panic as much as maybe some of the newer players in tier 1 would in some of these clutch scenarios where you have your entire season hanging in the balance. Sexy Cake there, he's able to laugh it off at the end too. Just take what the game will give you, and in that instance, it was a hipfire headshot on the lower health count. Now we're gonna have to contend with a blitz rush from Sexy Cake at the top of the Aqua stairs, and he's running headlong into a deployable shield, and Spiker collects the headshot, presumably from that rafters window, so no pressure being applied on the backside as of yet. Wizard takes a handful of damage, being rejected entry to the rafters doorway, and Spiker continues to collect. Legacy is going to team kill Wizard for the trouble. He's able to down off Spiker in the process. Legacy, he's got 3 kills on the round, only 2 of them onto opponents, and 1 of them was a 1-tap.
Dude, this is chaos. So much action here, and only now are we 1 minute into the round. Legacy, the only man left, taking a little damage from his own Selma for good measure. Kansan and Spiff, they're aware of this position. They just heard those Selmas detonate, and now with the breach open, Legacy is going to continue to take these fights. As you said, Flynn, he took 3 very impressive, I guess, shots and won them all. The problem was one of those was onto his own teammate, throwing this one into further disarray. He's keeping an eye on Kansan. He spots the head right behind. Oh, but Kansan pops out from the doorway and wins it anyway. A good old-fashioned 1v1 across the top floor there on Labs. This time, it's Wildcard who take it.
Listen, I think Legacy finished Cafe with, I actually don't remember the scoreboard, whether it was 12 or 13 kills.
13.
Something in that neighborhood. And I think for Legacy as well, this is a guy who's come in with, I guess, some raised expectations in stage number 2, expecting to be doing a little bit more of the heavy lifting in terms of the fragging department. When he's hitting shots like that, even though he is playing more supportive roles, listen, it's a nice shot onto Bay, who has also had some very impressive mechanical display so far throughout the stage. Kansan, though, winning out with the SMG-12 after Legacy nearly went on a rampage. I think he would have needed 4 plus his own teammate to make it 5 on the round to win it. And instead, Wildcard, they win topside. They're able to repel the blitz rush at the top of the Aqua stairs and survive the onslaught that Legacy brought forth to rafters. Now they'll return their attention down to tank and assembly in the basement, trying to, once again, get themselves in a position on the defense where they are coordinated, working off of one another. The top hold worked splendidly. The flank late round for Wildcard, though, not as effective and not as splendid. So now Los the opportunity to double up on this bomb side in the attack, and it looks like they will have to once again endure a Wildcard roam that spans all 3 floors.
It was a funny moment going into that second round, Flynn, because I was looking at Farius, I was looking at his stats from the last map and thinking, hey, that was already a fantastic start. He got 3 kills in that opening round. It was a great place to begin. Unfortunately, then he was the first death for Los in the following round. So I decided, all right, we'll wait to talk about a bit later. But Los, right, they didn't have the most success across the board on Cafe, right? That was one of their pitfalls. You had Sexy Cake, 4 kills to his name. Arthur, he was 5 and 9. Farius, 7 and 11. Still -4 in the overall KD. So seeing him step up there, Farius specifically, and just have such a strong opening round to give Los that win, gives me a little more confidence in this team and what they might be able to get done here. Especially now, you put him on the demos and you put him in a very entry-focused role. You could see him thrive here, and that would certainly bode very well for Los, especially on these attacks. Of course, haven't seen the opening engagement just yet, as Farius and, well, Arthur apparently are both still trying to track down these extended positions from Wildcard. As you mentioned, Flynn, they do have a good bit of control all around this map, and Kansan, well, he will reveal that position by sending a few gunshots down towards Los's way.
He's got to rotate through Freezer into Vending and Bay from inside of control. Able to drop Farius, who, as you mentioned, had an operator swap and had a commanding round number 1. Arthur, though, will hit the trade onto Spiff. So the Ella exchanged for the Deimos. I think I drop the Deimos for the Ella every day of the week if I'm Wildcard, as once again this roam will persist. And you got nuke jammers spewing around the map as well, which means that the Dokkaebi logic bombs, there's one already been used, and the second one is regenerating for the time being. Those won't be as effective either, as Bay just narrowly gets out of dodge in time, and he's hearing the chase down the cargo stairs. The shotgun to the backside, 10 HP left on Legacy as he vacates to safety, and just narrowly avoids the Nitro Cella as well. Free place from Bay, but unable to find the mark, and Wizard from a up above, able to employ some of the soft breach that was absent the last time Los was on site. He's able to peer down through the floorboards and collect a man advantage for Los.
God, what a roller coaster for Bay there. I mean, going through it all, he had a chance for the kill on Legacy. The shotgun doing almost everything he needed, 90 damage to Legacy, but he ended up getting away. We saw the C4, we saw the shotgun through the floor, missing his chance, and then getting taken down on the retreat. But there's only 20 seconds. Bay did do a good job of wasting some time, so now is when Los are gonna have to push in, and well, the clock is ticking rather low. Arthur, breaching charge goes up, and he'll make the first move in, but a C4, that should do it, but Sexy Cake, that's great coverage from above. Arthur sticking this, no, denied at the last second. Diffuser drop, now it's Wizard who has to do this. Bosco, now he's gonna swing, look for the planter, and they get it, denying it at the final moment, and Wildcard steal one away.
Oh, quite the chaotic sequence to end the round. The top coverage being evaded by Bosco as he goes rushing in. Revolver first. You're right. It was his Nitro is able to put the planter on the backside onto the down but not out state. But it wasn't enough to dissuade the reattempt at the plant. No revive being attempted, but a sea of bodies all stacking on the enemy's door to tank. And we saw the swings come out as Bosco's Nitro went soaring. It was Arthur who was dropped and Wizard immediately. Goes for this re-engage on the plant, but then it's Kanzan who has to swing out and be the savior of the round. As there's just, like I said, a sea of bodies all collecting there in one door frame. And yet it's Wildcard who correct their mistakes. They're able to double up on the Nitro count. Even though they lose the first attempt at the toss, they are able to secure the second C4 to deny the plant attempt. So for Wildcard, now trying to make it 3 in a row on the defense, going to head to storage and control to make it a clean rotation. I'm going to put Los into some dangerous territory as the attacks should be their more favorable position. It's not like these rounds haven't been close, but at the end of the day, it's Wildcard getting a little bit further and a little bit closer to the finish line.
Well, and a little, I guess, break the fourth wall moment. As casters, it's really satisfying when you see kind of the storyline you set up in the round really come into fruition by the end of it and really be the reason why a team won or a team lost. We warned Los, right? The time was going to be the problem there. Okay. Spiff.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We warned Los there that the time would be a problem. We even complimented Bay, despite the roller coaster that he went through and his, slight miss on getting that kill onto Legacy. Still complimented him on wasting that time. And we knew that would be an issue for Los in that last round, and it was. We set that up. We saw it coming when there were 10 seconds left on the clock, and despite, some decent versatility, Diffuser gets dropped by one player, the other one picks it up. That's the reason Wildcard won the round. Yes, some good swings and a good clutch, but one they should not have been allowed to do if there was, say, 5, 6, 7 more seconds on the clock. That's all the difference that was needed. So just a peek behind the curtain into, what makes us casters happy. Don't necessarily love to see Spiff kind of giving his life away early there, trying to maybe get away with something. He ran out, maybe thought he had a chance at getting that kill, but of course, he was very quickly denied here. So not the start that Wildcard we're looking for in this fourth round after that third round success, but they have a lead right now. They're confident. They had a little bit of momentum to play with.
Certainly an opportunity for Spiff to try and really put the dagger into Los, but unfortunately for both of these teams, every time seemingly they've tried to ramp up some aggression and really swing for the fences, it's been a swing and a miss. Every time they've tried to play a little more methodically, a little more procedurally, things have gotten much better for both of these teams, whether it be on the attack or the defense. Opening pick, though, for Los, integral to being able to attack onto the bomb site. As the Kaid of Bosco will now be Deathmark tracked, as the Maverick was able to rip open the IT wall and facilitate the top control for the attack. Try and get Arthur with the plant going down. Spiker, though, responds onto Wizard. The Nitro Cell! It lands right at the feet of Arthur and rips him to shreds. The Diffuser, once again, has to be recovered from inside of the bomb site from another attacker, but Bay rips through Farius with the MP5, and all of a sudden, a man advantage vanishes into thin air. Los down to Sexy Cake and Legacy. The frag grenade ends up right beside Bosco. Doesn't even try to move out of the positioning as he had a red indicator at his feet, but Bay, with the top coverage reestablished, is able to have perch and purview over the Diffuser. It's just Legacy alone now on 43 HP. Make that 3 health, make that 0. Bay able to rip through the floor, and that is Wildcard able to withstand the barrage and the objective and make it 3 straight defenses in a row.
Once again, Los trying to pull off a little bit of surprise, but the reason that Wildcard were able to stop that surprise and be prepared for it, information. That's the word of the round. It is as simple as that. They were able to recognize when that diffuser was getting planted, and a perfectly placed C4, you see it right there from Spiker. He opens it up with a kill with a gun, he gets the kill with the explosive, and stops the cheeky move from Los. It was as simple as that. They know to expect it. Wildcard are going to be on their toes for this all series long. They were on Cafe, they are here again on Labs. And I don't know if it was simply the sound cue or they had a bulletproof cam on that position, someone calling it out saying, hey, diffuser going down, let's launch that C4 at him. But a very good denial of that plant. We talk a lot about rushes as the biggest problem they have is that you could be overcommitting to a particular position, right? And so because that information was there for Wildcard, they recognized what was going on. Once Los lost that initial push, it was so hard for them to recover. Already in forward extended positions, already really gambling on that initial move. It didn't work. Good info from Wildcard to stop it, and they take a 3-1 lead as a result.
All right, I think we're back. We had a couple issues, but we seem to be rocking and rolling once again. We see the Maverick return for the side of Los, trying to open up connector wall this time and IT wall. For Los' attacking side, Wildcard bringing out the clash with Bosco. So some tempo changes. We saw it from Los trying to ramp up some tempo in the mid-round. We saw the attempted run out from Spiff at the beginning of the previous round, and now we get to see Wildcard try and slow things down to a glacial pace with the clash. The Maverick of Arthur, like I said, being able to open up IT wall, now being able to open up the connector wall. Make both of them soft and open up for Sexy Cake to utilize the Zofia lifeline, as he is busy elsewhere with an LMG with many rounds in a box magazine to be able to spray down upon opponents. Nitro Cell was ripped, and it is Spiff holding on the connector wall. It goes soaring, and it falls well short of the intended target. Everyone collapsing now towards connector, as Los initially attempted to attack this bomb site by instigating with a blitz rush through the top of the Aqua stairs. But instead, now a lot of their focus remains around the IT connector breaches. They are running headlong into this clash that they don't seemingly have an answer for as of yet.
Legacy looking to make his move, aware that there could be a swing coming from the doorway at any time. The Selma's now the focus, but that will still be denied by the Mute Jammer. So Los, despite getting in the building early here, again, have to worry about Bosco and simply getting these walls open. Easier said than done, as Bosco is just hanging out with Spiff to support him. Two players here close around the corner. Los are going to have to swing this together, otherwise this could get hairy. You've got Bay aware of this as well. Everyone grouped up for Los. They'll send out the logic bomb, so this has got to be when they're going to make their move.
This might be the most painful kill box I've ever seen. A clash slowing down attackers trying to push through electrical and a shotgun waiting them. Everybody hits the floor courtesy of Spiff and Bosco. It's just Legacy and Farius who are actually getting some progress over towards IT. The diffuser, though, lays the IT feet, but Legacy and Farius, they both get one of their own, leaving Bay alone on 100% health. The diffuser still yet to be recovered, and Farius picks it up while hitting the goo mine outside of the rafters doorway. Quick peeking, and it potentially has saved the life of him and the round. Both attackers collapsing onto Bay, but he's gonna let the timer run out. He downs off one, and the clock strikes midnight. All the lols and the question marks, they flood through the chat, and it's Wildcard for 4 in a row.
And he just sits back and plays the time. The clock again, Flynn. It's the problem for Los at the end of the day, and they're going to have to beat themselves up about that one because it just came so close again in a round that they should have taken at the very end. I mean, what happened there? Why couldn't they put it through? I've got one word for you. Clash. Have you ever seen such a beautiful kill box set up by the Clash and with a shotgun? I mean, that was textbook across the board. We often see Clash, right, in position to deny some sort of a push and slow it down. Rarely do we see such a perfectly coordinated hold of a single room in combination with the Clash and the shotgun, putting Los in their place. Now, while that happened, we did see Los find some success on the other side of the site, and that's why they still stayed alive. That's why it did get competitive, and frankly, why they should have won that. Because even though it all failed when they pushed the clash, they found success elsewhere. But at the end of the day, 000 on the clock. They've hit that mark twice, maybe a third time now. That's how close as these rounds have been, but still the clock, a problem.
Clock is a problem, and solutions mid-round also seemingly a tragic issue for Los, as mid-round adaptations don't seem very common for Los. This seems to be, again, a syndrome of just running brute force through the brick wall. No matter what is in front of you, they have a pre-planned strategy, and they are going to commit to it, no matter the cost and no matter the result. I do also want to say, for Sexy Kick, I was a little impressed being able to laugh off the lucky engagement with the hipfire headshot in round number 1. It's the only round they've gotten, and we're still having some jovial moments, some laughs at the conclusion of round number 5, heading into round number 6 with Los. I mean, you're 3 round losses away in regulation from ending your season entirely. I do want to, again, say that that is commendable in terms of being able to have the mental fortitude to withstand the pressure of such a moment. But suddenly we're veering into the territory where Los do not have any momentum or traction in this series or in this map whatsoever. And we are getting closer and closer to crunch time. Wildcard, once again, will employ the majority of the map for a roam towards a basement defense. And this time around, Los have no intention of directing their attention topside for now. We're going to get the Maverick out onto the assembly breach to begin with. And that'll be slowed down by the Zoto canisters, but now we get to see the soft breach coming in from above from Sexy K.
Looking at the past score lines for Los on this map, they have never won this map this stage without, let's see, 7-4, 7-3, 7-4. This is the max amount of rounds they've given up, so it's not necessarily impossible that they could come back and replicate the success they had against OXG, replicate the success they had against Challenger League for Life in the open quals, but there's still a lot of work to do. They have a 3-round deficit right now, and a C4 from Bay, make it 2 kills from Bay, are gonna make that so much more difficult to make happen. You get the trade eventually. Legacy is able to shut Bay down, but the damage has been done, and Bay, with those 2 kills, now puts himself into the leading kill position, followed close behind by Spiff and Spiker, both with 5 each. So clearly Wildcard are playing well right now. They're playing confident, sure that these opening engagements necessarily haven't always gone their way. We've seen some pretty wild stuff, especially from Spiff from time to time, but that from Bay worked beautifully. And guess who you remove on the attacking side? Just from the operator standpoint, that's the Deimos and that's the Ram. That's 2 big blows, but Sexy Cake and Farius, that's a combined 10 kills. Well, you don't have to worry about their contributions anymore in round 6.
Well, Spiff was attempting the flank. He talked about the casualties in terms of utility loss on the side of Los, but also just manpower to be able to hunt down Spiff, who's going to eat up more of the clock. He was being jackal tracked, though, so the remaining Los attackers aware of the positioning of Spiff and electing to hit the site through Exo immediately. Clearly the ideology is we have a 3v3 on the bomb site, but I don't think they accounted for Beastcoast TCSG at range, being able to rip them to pieces, and ACOG attached to that as well, being able to decimate every attacker who tries to approach through Exo. And now the time continues to tick against Legacy and Wizard, who are trapped into this position, still with a Spiff who could collapse upon them on the flank at any moment in this round. Wandering into the bomb site for Wizard has a nitro cell arrive at his feet and he cannot find it. More Lamaus, more lols in the all chat. It's Wildcard, 5 in a row on the defense, 2 rounds away from closing out the series.
Yeah, very clearly they're feeling good, and they're making Los certainly hear that in the all chat. You never like to stare at a C4 coming at you. Sure, you can shoot it out, but is there a more terrifying sight in Siege? Right, obviously maybe it's a blitz bearing down on you, a clash in your face with somebody swinging behind her, but what else? A nitro cell as your ADS, that's the only thing, is it just fills up your vision and then you blow up in the sight? I mean, well, there's only so much you can do. Aim train, please, from Bay. He's clearly feeling like he wants to get some chirping in before this match is over, but unless Los are careful, Flynn, it could end rather quickly. They're down by 4 right now on the swap. They, of course, defend a map that has gone defender-sided statistically in NA, about 58% favoring the defense, according to what we've seen in the closed league portion of competition. But Wildcard the way they've been playing right now, it does not seem that they are going to be giving up this lead without a fight.
No, the impression that was given to us on Cafe by both Los's defenses and Wildcard's attacks is not one of a team that is going to be able to sustain a 5-1 deficit and turn it into, at very least, a tie, let alone a lead. We saw the march back, though, from Los on Cafe. That maybe gives you a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of hope if you are one of the 3 Los fans out there still cheering this team on, as this has been a tough stage to witness. But now you can see Wildcard going direct to the bomb site once again. Selmas and Exothermics coming out onto the assembly wall, straight into Animus and Wildcard. They want to shut this out in a hurry. Bosco quick to the fire. He takes down Spiff, but Kansan has the trade onto Arthur. Bay as well collecting another one, and everyone on the side of Los will continue to fall. They all hit the floor, and it's just Wizard left standing. Los nearly on match point, and they will be match point, series point, season point against Los. Wildcard on a roll.
And how about that for giving Los a taste of their own medicine? A preconceived rush and executed beautifully. We see this from Los all the time. You work your way in the building quick and you try to make something work, catch the defense off guard. Wildcard just did it right there. Love that. Swinging that same strategy you see from your opponents right back in their face. And while we might not be able to see how Bosco and Kansan feel about that, but you know, based on what they're typing in the all chat, based on the lead they have right now, that they are certainly feeling good. I mean, Bay and Kansan, they started it off. Bay, he's been going crazy, and he finished it up there, getting a second to last kill. I mean, you see him there closing it out in fine fashion. 6-1 Wildcard as they look to just close this one out as quickly as possible. We knew they wanted to end this one quick. Well, I don't think we knew just how quick they wanted to close out Labs. We've seen this map from them, what, the one time they just played this against Sonics like a week ago? They lost at 7-5. Well, this is a very different story against a very different opponent. And unless Los can pull off something that seems impossible but would be hilarious if they could pull this off, we are going to see Los packing their bags home, and Wildcard at least having a chance still to make the major.
Well, I've said the phrase a few times now, and it's been creeping up more and more, because I think it's just a more common trait of some rounds these days, which is a flawless in earnest, or a flawless round in spirit. And I guess you can't really call it a flawless, because the only death that Wildcard sustained was a team kill, so that was an unforced error. But everyone else, for Los, unable to get the guns firing when they needed them most, to try and repel the site-aggressive rush straight into Animus, straight through to tank. Nobody able to answer the call for Los, and now it puts them on their heels as Wildcard try to press upon their advantage onto the IT wall. We see again the same combination of the torch coming out from the Maverick of Bosco and the Selmabs, or the breaches coming out onto the IT as well. Spiff and Bosco making a nice little tag team on the hard breach duo this game. And so far, there hasn't really been an answer from Los. No attempted bandit trick. Saw the Kaids coming out earlier as well. No tricks being brought by Los. No attempt to deny the wall other than pre-placed bandits or mutes. And they've been quickly answered by the EMPs and the Maverick Torch. There hasn't been a lot of response to anything that Wildcard have brought on the side of Los. And they're sitting pretty static in the bomb site. We've seen them go for some aggressive swings in the past, and it might just be Sexy Cake's turn to step up to the plate.
Well, Arthur, 2 big kills for him, but Kansan, a quick trade to keep this in a 3v3 that could have gotten out of hand quick thanks to that aggressive move from the Warden, but Kansan does not allow it, at least to get out of hand too much. Still 3 players up. That's exactly what you need here. Bay, still with 9 kills. He is going to be looking to add to that tally. They still have a minute to work with here, so not too bad, right? It's all about making that transition now and potentially uniting this attacking front, because right now you've got 3 attackers in 3 different locations, 2 different sides of that top floor, but most notably Kansan. He's still down below, still looking to potentially wield that skeleton key and get some of those defenders to move around here, but Farius, what? He jumps out knowing there's a Claymore there, goes down anyway. Seems to not matter. He's got Legacy. He's got Sexy Cake picking up the pieces. Bosco, 1 HP left on Sexy Cake. He avoids the Nitro Cell, and now he's trying to pull off a little clutch himself. Sexy Cake to his left. Legacy staring right at him through the doorway. Not going to be able to vault through this breach safely. He's going to have to land at least a shot before he can do it. The flashes could help. He spots the toe and gets the finisher on Sexy Cake. Just one more needed to close this one out. 10 seconds, just about. Pushing in now, safely through the breach. That's the first job done. But now, oh, having so much trouble. What? Bosco! Are you insane? Wildcard can't believe it. Bay can't believe it. They steal the round through the wall. There is no way that's how that ends. There's no way that's how that ends, Flynn.
That's going to be a Moss check. Oh, my. Some faces of dejection on the side of Los, unfortunately, and Bosco, a 1v2 to clutch it up and end the series in a hurry. That was quite the performance by Wildcard. They win 7 in a row after dropping the first round in a 1v1 from a hip fire headshot, Jonah.
That's the only thing, the difference here. That is the between what, a flawless map win and, well, a 7-1 was a hip fire headshot as Sexy Cake kind of panicked on the drop down. Wildcard, what a way to close it out. 7-1 on Labs, a nice clean win on Cafe. They move on, and Los, they pack their bags. We'll be back with the desk in just a few minutes.
Nice 20 on the rafter.
Do you have any drones at all?
No, you don't have time either.
10 seconds to go.
He's running somewhere.
Oh my goodness!
Yo, what?
What?
Nah!
Not like that.
Devo's a savage.
That is good. What is that?
Devo,
Devo, can I say
oh
something?
my
bro?
god.
What a way to end it, though. I don't even think he saw him. It's just pure reflex action right there. I mean, what a capstone for a really genuinely good 2 maps from Wildcard, especially Labs. They looked absolutely dominant on Labs, which was arguably Los's best map from the group stage. So way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a nice way to just cap off that phenomenal wildcard map. I mean, start to finish, they were playing very good. Their retakes were really solid. I mean, there isn't really much else to say besides that wildcard has just been slowly but surely improving as the stage has gone on. In playoffs, they looked very good. We saw a glimpse of what they could possibly have, and now they're finally ramping up that momentum as they go throughout the LCQ. And I'd be very worried for the next team going up against them, because it feels like wildcard, they have no pressure on their shoulders. They have the confidence finally. They have the momentum, and everything that they've been working for is finally in full motion.
God, that shot from Bosco. Sorry, I just got distracted from it again. I mean, a
Crazy
7-1.
shot.
I mean, there's really not much you can say here. I mean, they had a dominant, stellar performance. Like I said, on that defensive half, I was expecting them to be playing together, not allowing Los to, capitalize off of any situation. That's like literally down to a T what we saw from Wildcard. They were playing their defenses beautifully, and then they just had to switch to attack and just get it done. Bosco, I mean, he got it done with that beautiful shot. I mean, again, that was an insane shot. But Bay, I mean, being a T2 player coming up into T1, I think he has really made a true statement in his own right of the player that he has allowed himself to become, and working with the wildcard roster. I mean, hats off to the kid and the performance that he's continuing to just drop every single game, and especially now in the LCQs, they find themselves one step closer to punching their spot in Montreal. But I'm even wearing the jersey. I was a fan from the get-go. To be fair, we were talking about Game of Thrones back then. This is kind of what it was for a jersey. Like, winter's coming, this jersey was coming. It finally came. I'm glad I was able to pull it out here. Shout out to Amaranth. But I mean, yeah, wildcard, they got it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bay definitely improved a lot throughout the stage as a rookie and overperformed. Spiff coming back into Pro League has been showing out. And yeah, I guess just for Los, not really where they wanted to end up. Honestly, at this point, wasn't any improvement from stage 1. Unfortunately, they're still stuck going back to the drawing board and seeing, what's looking forward for them going into the next year. But unfortunately, I mean, I can't even say that it was a better showing. And yeah, that map just ran away from them, obviously. Nothing was able to work for them.
No, they won't be happy about it at all, but I have a man on the line here who will be very happy about what happened. Here's Spiker from Wildcards. Congratulations, my man, on a well-earned win there in the LCQ. What a way to close that one out, huh?
Yeah, I honestly could not believe that. That was unbelievable. I was like cycling through cams, and then I went back to his POV, and I just saw him shoot through the wall randomly and kill him. I was like, oh, okay. That gets the job done, I guess.
You and thousands of other people, I think, on that one, honestly couldn't believe that. That was amazing. But, I was going to ask, based on your guys' playoffs performance, especially that qualifying match that you had against C9 BC, how did you guys prepare for the LCQs?
I mean, we felt like we were on a good trajectory throughout the whole stage. We felt like we were getting better every day of practice. Every game we played, we felt like we were improving tremendously. So we didn't do anything different. We just kind of, kept doing what we were doing during the stage, getting better every day, and just doing our normal thing to practice. As much as we could. Kansan was in a hurricane, so, we had 3 or 4 days without practice, but, did what we could.
I'm glad that he's okay and was able to play for you guys here tonight. And, Laxi wanted me to ask, between the Cafe defense and the Labs defense, what changed to make the Labs defense so much more successful comparatively?
On Cafe, our first defense was really good, and then after that, we kind of let go of a little bit of our discipline, and we're giving them kind of like solo kills, either from us aggressing or us just not trading well together, which was making the rounds really hard. Either if we were forcing to execute, we didn't have enough bodies, or we were just giving them free kills and we were just getting smothered. So between the break and the last 2 rounds of Cafe after our timeout, we really just focused on playing together more and not aggressing on them as much, and making them aggress on us, and then re-aggressing if we wanted to, but just not getting them any free kills.
Yeah, I think you guys did a much better job of that. So good improvement there on to Labs. Now, I guess final question. Tomorrow, which could potentially be a very long day for you, you're either going to have to face C9BC or CL4L. Do you have any thoughts on either of those potential matchups? Anybody you would prefer to play out of the two?
No, I mean, we'll play whichever team wins. We've played both teams on the past in game day. We've lost to both of them. We beat both of them. So no matter who we play, it's going to be a hard game.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Spiker. Good luck with your prep for tomorrow. Look forward to see what you guys can do as you, like you said, continue to improve constantly.
Thank you. I just got to say, Lax, I fuck with the jersey. It's nice. Sorry, I swore. Sorry. I just had to say it. I had to say it.
Oh, you're never coming back on here now, buddy. You're in trouble now. Take care. All right, take care, Spiker. Thank you.
Nah, we're getting that kid
yourself a
100%
fan.
back. Nah, we're getting this kid back 100% on the desk. Spiker is... I'm happy for Spiker. Obviously, being a former teammate of mine, the performance that he's been having, I mean, he's been having a really stellar performance. And even for him, he's really been molded into a player that we're seeing now that is really a threat for these teams going up against. So, again, hats off to Spiker in the crowd.
Would you say you technically made Spiker? Because I guess he kind of like learned from you, and so like
I don't want to say I made it. We had a horrible season. I wouldn't say that we made anything out of that. Besides, we made nothing. We made nothing out of nothing. So I'm just glad he's now able to find success and obviously push himself further and closer to getting that spot to Montreal.
Well, indeed. Well, Wildcard, of course, pushing onwards here into their potential semifinal matchup. I don't know about you guys, but honestly, I know it was against Los, so it's a bit of an asterisk there. But I think of all the teams we've seen so far, Wildcard might have genuinely made a case for looking like actual, genuine major qualifiers.
Yeah, Wildcard so far has looked like the strongest team. And to say that, yeah, it's against Los, I mean, I will honestly go as far to say in that map one, Los definitely looked pretty decent. So Wildcard, I got to give them their flowers because it wasn't necessarily just Los doing bad. Wildcard just wasn't giving them the opening. And of course, I said it before, I'll say it again. Regardless of who comes out on top on that next game, I would be very worried of Wildcard because it looks like they finally have everything working out for them. They're clicking, gelling well, and they got the momentum for once.
Yeah, I mean, the teamwork, I mean, it spoke for itself, especially in that last game. I think that's truthfully the best that we've seen them. Sure, maybe I don't want to write off their play of obviously Los just not performing well at all, because I do think they are making a huge performance upgrade versus what we've seen from them. But obviously there's still a lot of siege left to be played to see how well they can continue through, because I mean, like you were saying, Corbeck, they either have CL for life or they have C9 Beastcoast, and then on that other side of the bracket, if they do push all the way to the grand final, where we can really see how well Wildcard has been improving as a whole.
Indeed. We'll be interested to see who they end up playing against. That'll be determined in just a minute. It'll be former major champion C9BC versus the top of T2NA CL4L right after this.
I'd have to do Vivid, our coach. He's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself? Nah, I'll humble myself. Bolo, entry. We're gonna get Woos on flex. LG, new pickup. W. And then we're gonna get another flex for Bay. Bay's gonna be on flex. Benjamaster and Gunner. Every team needs a solid MVP.
So my Dream 6 roster, Vivas as the coach. That's the current M80 coach. Myself, Troy, NJR. I'm gonna say J90 and Gunner.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
5 months ago, a team called Beastcoast was riding high after winning the Manchester Major. Now they find themselves with their backs to the wall, desperately trying to stave off elimination from the road to Montreal. Their opponents, CL for life, have heads filled with dreams of felling some titans here today, and they just might do it. Welcome to the last quarterfinal of the North American League Last Chance qualifiers. I, of course, am Corbeck. Alongside me, Laxing and Foxay, as we get ready to jump into this one, our last match, a clean 2-0. Guys, do you think this one's going to turn out the same?
You know, I'm going to be completely honest. If you were to have told me from the beginning of this stage that we would see C9 Beastcoast now playing in an LCQ for their lives and for their spot to compete at the Major, to defend their title, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm in short and sweet, Lax. I mean, I wouldn't have believed you either.
Right,
I thought there was going to be more build up to that. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have believed you either. I mean, C9, I mean, there isn't much to say about it. I mean, C9BC obviously underperforming, especially since they got that loss on the 5th place seeding. I mean, for them, it's a matter of pride. They should be wanting to play to their potential, to be that team that everyone looked at and feared as the major winners. But right now, honestly, their chances aren't looking that much better against CL4L.
No, that's the thing. I mean, C9BC, we expect so much out of them as a team, and they have just failed to deliver that throughout this stage. This is just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it should be a position we should see them in.
Yeah, you know, towards the end of the stage, we start to see them fall off, and then they had a really good win over Sonics. Then it was like, okay, that kind of put all of us to rest. We were like, all right, you know, it was just a little hiccup. They're going to do well going into these playoffs. They now secured their spot with that game. But the second they got into playoffs, they just did not look great whatsoever. And even when you look through their regular stage, they only beat the worst teams in the league at the time, losing M80 right out the gate, beating Luminosity, beating Wildcard, beating Los, losing to Dark Zero, Space Station. Oxygen was a very close game. They weren't performing as well as we've seen them now currently. And then they beat Sonics. And then again, we see them then go into playoffs, losing 0-2 to M80, and then going into that 5th seed playoff against Wildcard and losing that outright 0-2 as well. It has been a downhill trend for Beastcoast so far.
Right, and we've talked about C9BC wanting to make teams play into their game plan, into their method, and it feels like they've kind of lost that. They've lost maybe the confidence that was able to carry them through that. And I mean, if you talk to anybody on the team, I'm sure you would not believe that the confidence has been lost, but in their play, it just doesn't look like they believe in what the game plan is. It doesn't look like they have a following through finish. It constantly looks like big individual plays that they're trying to win. It kind of looks like a different version of M80 currently.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about, you know, they look a little disconjointed or they don't know what they're doing, this is from their previous 4 matches that they just played in semis and in that 5th seed qualifier, is their attacking percentage is horrible. They're obviously getting the job done on their defenses, but they only can muster out a maximum of 2 wins on their attacking half. And this is a team that when you look back of last stage, when they put all their weight and shoulders, they put everything onto Hot and Cold's shoulder, they were immediately finding success. And that success led them that Cinderella story of winning Manchester. And then we find them into this stage. And they need to be able to find success on these attacks, because one of the biggest key things with this team is they are all extremely talented at an individual level. But the issue is I believe that they're a little too overzealous in some of their plays. They get caught off guard in some situations, or they play very solo. Whereas before, that worked because people didn't have an understanding of how this new roster was going to play. Whereas Fox, you hit the nail on the head at the beginning of the stage. Teams understand how these teams play now. They understand what the players do. And a really good example was when Beastcoast went up against Dark Zero during Consulate. DZ knew exactly how they wanted to play against C9 Beastcoast, and they were stopping those solo plays, doubling up, keeping that man advantage always in DZ's favor, and stopping C9 Beastcoast from controlling that tempo, from controlling that game. And you just kind of see that trickle down. So what I want to see coming out of C9 Beastcoast is a lot more team play and less individual play to the difference maker, or just even get their foot into the map.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the mental block a lot today, and C9BC had to transition everything from their major winning strats to adjust to being that top dog that everyone's gunning for. And now they were just losing, so they're in a situation where it could just be a mental block. So this first matchup could be that first win to get them back into that major winning contention, but obviously it has to start today.
Unfortunately, they're going to have a bit of a tough opponent here tonight in CL4 Life, or CL4L, pick your poison there on how you want to say it, but this is the best that Tier 2 NA has to offer, a team that arguably might even deserve a T1 spot, considering they beat Los twice to get to this position.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as much as we harp on Los, beating Los as a T2 team obviously is no easy thing to do. And CL4L is the dark horse, the best T2 team, and I think we can all agree, yes, they maybe potentially should be in T1 because they have so much potential. They have previous players from other T1 teams, players like Packer, players like Adam that you've seen in Pro League before. But the biggest wild card obviously has to be Tristan. He is such a talented player. Some would say one of the top 5, top 10 players in the league if he ever got into the league. He's had several tryouts for top teams. He's had several opportunities to make it into the league, but unfortunately, he just hasn't gotten into it. But every single time he's in the server, he is a threat. If you guys have ever seen him sub in for Beastcoast in Pro League, he is constantly topping the charge. And that's the strength with CL4L, is not only are they unpredictable with immense amount of talent, but they also don't really care where they have to go to. I mean, if you just look at the maps that they played throughout the open qualifiers that they beat Los on and that they beat other teams on, they can go anywhere. They can take you any single map. They don't care what's your best map or what's a weak map for them. They're just focused on making sure that they're playing correctly as a team, and you can clearly see it based on the maps that they pick. There's no correlation. They go to what is worse for the other team, and they just flex their individual prowess as that underdog team, as that unpredictable team.
I mean, I definitely think it's impressive that they do have a very extensive map pool, as we saw there. But my question to that is, what is that sample size? You're versing T2 teams, maybe a Pro League team in there for one of those games. So really, how good is your attacks? How good are your defense? How good are you at that map? But the nice thing that you were saying as well is that they have that Pro League experience from Packer, from Adam, and Tristan subbing in on some of these teams to be able to facilitate the other two and help them get through this game and possibly push them into a semifinals run. But it does come into question of that map pool and what we're going to see. Yes, that is good for them as well, because they are an unknown entity in that regard. So C9 Beastcoast really is going to have to be on top of their game to understand how they want to play against them. But then on their back end of that is, are their maps really going to be the difference maker in terms of being able to allow them to find success?
Indeed. Well, you've heard from us, so let's hear from the players. Here's Gunnar and Packer talking about the LCQs and where their teams are.
I'm Gunnar from Cloud9 Beastcoast.
Hello, I am Packer. I am the IGL/team captain of CL for Life. In the open qualifiers, I don't think we dropped the map. I think we lost through the first day, 16 rounds total or something. So we were just ready to already make it to the playoff stage. We have the grind to win, but there's not a specific play style we play. We're just having fun. We just show up. We obviously have our little micro plays, but at the end of the day, it's flexible. We just love the game, so we just play every day, have fun.
It is what it is. We just bombed out. We weren't playing good, and at least from the scrims, we look a lot better. Slate round, just not giving them an insane round or multiple like we did in playoffs. That was kind of crazy. Just a matter of converting it to game day. So, I mean, I'm confident, so just got to win LCQ now.
BC, yes, they're a hard team to play. They're a good team, but I'd rather get the hardest team over with first and then move on from there. We have goals to make the major. It's not really the fact of who we have to play at this point. It's more the fact that no matter what, we just kind of have to show up and play well. We are playing for the major. We are playing with the goal of making it to the major.
I mean, we scrimmed them a ton. They're probably the best CL team. And Mental's not any different. I mean, they're a good team, so we're just going to take it one game at a time and just smoke everyone in front of us. And they don't really have any expectations. They play the game just for fun. I doubt they're going to be sitting there throwing their heads around if they're losing rounds. So probably have pretty good mental and just they got nothing to lose. And at the end of the day, they are a T2 team. They don't play against T1 teams all that often. They've played a couple. For the most part, our fundamentals should just be a million times better than theirs.
C9's biggest strength is that they can only play shields. That's all it is. You kill the shield, you win the round. That's all it is, bro. Those guys can't attack without the shield demos. I hate them. I hate their guts, bro. All I'm saying is watch the game against M80 where 2 shields are banned. That's all I'm saying. They lost. They lost.
I mean, the expectations to smoke everyone. We bombed out completely, and it was pretty unacceptable. So, our expectations just to go out there and just literally smoke everyone like we should.
I mean, we're beating BC, then we're beating Wildcard again, and then we're beating whoever's on the other side. And we want all the smoke. At the end of the day, we want all the teams in front of us We believe we could be any team. I mean, we're the team that Pro League teams should be scared to play. I bet Beastcoast rather play OXG or LG than us, or Wildcard. I bet. There's not much VOD on us. All the VOD is us just playing T2 teams where we're just around half the time. All the Pro League teams, like, we are the team to be scared of.
Well, Gunner seems a little deflated, to be honest, but maybe that's just sort of the weary eye of a seasoned professional looking at a long climb. Packer, on the other hand, lots of energy, maybe just a little overconfident going to this one, guys. He is playing after all the former major champions. This is not going to be a walkover, even in the best of worlds.
I think CL4L's mentality is obviously just go in it, have fun. They obviously have great gunners, and this is a good matchup for them because C9BC is a team that goes to give them gunfights. So with these two big maps that we're going to see, obviously attack is very important because if you're able to get early aggressive gunfights, yes, defense is the strong suit, but I'd love to see how both teams threat on attack. And wow, the Decider being another huge map. I think this is a really great situation for CL4L. I mean, their map pool is extensive. They're obviously trying to fight against a team that wants to fight back head on. And by the interview, it looked like a double-edged sword from Gunner. Obviously, it could be the Slayer killer mentality where we don't care who's in front of us. But at the same time, you're right. It was a little deflated, and it could be a situation where they underestimate CL4L. And if it comes down to the gunfights and they're not expecting them to play to potential, CL4L could upset them.
Yeah, and I think that first map, the Lair pick, definitely makes sense out of CL4L. I mean, they do have that VOD. They do understand where C9 Beastcoast went wrong against that space station where Beastcoast and inevitably end up losing 7-5 on that map. But again, my question for every Challenger League team is when they do meet that wall, they meet a brick wall, can they be able to adapt? Can they be able to pivot? Because, yeah, I will agree with you. I think the maps do kind of semi-favor CL4L, but ultimately it does come down to the mid to late round being able to process what's happening, what's going on. If things aren't working, can they transition to somewhere else on that? Can they pivot somewhere? Can they make something work if things aren't working? That's where that's always been a true testament for a majority of T2 teams, but I do think they will be able to get over that hurdle just for the fact that they do have Adam, they do have Packer, they do have Tristan that do have that experience in knowing what it's like to play against T1 level teams consistently, whereas the other two maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair assessment, and I think both of you guys picking C9BC is the safe bet, right? And I really echo the sentiment, honestly, Lexi, the idea you never quite know with T2 teams, having watched a ton of them, where their sort of mental breaks are, like in the greater picture of difficult matchups. And it's hard for me to imagine a more difficult matchup than this, obviously. I guess the thing is, you know, to hone in on what Packer was saying in the feature, is he true in his assessment that really all C9BC can do is kind of play around the shields, and if you just stop the shields, you're going to break them down? I know it's an oversimplification, but at the heart of it, is he getting to the center of the matter?
I think there's maybe some truth behind that, but that's definitely not the full length of, obviously, C9 Beastcoast's true potential and what they can provide and bring to a game. I think it's good to have that mindset, good to have that mentality that, you know what you want to do against your opponent. But, I mean, it is a strong thing for CL4L to be able to have, is that unpredictability of C9 Beastcoast not being able to understand what's going on in some of these rounds. But again, what's going to be key for them to find success is to constantly be able to switch something up where it's just as simple as switching an operator, moving someone else in a different position, and not repeating the same things, because that is something pro teams and especially C9 Beastcoast are going to easily pick up on from round to round and understand what their tempo is and what they're trying to do to be able to ward off whatever that could look like for anything that CL4L could possibly try to throw at them.
Well, it looks like our teams are ready, our casters are ready, so I'm going to throw it over to them. Take it away, guys.
Well, unfortunately, it's caster at the moment. I'm on my lonesome. We are having some technical difficulties, so for those of you that don't enjoy my casting, I do apologize. It's just gonna be me for a minute. And for anybody who enjoys the Flynn podcast, welcome to C9 Beastcoast versus CL for Life, starting on Lair. We begin with a Dokkaebi and a Montaigne band to begin things off, and we get some sad faces in the all chat, knowing that Houghton does like the Montaigne Yazami gets followed up from CL for Life. And now we have the opportunity to round out the operator bands. C9BC starting on the defense and CL for Life starting on the attack. C9BC rounding out with the Valkyrie. I think reinforcements are on the way, potentially. We'll see. Round number 1 looking to get underway. So we start things on Lair and go to Labs. So 2 of the more recent additions to the competitive map pool these days. Also got an exit tag in there, and that's a blast from the past, to be honest, from Tristan. We do now have the new gen Beastcoast combined with Cloud9, at least in Rainbow Six Siege. They were just Beastcoast when they won the Manchester Major, and as the Des talked about, they now find themselves in a position where they are in the LCQ to try and fight for their lives to get to the Major. Starting top side, it'll be Mask and R6 Room. To begin things for C9BC on the defense, we see Gavin starting out on the Mira. We do see this quite often these days. Top floor defensive holds with mirrors deep in the bomb site and inside of server to try and repel any display window entries and any operations entries. Those are the 2 sides of the map that see the most frequent entry for the attacking side. We do see storage and green hall every now and again, but more honestly, the majority of the days we do see a lot of display and ops takes. Hello, Carter. Welcome, everybody, for the 3rd caster of the evening for 2 best of 3s. Carter has come to save me as Jonah is unavailable to fulfill the rest of the position, so I don't have to go solo.
So, listen, I know it's great that, you know, we're watching Bino and Giddy and Packer and all that, and Tristan, you know, whatever. I want to regale everybody with the tale that I just went through. So I'm sitting on my couch. I just woke up from a nice little nap. My lovely partner, Annalise, made me chocolate chip cookies. And like any red-blooded American would do, I passed out afterwards. I wake up to Jonah phone calling me. And I'm like, well, that's not good. He's working right now. And he says, hi, so the internet has gone out in all of Brooklyn. And I'm like, all right. Well, I know what the next part of this statement is going to be. So I will be joining my mortal enemy and one of the most lovely human beings on the planet, Rob, to cast, I suppose, C9BC and CL for life on Lair.
Welcome in, buddy.
CL,
I'm sorry to wake you.
Wait, hold on. CL for L picked Lair against C9BC? I actually really respect that.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the Des talked about this CL for Life team not really having a set identity in terms of map style they like to play. They're very fluid and very flexible and willing to take any fight that presents itself in front of them. And yeah, we are sometimes mortal enemies, but today we have to be on the same side to cast the Tier 1 team, the reigning major champions, C9BC, against a collection of T2 players who have certainly proven themselves over the eons, but as their moniker suggests, been down there for a while.
Yeah, eons is a bit long. I mean, certainly Giddy, I would say, on this roster is probably the player who's been trying time and time again to break into that T1 space and has consistently, unfortunately, fallen short despite tryouts, despite a lot of attempts, and in my opinion, despite a lot of genuine skill. But if they were able to outclass C9BC on Lair, which is, to be fair, not exactly a map that is strong in C9 Beastcoast pool. I mean, after all, they did play it once during the regular NA stage, and it was a close 7-5 loss to SSG. And losing it to CL for life here, CL for L, could be very problematic. But 30 seconds remaining, and, well, Spirits is feeling sparky today. Oh, almost picking up the second. Some Candelas allow Adam to get a bit advantageous in that engagement, but as for the broader trend of the round, C9 Beastcoast far and away the victors. Tristan might find one, but the attack is scattered. A high-low setup now haunts Tristan as he moves into place the diffuser down. Smoke canisters going out. One remaining, an extra 10 seconds of denial. This is one of those options where you wish you could call to go for the kills, but there is simply not enough time to do it. C9BC might lose the opening pick. Oh no, they don't even do that. It's Beastcoast all the way through.
All the way to the finish line. C9 Beastcoast. It's round 1. You just woke up from a nap. We'll get there. We need our warm-up reps too. I think right now for C9 Beastcoast, being able to display some nice composure as they do lose the breach from operations. They do lose control on the ops side of the top floor. But nonetheless, Spirit's able to spring into action on the main stairs, and that round was slow going. Very, very glacial beginnings to start things off between these two teams. We're used to seeing both play with some energy and play with some spark in the beginning portions of maps, and yet both waiting until about 45 seconds left on the clock to find their first gunfight and find their first engagement. And it did go C9BC's way, and a lot of the following engagements went their way as well, leaving CL for Life in a 4v2 against them. And to Tristan and Adam's credit, did start to get a plant initiated, did start to get a couple kills through some of that utility that was laid at their feet as well. But unfortunately, there's too many members of C9 Beastcoast ready and waiting with too much toxic gas and too many nitro cells to weather the storm of the Candelas in response. So we get the opening defense successful topside, and now we go downstairs to bunks for the second defense. This map, throughout the course of stage 2, has seen quite the variation of operator and site rotation.
As many new maps experience.
Yeah, we saw the basement be favorable in the beginning, and it seems to have gone by the wayside for a lot of teams.
Every time I cast this map, I talk about how I do not like that basement. It is just it is a gray wasteland, like a villa basement had a bomb site, and any veteran siege player will have fear rise in their hearts at that combination of words. But as you said, you know, this map, at least in North America, has not been as remarkably defender-sided as one might expect. Ooh, that's an easy bandit trick. You only get the one Selma. Yeah, only the one Selma. But you will be able to destroy the second half of the, second one. So, of course, a good bandit trick from Gavini, but a little bit of sloppiness from CL for Life, of course. You might get that one, you might lose that one Selma, you might get a hole in the other, but that is still 2/3 of your only set of hard breaching, and this site might not be as defender-sided as R6 room at only 55%, but that is still something you're going to wish you could have. Meanwhile, Tristan is taking control of green and cut off the flanks both up and laterally on the top floor. So he can post up pretty nicely, looking to find a gap later in the round, but considering there's a whole 2 to 3 people up on the top floor, he would be wise not to get too comfortable.
Once again, the opening engagement goes the way of C9 Beastcoast. This time, Gunners swinging on to Packer once again by operations. The Deimos laid to rest, but now the Candelas ring out. Adam making his entry through bathrooms once again with the assist of the blinding balls of light that he pulls from his back pocket. Like you said, Tristan was able to establish top control by the top of green stairs with the Candelas, but so much of this soft floor has been opened up into the bomb site, and every attacker trying to pick their way through this top hold from C9BC is being decimated one after another. Adam finds the grave. Bino with a great reaction shot onto Hot as he tries to spring in, and Giddy as well, collapsing onto the last defender holding out inside of Mask, and has to back out to display. Quick peeks around the corner doing shoulder damage to Giddy, but unable to find the crucial headshot. As I say, that diffuser obliterates his opponent. It's Gaveni dropping Tristan, leaving Bino alone. And unfortunately for the man carrying the diffuser, he's not on the same floor as the bomb site, doing battle up against the cases, vaulting to match his opponent's elevation, and turning the corner with the pre-fire, able to weather through the goo mine. 17 seconds tick away, and there is Gavin looking up through the floorboards, awaiting the approach from Bino. He will drop down to the objective in perfect view of a bulletproof camera, trying to get the plant down. Gaveni will shut it down. That is C9 Beastcoast with 2 consecutive defenses.
Did come a bit closer than round 1. Obviously, a 1v1 to close that one out. And realistically, an extremely razor-thin margin by which you could argue either team won that clear. I mean, the man advantage traded hands, I believe, twice. C9 Beastcoast were able to get the 4v3, and then just by winning 2 1v1s, CL for Life were able to make it a 3v2, but Diffuser able to win that key 1v1, that quick peek to make it a 2v2. I think CL for Life can probably get a round win out of that, but I think it's fair to say overall that that wasn't exactly a clear that CL for Life had complete control of. It was one where individuals had to win their fights in order for the success of the overall clear to actually occur. I think the overall plan, pushing off the Candelas, pushing at the same time, didn't exactly work out. But attacking on this map is hard, especially when you're going up against like a team like C9 Beastcoast, who has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players who can do what Diffuser did to you and steal the round away.
Well, we see C9 Beastcoast as well employ this shift in mentality, especially in North America, but it seems to have caught on globally as well when it comes to Lair. The objective rotation, unless they're going to play all 4, They're leaving the basement to last if they're going to play it at all. Now heading over to Armory, the second mid-floor bomb site that were avoided like the plague when this map first hit the competitive rotation, at least from the games that we saw at the beginning of Stage 2. And yet, suddenly both of these bomb sites have become much more viable with that extension upstairs, being able to peer through the floorboards, being able to stop any opponent from entering the bomb site for free. Houghton tries to continue the run of opening kills that C9 Beastcoast have acquired, but instead, he meets the fragmite of Bino, who gets the opener for CL for Life.
It's sort of ironic that that Warden is the first to go down, because CL for Life have used the Ying pretty consistently 2 rounds in a row now, and then now that the Warden falls, no Ying. Those Candelas will not be a factor whatsoever. Adam instead on the Thatcher, and CL for Life going for a more traditional hard breach setup, though missing a lot of the execute operators you normally think of in this meta right now. Sure, Dokkaebi and Monty are banned, but no Blitz, no Ying, no Grim. Not a lot of those tools you would otherwise expect, and I think would be welcome on something like this. This is really a very traditional lineup where they use the EMPs if they need to aid the exothermics in opening the wall, the Twitch to destroy BPs or F-Knots inside of the site, and of course, the E1D stay on the roam clear and the Selmas to bolster the hard breach. That's all that is happening, and the second to last of that E1D is used, haven't seen the attack actually push in just yet. Gabini gets the first pick, and, well, you know that one's right around the corner, but the ace drops down through the hatch. Now Spirits can pop back up, detonate that toxic canister, but yet the diffuser goes down unimpeded. CL for Life might be in the disadvantage, but as they retreat, they've got the post.
Look at the massive bodies approaching the diffuser now. Gunner will attempt to stick, and swinging around the corner is Gaveni. Bino continues the rampage, but now Adam has to fill in as he's rushing towards the diffuser, but it will be clutched upon. C9 Beastcoast, and you can see the confusion for diffuser as he's wondering where the rest of the attackers were. Nonetheless, the stick successful for C9 Beastcoast. They win their 3rd straight defense on Lair. They go for a clean sweep of objectives away from the basement. And that is going to prompt CL for Life to take their first and only tactical timeout of the map, just to try and regain, regroup, reorganize, and hopefully formulate some better attacking strategies that will get them closer to the objective and be able to hold it if they are successful, as they were in planting in that previous round.
And they did try a different strategy than what they did, well, at least in the first round. I ain't gonna lie. You asked me what happened in that first round, given the rapid-fire sequence of events that had suddenly overtaken my life. I don't know if I exactly could have told you what went on. But before, I think symbolized by that Ying, it was throwing in utility, everyone kind of doing that, 5 fingers of death push all around the map, or all around a position they wanted to take. Whereas in the 3rd round, it was, all right, we're not going to clear the roam, we're going to open up the site wall, we've got an opening pick, let's do a direct take with the info we have in sight, put the diffuser down, back off. And it worked. It did work. They might have had a 3v4, but they were able to fall back to their post-plant positions immediately and also win an initial gunfight to make it an even man count. The only problem was, as is sometimes the case in Siege, when you decide to pick a certain plant spot, maybe you don't always see all the potential possibilities, and in this case, the exothermic had left solid a small bit of that reinforcement, so the Fender was able to tuck behind it, stick the diffuser, and trust in his teammates to win the round. CL for Life have adapted. They did adapt in that round, but the reality is, if you can't get a winning attack half on Lair, especially if this is your pick, there's not a good likelihood that you're going to win this map. It's kind of like Skyscraper in that regard. So even if you maybe had the best attacking round you've had so far, you need more. And so the tactical timeout comes.
Well, at the conclusion of that tactical timeout, we see a bit of an alteration.
I like
a return from the Ying with Adam, but yeah, we also got Packer onto the Blitz. Now, with the Montaigne being banned away by CL for Life, the clear intention was to hinder C9 Beastcoast's performance on the attacking side. This is a shield meta that is not up for debate. We are well in the midst of a meta that does involve quite a lot of shield play, and Hot and Cold is a very, very good shield player. I think right now for CL for Life, they're realizing that, okay, we might need to employ some shield play of our own, especially in tandem with some Candelas and Lion EODs with some aggression and speed to catch C9 Beastcoast off guard. Because there have been a couple rounds now for CL for Life, where they've been languishing on the periphery, unable to enter the building and instigate an engagement. And we've seen that opening pick come very, very late in the round. It wasn't until round number 3 that we saw that opening pick transpire within the first minute of the round even, which is also a little unusual for C9BC, but really for both of these teams.
Well, certainly not unusual for C9 Beastcoast in round 4. Gavini able to cut down Tristan after, I think, only one EE1D used in the round. It's also worth noting, by the way, that while I certainly like the Blitz choice, it is a bit of an obvious choice. You've not run a single shield this half so far, and as you said, Rob, Monty is banned. And so it's like, all right, you know, we've lost 3 attacking rounds. What are we going to do? Try and abuse one of the best operators in the game right now. And C9 Beastcoast clearly expected it. Not only do they have the Legion, which has been consistent in the lineup, but the Capcan gets introduced onto R6 room for the first time, and the Clash gets introduced. A pretty good counters. And unfortunately, you might have brought the Blitz, but now you don't have anything directly able to counter that Clash. So as the Candelas go in and Adam hops into a goo mine, this Clash is able to slowly pull deeper and deeper into the actual site. Gavini's still running roughshot over the attack. Right as Adam spots one potential kill, the Clash walks in his face and saves his teammate's life. Though Gunner, running out of the site door, not behind the safety of that Clash's shield. And now CL for Life actually have an advantage in their grasp. Only one gun alive for C9BC. Hot and Cold has that shield out in the moment, and the Super Shorty has a secondary. He's limited in the engagements he can take. Giddy dies not only to the electricity, but just as much as that from the MPX. Now things calm down, as with 30 seconds remaining, Packer does have the ability to put this diffuser down.
In the midst of the chaos over by Storage, Packer was going on a rampage with the AR-33. Now the plant is completed by Packer. It was shield-on-shield violence approaching the diffuser. Hot and Cold. He gets knifed down, and the coverage is perfect from Adam. In the post-plant, they do not fail twice. It's CL for Life capitalizing upon the commotion and able to progress into the bomb site. Packer able to open up the round from the opposite side of the push, utilize that distraction and focus from C9 Beastcoast, and hit the backstab with fluidity. Now an opportunity for CL for Life to continue momentum at the conclusion of their tack pause, winning their first round of the series.
And that's a really good way to basically counter, well, C9 Beastcoast's own counter without actually countering it. I mean, you don't have a lot of direct utility to counter the Clash. You also, let's be frank, don't really have a lot of utility to even deal with the other traps. You got 4 Rotera drones and that's it. You got EDDs, you got goo mines, you got a whole bunch of stuff that might cause problems for you. And then you got the deployable shield as a power position. So what do? As you said, Rob, and as we saw, they say, all right, we'll throw those Candelas. We'll pull the Clash over this way. Meanwhile, we figure out where the goo mines, the EDDs are on the other side, and we have the Blitz, Packer, and the Flores, Giddy, rotate over and cause pressure on that side. And so they don't actually counter any of the setup directly, but they rotate all the resources away that could cause them problems, and of course, with the help of some individual skill, get the round over the line.
Yes, you are correct. It was Giddy, not Packer, on the Flores, and we're going to see a repeat of the same lineup. You
can't get it.
are,
you can't
Carter.
listen. You know what they say about links? You can't get a lot past me. They say anything.
I did bring this up earlier, but we do share 80% of a name.
We do.
Which is interesting that we ended up here in this position.
And the egotist you are, you were like, you copied my name. Like, no.
Listen, I was here first.
Yeah, you were here. Yeah, you were first, but I added the X. All right.
True.
I added the
true.
X.
Much like the conversion of Xbox gamer tags, as long as you added an X, it was yours forever.
I actually had no X's in my Xbox gamer tag name.
I'm proud, Carter. Round number 5. Round number 5. C9 Beastcoast bringing out the mural once again, but not opting to run back the Clash. An operator that did a very good job of slowing down the progress for CL for Life.
Literally the exact same attacking lineup as last round.
Yep. Exact same attacking lineup, the only alteration being that Clash, and it's not going to slow down on display, and I don't think we're going to see C9 Beastcoast over-aggress towards the display window outside of server this time around. So the operations wall get popped open, deployable shield going to be addressed now by CL for Life as well. We see Tristan live a little bit longer in the round, Adam receiving some damage off a spawn peak early on off camera. Didn't see the conclusion of it, but everyone's left standing, and really Adam's the only one worse for wear. So as the frost mats get dealt with inside of the bathroom windows, it's a perfect opportunity for, once again, CL for Life to stack some attention on the display and bathroom side.
Now you just got to worry more about, of course, destroying those frost mats that we saw, but also nullifying those black mirrors in the position they might be held. The Blitz will reveal his position in the green hallway. Ooh. Ying goes down. That's C9BC's 4th opening pick of these 5 rounds so far. It served them well almost every single time, and this time with no element of misdirection benefiting them. CL for Life really struggling to make this push work. Looking a lot more like round number 1. They tried to push it all separately, but the only thing going their way was winning individual engagements, and this time it's C9 Beastcoast ready and waiting. No matter the angle they push, Tristan dies right in front of the Blitz. Packer has been stuck inside a green the entire time. Did he just kill 2 people? I think he might have actually with that spray. It still indicates the odds that even with a nice collat like that, running into smokes, running into gunfire, it's all finished. That's a 4-1 lead right now for C9 Beastcoast, and that tactical timeout not netting the fruit CL for Life wished.
No, victorious in 1 round, but attacking the same bomb site with the same attacking lineup, they run into a very different composition and a very different philosophy on the defensive side from C9 Beastcoast, and we return to what would be considered normalcy now. And that was actually a team kill coming up from Hot.
Oh, was it?
So
I mean, we can give that to
I know we can give that. Oh, sorry, it was Gunner team
that
kill.
Was okay. That was literally was going to be a collat. Like they were behind each other. I'm giving that to Packer. All right.
Exactly. I've said the phrase many times this evening. A flawless in earnest or a flawless in spirit, and while Packer did get one back, it was a 1-5.
You and I are both very dedicated in that methodology. By the way, you and I both, yes. I've noticed, always are. We're very much like that was basically a flawless, 1v4. We really like to give teams their flowers. I think we're both fans at heart. We're both very nice guys. Just want to see everybody succeed. Want to see everybody win. All right. If it were up to me, everybody would qualify to Montreal.
Fair.
We have a what 90-team tournament.
Yeah, I think there's something like that on the SI standings. I don't know how many of them are left, but there's a lot there.
It'd be everybody, BDS and Revan side by side.
A sight to behold, not since replicated since the Copenhagen Major, and I think right now for CL for Life, the goal is quite simple. It's regain with the Blitz, use Packer, not get 5-1, yeah. We'll get there eventually, but I think they're going to find a lot less resistance this time around. No bandit trick coming out onto the Bunk's terrace wall, so it means that these Selmas will actually create a traversable pathway into the bomb site, as opposed to that single Selma breach that we saw the previous time they attacked it. And I think as well, we're seeing the collapse for CL for Life, again, starting from the outside of the map and holding corridor rotations, as opposed to running headstrong into the setup that C9 have topside.
I think we actually... Is it a lab defense? I can't quite tell.
Don't think so.
Is it not? Maybe I'm blind. It just looks awfully deep into the map, but I might be blind. Either way, they are clearing the top floor, so no matter what side it is, it's something that CL for Life will have to deal with. This Blitz has not been nearly as successful as they wanted, but you can see the coordination lining up. Ready to Ash charge, and the Blitz will sprint right on in through that hole. Gunner, I don't think entirely ready for it, though he will spot one. Takes the fight with the coverage. Oh no. My lord. CL for Life, unfortunately, not... Oh, hold up. Wait, hold up. What the hell just happened? Okay, well, now it's a 3v2. All right, this round has gone a little bit differently than at any point how I thought it was going to go, and yet, ironically, it has still ended up in a dominant C9 Beastcoast man advantage. 4th kill for Cloud9 is from an EDD. Boom or doom is a hilarious phrase. Is that like the Costco TikTok trend? Is that? It's like the kids like...
Dude, I'm a dinosaur. I'm not the person to ask about TikTok trends.
Is it like... I don't know. He's rating the hot dogs or something. Either way, Giddy kills Gunner. There are 2 1v1s right now that he could find. He's got the intel on the guy green. He will sprint to reveal his position, but a shotgun around the corner. Deeper and deeper into the top floor. Procs to reveal his position. That's a bummer. And I just realized the defense has control of the diffuser on top of all this. This is very, very difficult. Look at how annoyingly C9BC are playing this. Pushing and pulling, moving deeper into the top floor. And the Warden is still alive with that shotgun, Rob. He is built for this moment. Look at this. 3, 2, boom.
Good night. The X factor of baiting in all chat is also harsh
there's
out of 5-1.
There's your boomer doom, Gunner.
There is your boomer doom indeed. It's an M590 to the face, point blank range upstairs outside of the R6 double door. And like you said, C9 Beastcoast 3v1, get a little caught off guard outside of the green stairs window, but they continue to fall back and peel back the layers of their defense, knowing that the diffuser was controlled. At the surrender of Bino here as he walked in towards server and died to the Capcan traps that initiated the flurry of chat. And it continued on courtesy of Gunner. And now we get to see C9 Beastcoast transfer onto the attacking side. CL for life onto the defense, now surrendering a 5-1 lead at the side swap. A devastating scoreline, especially considering this is CL for life's map pick. So you would have anticipated that it is their map pick. I don't think many could, because that was certainly not the attacking performance or a display of prowess on the map that, like you said, is a trending more attacker-sided with every passing day that we would expect to see from a team who had confidence on any map that was in the pool. So now, for C9 Beastcoast, you're 2 rounds away from wrapping up map number 1, stealing it away from your opponents, and you get to go to your map pick in map number 2, try and set a date for tomorrow.
I just want to clarify, by the way, yes, the Boom or Doom rating system is what is used by the Costco guys when they rate stuff from Costco, so I did pick up on that. Just wanted to get that out there. I got my Zoomer credentials are still intact. Speaking of Zoomer credentials, you talked about map 2 coming up for C9 Beastcoast. 6-game win streak the Beastcoast organization have as a whole on it. But this roster, that's a little worse. Only a 5-game win streak. So, certainly a very good map for C9 BC, unfortunately. I was about to say, did that guy fall off the roof? I thought I saw somebody fall off the roof. I'm still waking up.
You're still waking up. Everybody's still standing.
I was too busy looking at my numbers. Like, I'm very happy by it.
Fair enough. We got bandit batteries coming out from Giddy now, but onto the opposite wall of where the Selma is placed. Instead, onto the mask wall towards Mezzanine, as opposed to tricking the actual operations wall, because that control was really not possible with the Death Mark coming out as well. There's too much information, and we do see the re-emergence of a shield player. It's Spirits on the Blitz. Talked about Hot and Cold's Montane abilities, but Spirits on the Blitz is also to be exceptionally feared. Yes, Carter.
He's been playing Blitz since like the Parabellum days, since like 2020, 2021. He has like been like on his teams. He's been the Blitz guy.
Absolutely, and I think right now for CL for Life, they're in a position now where they're going to need to try and slow down any aggressive stance from either the Deimos of Gunner or the Blitz of Spirits, and that's what the Fenrir and the Smoke and the Nitro cells are all being stacked and aligned for. The exterior breach will get opened up, and that's a successful Selma, as Giddy wasn't able to withstand his position inside of Mask and trick the exterior wall either. So now the hard breaching seems to be complete for C9 BC, and it's just a matter of progressing to the bomb site and forcing these anchors out of position.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but we are reaching a very similar trajectory to CL for Life, where we're really just hoping you win all of these fights. And to be fair for C9 Beastcoast, it's hard to bet against them when the game is just taking 1v1s. They will all flood in at the same time. 2 players might collapse on the single window, and that leaves Spirits in a precarious position. He commits to the 1v2, and now we are back to equilibrium. Unclear exactly who has the exact advantage. The HP gap is wider on C9 BC, but there are damaged players on both sides. At least the attack has created maybe a position for Hot and Cold to enter, but that's a huge maybe. He's on the breach, the opposite side. There are smoke canisters cutting off his entrance. C9 Beastcoast might have to push for the frags, but Gunner's Red pushing deep up the long hallway. Diffuser's not hitting that prone angle. He's got to cover Hot and Cold. They've got intel down below, and the spray highlights him completely, and not a single bullet makes contact. 2v2 post. That C9 Beastcoast can retreat, hold their angles. Hot and Cold finally dies from below. But Diffuser has the track stingers behind him and can train his gun forward. Half the round gone, but Packer catches him sprinting. Bit of an unceremonious end as Diffuser unintentionally feeds himself to the MPX. But CL for Life have a much-needed lifeline and get their first round on defense.
Another post-plant victory for the defense. A successful retake of the bomb site, and, like you said, some bullets maybe not hitting crucial marks there from underneath in the beginning, in the onset, but at the conclusion of the round, when it mattered the most, they were able to at least put themselves into the 2v1. And I think there for CL for Life, like you said, a much needed win to stop the bleeding. It was quite the run that C9 Beastcoast were on, and to secure their first attacking round in that fashion after having the 5v3 advantage, and then maybe bringing it back for CL for Life, equal at a 3v3, and then surrendering the plant. Yeah, it would have been one of the more demotivating and deflating rounds of the series so far for CL for Life. So, we'll get to see them be successful topside in office and R6 room, and now they head downstairs to bunks. So we still have yet to see a basement defense come out from either one of these teams. Still early days for CL for Life, and whether or not we get to a position where CL for Life are going to get to the opportunity to play basement defense is still up in the air. We see Giddy. Still a 3-round deficit. That's not going to stop anyone from ripping out a boss G at any point this stage, and we do see the reemergence of spirits on the Blitz.
3-round deficit, that's why you bring out the boss G. That is
true.
That is a justification, a complete vindication for that choice. Are you kidding me? I will say, something you gotta keep an eye out if you're a C9 Beastcoast fan is, it's only obviously 1 drop defense. They only gotta win 2 attacks to close out in regulation. But you don't want to see that M80 game starting to rear its head against CL for Life, where you're winning almost every single opening duel and then losing rounds in crazy, bizarre 2vx's to the opponent, 3vx's, 1vx's as well. Rob, I know you like to talk about my reaction to that Kino clutch. I don't think I'll have one quite as crazy tonight if that happens. But you got to be careful, because C9 Beastcoast have done a great job on the entry in the past couple of games they've played, as we would expect from them. But closing out these rounds have been a very big problem. And while it's only 1 attack so far, not nearly enough to call it a trend of any sort. But you do want to be careful, especially if these rounds do start slipping away, see if Beastcoast are failing to convert those 5v4s, because, well, it's why they're here in the LCQ in the first place.
There was a lot of anticipation for this matchup, just given the pedigree of both teams. C9 Beastcoast, the reigning major champions. Don't know how many times we said it. No, we are going to continue to say it because they are worthy of that title, regardless of their position in the LCQ. But also CL for Life. We haven't seen a tier 2 team in any LCQ make it to any major. And you can even hear Packer in the pregame package talking about the ambitions to reach to those lofty heights. And yet, here we are at the conclusion of year 2, stage 2 of these LCQs. We haven't quite got there yet. CL4L be that team. It does not seem at this moment that they are in a position to do so, at least here on Lair. Everybody hits the floor. Gunner, though, picked up as the response. It's adequate for CL for Life, but Houghton will shut Giddy down, and this will be the legion of Tristan stuck outside, being hunted and bashed to pieces by the blitz of Spirits, and Spirits will say goodnight and put them on a match point.
All right, well, they converted the 5v4 pretty effectively, didn't they, Rob?
A little bit.
I mean, that was kind of even a little bit unclear as to what entirely happened. We see C9 Beastcoast setting up, and before you could even really figure it out, you're like, all right, the Blitz is pushing over here. We got the F2 looking over here. Everyone from C9 Beastcoast just wins their fights. The Blitz tries to create space, put pressure on the defenders. Tristan commits to this gunfight against the Twitch, which, to be fair, you're in a 2v5. What the hell else are you going to do? And then the entire attacking team just cuts off his retreat, and Brother is stuck in a corridor, unfortunately. Like, there's only 2 ways out, and one has the enemies barricading the way. So C9 Beastcoast win, hey, Rob, what I would call effectively a flawless round. Because it was like a 1v4 that Tristan was in, basically, or 2v4, and his teammate died immediately after. So now as we go down to the middle floor, this is just the difficult position of when you pick a map and it's new, or it's Skyscraper, or it's Oregon, and your opposing team is always going to pick defense. If they're able to get that 5-1-half, which is kind of, maybe not a 5-1-half, but they're able to get that 4-2, they're able to get that 5-1. Even if you got some crazy defenses, all they got to do is win 2 ridiculous rounds, and the game's over.
This is true, and I think for C9 Beastcoast, the opportunity you can do basic arithmetic.
All right, that feels a bit reductive for the point I just made. It feels a bit pessimistic. I can leave right now. I go back and take my nap, Rob.
You can leave and you can go take a nap.
Let me message Jonah. Oh wait, Brooklyn got EMP'd.
Thatcher is in play, regardless of whether or not he's on the board.
Thatcher's been unleashed in Brooklyn.
So, match point here for C9 Beastcoast, and we see a very similar operator composition on the attacking side. Once again, Diffuser onto the Deimos, Spirits onto the Blitz. Seems to be a recipe that is working and does look pretty good, so why change it now? On the precipice of securing CL4L's map pick and being able to walk into Nighthaven Labs up 1-0 in the series, we saw the lengths and strenuous measures that our first game of this LCQ yesterday went through, with M80 and the SSG Academy going the absolute distance near about. And there were, again, anticipations and maybe some hopes set high that this map could replicate some of that. Unfortunately for CL for Life right now, they're going to have to win 4 defenses in a row just to match what C9 BC have been able to do in the first half. You can see Spirits lying in wait outside of the bathroom windows. He's just waiting for the call from a friend to start ripping through CL for Life.
It's when the Blitz nowadays is like you literally just sit outside a window and like shadow box for a minute and a half, just prepping to hop in and sprint into the entire enemy defense. Which is, you know, to be fair, kind of what Spirits has been doing for like most of his competitive career. Just like waiting for the IGL call to go hop in and kill people, and then he does his thing. So definitely a position Spirits is used to, not only on the Blitz, but in general. And as they move across the top floor, they got to make good use of this. They have spent a whole 2 minutes setting up this clear, and they are a bit one-sided at the moment. Everybody pushing into the direct front of this defensive stronghold, and everyone seems to be working out. Just 2 angles, one from the bathroom and one from operation, and they have not lost a single gunfight until Tristan tries his best, and it is all for naught. 7-2 on your own pick. The CL for Life team might not be all we were hoping they'd be.
Unfortunately, no. That was a performance that came well short of the expectations for many fans of CL for Life, but also their own ambitions that they talked about pregame with the package leading into the game. And I think right now on their own map pick, didn't go the way you would have wanted, but there's still an opportunity. This is still a best of 3. We have seen some crazier things in the past. C9 Beastcoast, though, able to steal away Lair. We'll see Nighthaven Labs as map number 2 on the other side of this break.
He's stuck there, boys.
I'm gonna stop pushing. You hold him?
Dead,
Nice, I'm pushing security.
They're gonna be a lot Pebble side, careful.
Security drop.
Lucy dead.
I'm pushing in storage, boys. Vigil.
One more take door.
Pebble door, yep.
Flash. Dead.
Nice, guys.
Told you, bro. What are they gonna do to that take, bro?
Good shit, boys.
What are they gonna do?
Shit, boy.
Well, on reflection, I'm reminded of the story of Icarus right there. It looked like CL for Life flew way too close to the sun and got absolutely burnt for their troubles there on Lair. Really just a massacre by C9BC.
You know, it's a little bit, you know, Pac was talking about, you know, all they need is their shield.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
You wipe out the shield player, that's it. But they did the majority of the work in the front load on their defensive half. So, I mean, you know, Packer was entirely wrong. I think in some areas, picking that map, sure, they wanted to play a little bit of a mental game because they had the VOD on them. But ultimately, that was only one VOD that you had on CM Beastcoast where they could have changed many things. They could have approached things differently. They could have fixed things that ultimately was going to stop you and give you that wall that I was talking about. That's exactly what we were seeing. Some of these rounds did get a little scrappy. I would give it to CL for Life, but ultimately this is kind of what I was expecting when a T2 team does come up against a T1 roster such as this caliber team of C9 Beastcoast, that it is very hard to try to get your foot in the door and set the tempo that, again, we've talked about heavily with C9 Beastcoast's ability and being able to do throughout their matches.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely clowning the shields, but 5 out of those 6 rounds, CL4L brought the blitz. So, I mean, who really needed the shields and couldn't capitalize on it? I mean, C9BC definitely had a great understanding of where to shut them down once they would get that first pick. I mean, the map in general, I think, just didn't play the CL4 Life's strategy at all, because if you are the underdogs, you want to go to maps where you can invoke gunfights, be able to play and flex the strategy part. I think they let Lair go out because they assumed it would be an even playing ground just because it is such a new map to the pro scene. But that being said, I mean, that was not a good showing of how to play that map attack-sided. It kind of just looked like a rank stack a little bit. So obviously going into the next map, you'd hope that they would be able to switch that up just because it has been around a little bit longer. But that being said, it doesn't really fix the problems that CL4L Life was kind of put in front of. They just couldn't really attack. They were losing the opening pick constantly, and then they wouldn't do anything with it. So unfortunately, it didn't matter if they had the blitz or not. It just didn't look like they ever had an opportunity in that round, in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Labs because that's what's up next, but I think just a basic question, because I know I'm a little disappointed. I know there are probably a lot of T2 fans who are a little disappointed because we expected so much better from the best of T2. Is this a matter of C9BC just being that good, or is this CL4 Life just being real bad here tonight?
I mean, I think C9BC has definitely struggled with their consistency issues throughout the stage, but obviously they're still a great team regardless of what map you take them to. It's really questionable that the map bans went this way if you are CL4 Life. Obviously, the game plan of stressing those gunfights does not work on big maps because there's so much space to play with. And at the end of the day, C9BC is the smarter team strategically, so they can use that to their strength. So if CL4L, geez, that is a tongue twister.
That's why I say for life.
Yeah, CL4L, I mean, going on to Labs, obviously, I just can't imagine that their only focus is going to be gunplay again, because they've just been proven that if it goes down to the gunplay on big maps, they aren't able to capitalize on anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And even on their attacking half, again, they were met by that brick wall of C9 Beastcoast of their defense. And they are going to be starting defense on here. So thankfully, we can see a little bit of something more than what we didn't get to see on Lair. But still, that goes into question of, you know, you're going to be seeing this shield play coming out of C9 Beastcoast, whether it's going to be that Monte. If they are going to ban, then you are definitely going to be seeing that blitz. But even the Deimos and the way that Cloud9 Beastcoast works around the map, they're going to be forcing you out of positions. They're going to be taking it to you in any regard. So I really need to see the team play be really reiterated throughout this match and being able to play these trades, get these opening kills, and being able to convert that into another kill than possibly a round one. Because if you don't, again, C9 Beastcoast is coming off hot right now. And if they're going to continue to just keep derailing their entire setups in these defenses, if they just cannot manage to play together. But thankfully, Labs is a little more condensed that we have talked about, so that should naturally be there. But if they just can't do that, C9 Beastcoast is absolutely going to run away with this game.
Well, we're ready to get into this one a little bit early. Labs awaits here and possibly the end of the line for CL4 Life. I'll turn it over to your casters, the much returned Jonah and Flynn, for the call.
Yeah, we're back. The internet is back, baby. In all of Williamsburg, Brooklyn, not a small place, the Verizon service was like, all right, we're good. Let's just shut off. But major shout out to Lynx for stepping in and coming in on this. I called him up. He said, I am napping. And I'm like, we need you, buddy. And he comes in.
You're not napping
Comes
anymore.
in super clutch, was not napping anymore. So really appreciate that. But we are back. Nicely handled there, Flynn. And we dive into the second map, but potentially the final map, unless we see something fairly impressive from CL for Life. My main concern here, Flynn, is that Lair was set up to be a good map for the T2 team. They've won that map against Los 7-1 in the Open Qual playoffs, 7-4 against SSG Academy. They don't ban it very often. If they were going to have a chance in this series, it felt like Lair was the place to get it off to a hot start, but not only could not do that, but 7-2, they got smoked. The hopes here on Labs, I don't know where you stand on this, Flynn, after being in the lobby for that one, but they don't feel all that high for CL for Life.
No. Listen, that's a tough scoreline on your own map pick, but at the end of the day, it is a best of 3. For all we know, with the way that yesterday transpired in the LCQ, both games requiring all 3 maps, Bank could just be around the corner here. CL for Life could have much better knowledge and much better discipline on a map like Nighthaven Labs, in comparison to Lair, maybe just a little more fluid and a little more rehearsed on this map, as it has been in the competitive pool for a little bit longer. We see the bans come out. We again see CL for Life taking away the Montaigne, as well as the Tubarão, and C9 Beastcoast. I guess they got sick of the Ying. They used a little bit on the attacking side, but they had to deal with what felt like 6 straight rounds of Ying. I think it was 5 out of 6. And the Valkyrie gets removed from play. So, C9 Beastcoast starting on the attack once again. We get a very different operator composition on both sides compared to what we saw on Lair for a lot of these defenses. And we will start once again downstairs in Tank and Assembly. The opportunity for CL for Life to try and get some momentum back in this game as they do start the map on the defensive side. This is C9 Beastcoast map pick. So for C9 BC, the opportunity to match what you're able to do on Lair in terms of your attacking prowess, and for CL for Life, maybe get a few more defensive reps on the board. You'll have 6 of them here. Let's see how many they can capitalize on.
One problem, though, that emerged from Lair, when you look at that game from an entry standpoint, who's winning those opening gunfights in the round, it was overwhelmingly favoring Cloud9 Beastcoast. I mean, it was not even close. I mean, in Diffuser, he was +3, Gavini +1, Spirits and Gunner both +2. Overall, I mean, if the math checks out, they were, what, 8-1 on the entry? That is absurd. And that is a pattern that will continue to really benefit them, not just on Lair, but here on Labs as well. And it's something that if CL for Life want to have a chance, they need to stop that. That's why that win was so dominant. 7-2 will happen in such a one-sided affair. They need to try to figure something out, and you're on defense here. As we've said before, we saw this map earlier, it tends to go slightly defender-sided, if anything. So this is an opportunity for CL for Life to try to make something happen here, but as we saw on map 1, that is no easy task.
We can see the Animus wall was left soft, and Diffuser immediately ashes that open, but they're greeted by the fire of the Goyo canisters on the Animus door to Tank, and there's another canister on the double barricaded window. But the assembly wall also gets opened up. No resistance being brought by CL for Life on the defense in terms of anti-breach. Instead, opting for a lot of time waste and the top control. Crucial here for Adam. More Goyo canisters in the midst of assembly and trying to deny any entry into the objective. They're going to have to utilize that top control and catch the entry for C9 BC on their way into the bomb site. They get deep enough. There aren't enough kill holes, not enough shotgun ammunition to open up the entirety of the floor. They are pre-placed strategic positions, but they won't have purview over everything. You see the IT wall as well is opened up as this defense does once again span all 3 floors.
A lot of control here for CL for Life. You're seeing Spirits try to deal with that, but a little difficulty as he walks into the Fenrir mine. Giddy, he's the first one to strike. take down Diffuser, so already a change in that entry stat from map 1. Can they keep that up though? C4 goes out before it lands. Govini gets the kill. Tristan found a trade in response though, so as this Diffuser goes down, C9BC, they still have a long way to go. CL for life, they've cleaned up house now. Adam and Bino, they each get 1, and Govini cannot stop the onslaught. That was CL for life in that round. They take the opener here on Labs.
Well, I said, if you're going to be CL for life, you don't want to allow the entry for C9 being able to get into the objective and initiate a plant. But they did have one more strategic hole waiting right above the tank pillar to be able to deny the attempted plant. And there was still some struggle as the avoidance strategy for C9 Beastcoast really tried to stay away from the majority of the contingent topside holding from up above. They couldn't get a whole lot done with the entry through IT on the top floor to dissuade any of the anchors from holding inside of storage and making sure that there was no way to stop the defuse from above. So CL for life demonstrating some good depth on a defensive strategy in the basement, being able to layer it across the entirety of the map. And now they have the opportunity to head upstairs to command and server to try and stack a couple defensive rounds together, get on a bit of a roll, generate some momentum. And like I said, you never know. Pank might be approaching faster than we expect.
Long way off, of course. C9BC expect them to kind of work their way back into this one with a vengeance. That is just one round. It's a decent start. But we're going to have to see a little bit more. Of course, two big kills for Giddy. We saw Tristan, Bino, Adam, everyone getting involved. Packer, a little more utility focused in that last round. Tried to make the Nitro Cell work, but got killed before he could do it. This round, a similar focus. Rocking that anchor, the smoke. He's got those 3 smokes in pocket, so keep an eye on him, especially later in the round. Of course, we could see an early push from C9BC if they want to keep up some of that pace, some of that aggression we saw from them on Lair. They will already get in the building early, and this is important to watch Spirits as he works his way into the building to use that skeleton key, doing as much soft destruction he can below the site to pressure this defense into relocating. Give, of course, C9BC a little more control, not to mention take care of these mute jammers, those bandit batteries that could be in the way of getting any walls opened up. Tristan sitting back, you see him in an important position, but Spirits was waiting for that. Sitting down below, and he's the one to strike first this time.
Yeah, we often see Buck get in below here and opposition to a mirror window being placed in the command wall towards rafters. There's no mirror in play, but instead the rotation back from rafters from Tristan gets cut off. And Spirit's able to garner the opening pick from down below and continue to wreak havoc with the skeleton key, applying more pressure onto the anchors inside of command as the Selmas will begin to detonate onto the command wall as well, forcing defenders further and further back and nearly into the waiting arms of Diffuser, who's on the Grim and ready to hit the backstab from the top of Aqua Stairs. Bino, though, on the response will pick up Gunner. As the contingent for C9 Beastcoast, they try to pour in through that push in the rafters, and they're getting rejected on entry. Diffuser on the response to Packer, though, levels the man count at a 3v3.
Good response there for C9BC, at least on the attacking side. They're able to keep it even. Could have slipped away quick if this defense had their way. You saw a big kill from Packer, but he was eventually traded out. Adam low-ish here, so he'll have to be careful of the next fight he takes. Both Giddy and Adam keeping an eye on the breach, keeping an eye on these entry points. Giddy's the one with the C4 in his hands. But the attack, it's their responsibility to make the move. They have some information to work with, and with that, Diffuser will step up and take care of Bino. That is a great place to start what needs to be a potent execute now. Less than 30 seconds. Hot and cold, he's the one with Diffuser in pocket, so he'll be looking to get that one down if they can identify that the site is clear. They'll push in. They'll have that opportunity now. Giddy taken down through the wall. That's a nice shot from Diffuser. Hot and cold. He's going to put the Diffuser down, but it does not matter. They'll do it with the frags, and C9BC, they tie us up.
With the stars and stripes on the bandana on his forehead, Diffuser starts to go on quite the explosive tear, much like fireworks at the top of the blue stairs, and he's able to continue to decimate the defensive contingent, waiting for that flank. We saw so much pressure for C9 Beastcoast onto the rafters and command wall, and there was a good resistance put up by CL for life. But at the end of the day, Diffuser able to pick up a 3K to end the round. It was actually 4 on the round for him. in total. Very nice shots being hit as well. Celebration well worthy, and I think right now for C9 Beastcoast, very important to stem the momentum that CL for Life would have been wanting to gather. Like I said, the ability to stack a couple defenses back to back, be able to start and generate your own momentum and start turning the tides in the series. Instead, we find ourselves at an even ball game once again and inching closer and closer to a C9 Beastcoast 2-0. So this will be up to CL for Life to be able to correct their mistakes up here inside of command and server. We once again see the mute and the bandit, but we did not see really any delay on the IT breach getting opened up. It was really the only facet that needed to be hard breached open for C9 BC's attack. After the Selmas got onto the command wall, there was really nothing by way of tricking or mute jammers later on in the round to suspend the hard breach. That really just gave free access to everyone involved on C9 BC, and Gunner is going to get dropped to 47 health, presumably, once again from a spawn peak.
You're seeing that aggression come out for CL for Life here, and worked in the first round, spotty in the second, but they're making sure that every time that C9 BC think they're comfortable, think they're safe to move in, well, no, actually, they're not. There's always a threat to worry about. There's always somebody right behind to swing. Giddy. Great use of these bandit batteries here, just in time as well to stop the detonation of that first round of Selmas. So at least the first one. Gunner, he threw that down, and it will get destroyed here. You can tell through the drone hole what's going on the other side. He's got the information, but that doesn't really matter. You still have to get this wall open. You're going to have somebody step up and do the job. Great shot from Diffuser onto Adam. That is one way to open things up for this attack. You'll have Hot and Cold get involved as well, and they're going to have to just deal with it the old-fashioned way. Bandit battery destroyed, wall open.
Not trying to get tricked consecutively, we then see the meeting approach for Houghton, being able to get in and Mav open the reinforcement that CL for Life had, protecting any bandit tricks, but no second attempt even tried by Giddy. Nitro Cell ripped those, he goes prone onto the connector wall, waiting to let that Nitro Cell soar, and instead, he's got to go for the bandit trick now. Selma onto his wall, and he's able to persevere. Another bandit trick successful for Giddy on the round. The Nitro Cell now, it goes flying, but it cannot detonate in time. It's still a man advantage here established, but the late reinforcement immediately responded to by CL for Life, able to close off the wall. And now with no more Selmas remaining, it's going to come down to Hot and Cold, being able to use the breaching torch to open up purview into server.
He'll try that here. It does take a little more time. He's got an angle to work with. That's something for Gunner, but an entry point, that is going to take quite a few more seconds and, well, a couple more canisters in that Maverick torch. Diffuser, he doesn't seem to mind that C9 BC have their backs against the wall. He'll take the fight onto Bino. He'll take the fight onto Packer and Giddy. That's a quad. Tristan, the only one left. He'll take care of Diffuser and deny the ace, but it is a 3 versus 1 with site control sacrificed. Gavini's the one to close it out. C9 BC, Diffuser. Talk about a performance of a lifetime.
Well, I questioned the lack of resistance in terms of hard breach in round number 2. We see 2 successful bandit tricks onto Selmas. But at the end of the day, the redundancy from C9 Beastcoast and Hot and Cold specifically to be able to be in position and available at the conclusion of the round to, again, not only provide the torch hole on the server wall, but also be the distraction. You saw 2 members of the defensive contingent for CL for Life both staring at the Maverick holes. This also opener from Diffuser was very nasty. Like you said, he is on a heater. There's the distraction that allowed Diffuser to start making his entry from electrical and really start doing devastating damage to the CL for Life server hold. And from there, they all dropped like flies. So for CL for Life, unfortunately, you lose consecutive defenses upstairs as opposed to winning consecutive defenses like I envisioned for them early on in this map. And instead, they're going to return to the basement. We've only seen 2 bomb sites through 4 rounds out of this team. However, CL for Life, this is the bomb site that they won in round number 1, being able to repress the plant being brought down on the tank pillar. And we see a reemergence of just about every operator we saw last time around. But now we see Spirits again. Onto that blitz, Gunner on the Deimos. We'll see if C9 BC employ more of a full map clear as opposed to just going for site direct.
Diffuser at 8 and 2 right now. An insane stat. You look at his you look at his numbers on the stage as a whole. he was +2 KD after everything was said and done, 75 and 73. Right now, he is what, +6 here? And then what, last map? Similar stat line, 13 and 4 +9. Dude is +15 through a map and a quarter. He's on an absolute tear, and unless CL for Life can try to stop him, I mean, this is not going to slow down anytime soon. He used the nade there to open up that castle barricade as he made his retreat from that grenade a moment ago. Staying a threat, staying alive. And the tongue twisters today with CL for L. But again, a tough team to stop when they get going. We saw that on Lair Flynn. That was very prevalent. Here on Labs, it could be the same problem unless CL for Life can try to get ahead of that here and stop what could be a rather explosive push. You see Spirits on the blitz, ready to make his move.
Mirror window staring him down. A second one looking into Assembly as well. And nobody manning the mirror window looking into EXO is 3 C9 Beastcoast attackers all come pouring in. They do go site direct, but from the opposite side. Packer gets down at the conclusion of the death mark at the hands of Gunner. Now being able to walk straight into the bomb site. Now Houghton carrying the diffuser in behind from EXO into Nano. Has the opportunity to try and push his way into Assembly and get the plant down. Lots of site control had, but it's the remaining defenders upstairs that will continue to be a nuisance for C9 Beastcoast as they attempt to plant. That's going to spring diffuser into action outside the storage window, and he loses one of the first gunfights of the series, and the spray down to the floor from Adam in the dying moments. Giddy comes to his rescue and is able to put Hot and Cold to rest. The Goyo canisters erupting in the midst of the bomb site, and the diffuser is once again surrendered at the Assembly door to EXO. Approaching from outside the breach, but not covering the EXO flank. Tristan now picks up Gunner. Giddy from up above, and now it is just Gaveni alone, who falls at the hands of Giddy. Give him 3 on the round, and CL for Life. They have at least mastered the defense in the basement.
Well, we asked for a swift response, and we got it. That almost got out of hand. A second later, that diffuser would have gone down, and you have a very different outcome. All of a sudden, it is a retake situation for the defense. They have to work their way in. They're the ones that are going to descend into chaos. But instead, a nice shot through the floorboards above. We say this all the time. That is those little things. It is the 1 second difference between a round win in Siege and what could be a very one-sided loss. But when they got the kill onto Hot and Cold, who was putting that down, let's see how close he got. And we won't see it there. We'll see Giddy having a good time. But he got very close, down to the final second when he was denied. And that denial is what allowed CL for L to just dominate the back half of that round. At that point, C9BC, they had to recover the diffuser somehow. They had to get back in the site and try to recover, and that just did not happen. It was so difficult because they did not take top floor control. They took the risk to go direct, and it got them into trouble. So we're tied up at 2. Still anyone's game here, early stages on Labs.
Yeah, C9 Beastcoast evidently not willing to trudge through the setup that CL for Life had across the entirety of the map. We talked about it before, the layers on that defense, employing all 3 floors at the availability of the defense to be able to reject any entry to the building, but also reject any plant attempts, and it's successful. The second time around, even with the alternate entry angle for C9 Beastcoast, instead prioritizing EXO, now we see CL for Life unable to return to the basement bomb site, at least in regulation. If we go to overtime, should it be necessary, then we might see them back there. We're looking to see Adam again get aggressive. Outside of the cargo window, waiting to take aim towards any attackers attempting to hold the rotation. We see a new bomb site emerge for CL4L. Now heading to control and storage to try and find a new safe haven, as they've pretty accurately assessed that the top floor is probably not for them against C9 Beastcoast, especially when Diffuser is able to walk straight through them like a hot knife through butter. We see Gaveni now picking up the Maverick as Houghton transitions over to the Dokkaebi. We do see Spirits once again on the blitz, so some role changes, most likely necessitated by the changing of site for CL4L. At the end of the day, C9 Beastcoast again, not looking to garner too much map control, still getting a lot of work done from the exterior.
As we pointed out on Lair, this is a situation that Spirits finds himself in quite a bit, right? Waiting for the call to spring in as the blitz. This site being on this first floor does give him that opportunity to spring in rather aggressively if they decide to seize the moment. The drone in, you can see Gunnar getting some information as well as trying to deal with some utility. Could be identifying that that moment is not too far away. You see C9BC getting into position. Diffuser working a bit of a lurk down below. Had a ping as well on one of those players up above, but he will not be able to connect the shots. It's very clear that C9BC are ready to move, and that is a good reaction from Bino, the smoke, to slow things down.
Well, in the midst of this chaos, Gunnar will drop Giddy. Packer on the response to Gunnar, though, so lots of pressure being alleviated, as now Spirit's down to 28 HP thanks to a Guma, and Gavin up top, able to collect Packer on the rotation through Rafters, but it's the bomb site where the attacking components are being decimated. Carrying the Diffuser now is Houghton from outside of the storage window. Diffuser still left alive as he makes his way to the top of the cargo stairs and actually into control in the midst of the bomb site. Phone calls will ring out from the second logic bomb, and Diffuser continues to sneak his way through. Plant being attempted, but immediately pulled off of by Hot and Cold. Tristan on 22 health, wary of anyone else down below is Diffuser and Houghton. Diffuser staring down through the floor, awaiting the approach of a defender, but it's on a horizontal plane that the defense approaches. Adam picks up Diffuser in the vault at the storage window, but the plant is completed by Hot and Cold, who stays in the middle of the bomb site. SMG-12, he goes 1 for 1, but Adam cleans it up, and in the post-plant, CL for life, they're able to capitalize.
Oh, that's one of those moments that you know C9BC wants back. Do you stay in? Do you hop out the window? When do you pick the right moment to relocate? That's the decision that cost them in that 2v2. It would have been chaos regardless, and it easily still could have fallen apart, but choosing there instead of maintaining the angle, trying to hold off the defense from coming in, you try to vault out, play even safer if you can get there. But the risk that was taken to get in that position, well, you had CL4L ready to stop it. It came down to Hot and Cold, and of course in a situation like this, that is well played by CL for life. They may be teams that have, or players that have been in the Challenger League for, well, a very long time, but they still have that kind of coordination. They've been playing together for so long. So in that 2v1, you're not gonna mess that up. They've been the, well, known as Makers for a while, now known as CL for life. They've been the #1 team in Challenger League, or Tier 2 competition, I should say, for a while. And it's a reason why they were so dominant in the open quals, beating Los twice to get to this point. And I don't know where you stand on this, Flynn, but I was surprised by the one-sided results on that first map. I expected to see this one a lot more competitive, but even if we didn't see it that way on map 1, at least we're seeing that here on map 2. CL for life, they have the lead. After all, it's 3-2.
Yeah, I think this is more the picture we were expecting to see from CL for life on especially their own map pick of Lair, but better late than never to log into the server, and CL for life certainly doing so on bomb sites not named server and command, but we do find ourselves there for the 3rd time in the first half. CL for life opting, as they're locked out of storage and command, or storage and control, sorry, and the basement still, they opt not to go to kitchen, which I think these days is a pretty fair choice. Tristan attempting to go for the bandit trick, but once again, no pressure being applied from down below thanks to the Kiva barricades, but the guess on the wall is incorrect. So Tristan has to peel out of IT. The wall gets opened up relatively easily here for C9BC, and Spirits can continue to have his way from underneath with the skeleton key.
Important, as we've talked about so many times, that bottom floor pressure, or at least in this case, that first floor pressure, I should say, goes well for Spirits. He was able to find a kill from this position last time. That really opened things up for C9BC. If he can do it again, if CL for life get taken off guard by that, surprised by that a bit, well, that would be a great way to start, but instead, Hot and Cold gets tunnel visioned on the barbed wire, and maybe he didn't realize that Giddy, that Giddy had that angle. He's got that one too. A great shot onto Gunnar. Wow. 7-3 right now. Giddy performing right when CL for life needed him. Looking to take this 4-2 split if they can keep this pressure going. It's a 5v3, slightly remedied here by Gavini as he's able to pick up that kill onto Giddy finally. But still a lot of work left to do for this attack.
curious timing there for C9BC to try and push Houghton in through the base of the garage rafter stairs, while there was still a defender playing in there. Not sure if they're trying to preoccupy his attention, and it just failed, and honestly, knifing that barbed wire is a pretty good giveaway of where you're positioned, or if the intel was just lacking for the reigning major champions. But recollecting the diffuser is diffuser on that grim inside of rafters. Spirit still chewing away at the floorboards with the skeleton key from down below, trying to disrupt any of these power positions for the defenders, and now attempting to ascend the blue stairs. The Grim Bees come out, but there's a deployable shield now protecting the defenders, and Packer gets one. Another shotgun tags in, and it's just Gavini alone. So he tries to pour in through the rafters once again. The diffuser is not within his control. The flashbang comes out, trying to disorient one defender, but another on an opposite angle is able to decapitate him with an SMG-11, and it's CL for life finally correcting the woes they had on the top floor defense. They string quite a few together and have the lead at the half.
Great spot to be at the half that last round. I mean, you saw several points of just pure coordination on the side of CL for life that, well, it seemed like C9BC tried to deal with, but just couldn't. Of course, we started with Giddy. He was able to find 2 kills. The first one expected, hot and cold, maybe caught unaware there, or as you may have guessed, a little bit of a bait. But the second shot, man, Giddy.
That was hot.
That was nice. This one, though, the next mini game, top Aqua stairs. You've got 2 players, one behind the shield, one playing in that Aqua hall. Both with shotguns and both doing their job to perfection, playing off each other, even if you saw a pinch from C9BC, which is what we did see, someone from the stairs and someone from the doorway. There were 2 players watching both angles, playing off each other really well, so that when it came down to it, maybe one player goes down, maybe not, but they held that with their life. And that was really the win condition after taking such an early lead. Thanks to Giddy, they obviously jumped out into the lead, and they did not relinquish it for the remainder of that round. And now they have the lead going into the second half. This is a fantastic place to be, especially after that map 1 loss. To steal C9BC's map pick would be huge here. And 4-2 at the swap, that's exactly what you want to do to start that.
It's a wonderful first half, but it's all predicated on being able to continue that momentum onto the attacking side. And Packer is able to survive the initial boss G shot that rings out. It's a very loud and obvious auditory cue of what weapon is firing at you. And diffuser on 10 picks so far through the map, I can think of no one better to give to the shotgun cannon that has seen quite the resurgence in play. Once again, we see little resistance to the IT breach being opened up, and C9 Beastcoast on their first defense will also opt to head to the top floor. Connector breach as well. There's nothing to impede the progress of Bino, so both exothermics without issue will detonate. He's wary of any peaks from inside of electrical, and he would be right in assuming diffuser across the map. He's doing a world tour with that boss G, but he hasn't been able to hit a single shot as of yet. Hot and cold also onto the clash will aim to slow everyone down inside of connector. And that's going to once again most likely prompt some shield on shield action, similar to what we saw on Lair.
Yeah, hot and cold, ready to square up with Packer when the moment presents itself. Diffuser still on the hunt with the boss G. Back-to-back 4Ks in round 2 and 3. That's how this map began for Diffuser. Since gotten relatively quiet, only 2 kills since then, but frankly, we haven't seen too much success as a whole for C9BC. Hasn't just been one player contributing, or in this case, not contributing. Still double digits already. The only player in the lobby to have reached that tally at this point. On the hunt, on the vigil, and trying to make it work there. Down below, I mean, we saw this from C9BC on their attack. This time it is Giddy for CL for life, and it will also be effective. The buck down below with the skeleton key. It's a tale as old as time, but one that Gavini was not prepared for. Now they have to deal with Packer as he begins his push to the site, slowed down by the Kiba barricades, but this is showing you that while CL for life, they're ready to move in. Look at the smokes dropping now.
A lot of focus towards electrical, but now the flood comes through IT. Hot and cold, whipping out the SMG-9 and has to collect onto Adam for one, but it's all he can hit. Now vaulting up on top of the server rack, Spirits, though, on the opposite side, able to shut down Giddy's ascent to the blue stairs. The plant, though, being attempted, and Gunner gets picked off inside of command. It's just Spirits down below. Packer reattempting the plants, and no one is able to provide any intel for Spirits to fire through the floorboards. The plant will be completed. Now the retreat to the bomb site for Spirits, perilous at best. tries to make it to the top of the blue stairs, taking chip damage on either shoulder. He continues to quick peek, but there's a blitz soon approaching. Packer able to blind him, and then backs off. Spirits is the warden after all, but has still sustained significant damage throughout these engagements, and really he's just playing out for whatever he can get. 20 seconds will tick away, and Tristan will finally deal the lethal blow. It's CL for life, mirroring what C9BC was able to do early on the attack, which is winning the top floor bomb site attacks.
This is wild. It seems so backwards. I mean, coming into this game, the previous map results would not have indicated this is what we're going to see. We've talked about it already, but CL for life, when looking at just their open playoff performance against Los specifically, they beat them 7-1 against a T1 team on Lair. They also beat SSG Academy on Lair. They lost on Labs to Los, the same team that they beat 7-1 on Lair. They lost that one 7-4. And we're seeing a complete flip of the script. We might also be seeing a reason why we haven't seen this map from C9BC at all this stage. Would have played it in their best of 3 against M80, but they did not go to that third map. They were unable to get past the first 2. Same thing goes for that, I guess, seeding match for the LCQ. Did not make it through those 2 maps, but Nighthaven Labs was not in the cards there. Major concerns here for C9BC because they just do not seem to have enough to stack up against the defense that, well, until this point, CL for life were bringing, but now shifted around to the other side where CL for life have a chance to keep this thing going on the attack. I figured, all right, the momentum is bound to change there. You switch sides. But the first attacking round is the first attacking win of the half for CL for life.
Well, the game script from the first half seems to be replaying itself in the second half. C9BC surrender the first defense of their side upstairs, and they elect to run it back. Command and server being opted to be brought a second consecutive time. We saw this from CL for life after being victorious in the basement, yet they lost both times. It was a 2-1 lead, which is somewhat hard to remember amidst the CL for life run that we have witnessed 4 rounds in a row now for the tier 2 team against the reigning major champions. I know we say it a lot, but it's worth mentioning. They did win the Manchester Major after all. They find themselves in the LCQ, but having won map 1-7-2 and being on the defensive side, should they, like their opponents, figure out what needs to be done to correct their mistakes topside, which most likely employs a little bit of rejection of the buck getting in down below and being such a nuisance, this could start the run for C9BC, get closer to closing the series out. CL for life, though, 2 mistakes on C9BC's behalf away from bank.
Seems that CL for life have some information to work with here, and Adam, well, not going to act on that just yet. He'll step in the building to deal with that default cam. Take a look at Giddy's drone as he sits outside the window. Knows that there's someone moving around in there. The logic bomb will help communicate the positions of the defenders, to be sure. Information is everything, as we talked about, but you do have to act on it quickly enough, because as you see here from Hot and Cold, you wait around long enough and you're going to have him drop away to safety. He's down in the basement, working in a bit of a flank, and Adam and Giddy, well, they'll have to find him another time. They will enter the building now and start to take this control, take the space of this map that has now been afforded to them. And of course, important for Giddy as always, as the Buck, to do that very thing. So he'll turn his attention up above, get this IT wall opened up thanks to Bino, and as they do that, you're gonna see good early progress for CL for life. The main adjustment here we're seeing from Cloud9 Beastcoast is, sure, not taking any early fights, it just means they're gonna have to contend with the full brunt of this attack when that execute comes around.
I actually think this is being played pretty well here by Hot and Cold. He's been able to vacate the position inside of storage and hit the basement. And this could be a devastating flank, because I don't believe anyone for CL4L has clocked his position. He's now at the base of the cargo stairs and making his move. Diffuser as well picks up the opener onto Giddy. So the Buck removed from play without Hot and having to spring into action. Rafters still held, regardless of the IT breach being opened up. And Adam just trying to take the fight vertically. He's got an R4C with an ACOG, but he might not know of Hotten's potential potential flank and more Kiba barricades will be established to reinforce the bunker position that Gavini has for himself. Gunner again now drops Tristan and make it a double on the round for him. Everybody for CL4L. They hit the floor, and it's just Packer remaining inside of IT. I talked up Hotton's flank, and it never needed to materialize. C9 Beastcoast, they get back on the board with a defensive victory topside.
Hey, you never know. It could have happened, and it probably would have happened had that attack been more effective and had, well, the defense needed their savior to creep up from behind and decimate the attack. But they didn't even sort of need it. As that attack worked its way in, they just got picked apart piece by piece. Great example, right? The play on the rafters there in Warehouse, right on the balcony. A perfect back and forth. You had one player just locking that down, just saying, all right, you are never going to take this space. That was Gavini on the Azami. And he was dealing with what? Adam down below? How difficult is that for Adam in a situation like that, Flynn? I mean, we've all been there in a game where you're just like, you feel like you have no options. You feel like you are looking up and just, you could die at any moment. So you're looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right. Adam was alone in that position. He had some information, but while he was busy creeping up the stairs, right, the rest of the team, they were working their way in from the other side. They had the IT wall open, and C9BC just shut the door in their face and said, nah, all right, you are not going into this site today. So they deal with the top floor site, and they make that work that time, and at least have a defensive victory under their belt. Question is, can they replicate that? They're still down by 2.
Still down by 2, but a flawless defense surely is the sign that C9BC are going to come to grips with what is necessary to repel this troublesome foe of theirs that has suddenly sprung to life and become a bit more of an obstacle than previously anticipated based on the performance from Lair. And here comes that Boss G once again. This time Gunner has the mantle of the absolute rocket cannon that is the Boss G on the Vigil, using the ERC cloak to avoid the purview of any drones that'll be entering the building. At the very least, he is killing a lot of clock, and much like we saw from CL4L, a basement defense that employs all 3 floors. Quite the roaming contingent. We've got Gavini on the Solus as well, being spotted up inside of rafters, ironically, as the Solus, off of a drone pre-placed in the bushes, and that's going to prompt him to vault out of position. Maybe not aware that the intel was on him, but regardless, he vacates the position. And now that's top floor afforded for CL4L if they want to employ a top-down clear.
Yeah, they've got what they, I guess, would deem to be a stepping stone here on this attack. That first step, the first box to check as you work your way in and try to clear out this map. And that is the top floor. With that control, they can begin the soft destruction that, of course, that boogie drone provide. I swear I saw that. I totally didn't. What we're seeing is breaching charges and breaching rounds being set. You've got Bino down below. He's worked his way around. Got that wall open, but here's the swing from Hotton. He's able to pick up one. Bino tries to sneak in, though, but Nitro Cell, that will force him quickly out. The good thing is they have a lot of time to work with here. Oh, but Bino, he gets cut down as he tries to make the cross. Packer and Tristan, it's going to have to be them, as Bino is now finished off for good. So much of that control, and what have they done with it here? CL for life, they try to go direct. Regardless of the destruction they were able to do above, it seems that really hasn't mattered. Their spirits, he'll take care of Packer. Tristan, he's got 2, but now he finds himself in a 1v3 diffuser out of pocket and not a lot of options.
They've got intel through the kill holes up above, but it was really the horizontal front for C9BC on rejecting the entry through the assembly breach. More shots will ring out from this DMR from Tristan, but he is at a severe health deficit to his opponents. And a quick peek with the SMG-12 now. Does carry the diffuser as it has been recovered by the time taking down. He's dropped to 12 health and just proceeds into Exo, most likely to get his one and call it a day. And diffuser, he's got no intention of playing that game. Gavini will come in and shut it down. And just like that, we have a 1-round separation between 2 teams where a chasm used to exist.
Yeah, we've got a game now. This is competitive. And as you get into the back half of this map, it feels like max regulation at the very least is in the cards. We'll see. Still one more round to go to tie it up at 5 for C9BC. They did it there largely just through their ability to take fights and win them. I mean, we say this every once in a while. Map control seemed to be fine for CL for Life. They got the site open. It's not like there was any major utility denial. It was just Hot and Cold who started the swing, and maybe CL for Life who tried to do a little too much too soon. I mean, we're just trying to find a pattern there. Bino, he really wanted to go for that diffuser, really wanted to put it down. I like that he did it with, roughly minute 10 to go, because that meant that even if a nitro cell got sent out, he could back off, he could push back in. But the second time he aggressed into the site, what happened? He tried to cross to the left, outside the view of the smoke, hoping that that quick move would maybe be caught or not caught on the side of C9BC. But they spotted it, they took him down, and at that point it was just, how can you recover? And CL for Life just could not quite make up that ground. They still have the lead. This is still looking like a very strong team against C9BC right now, especially after that map 1 performance, but this could be tied up very quickly unless something changes here.
Well, in that round specifically, you really got to credit Hot and Cold for his individual ability from inside of Nano to reject the entry through the assembly breach with smoke grenades that may have been preempted slightly by the approach through the thermite hole, but at the end of the day, it was really his MP7 against the world. There wasn't top control being held from inside of storage, as there was pressure not only up in IT after the top floor was vacated, but also outside the storage window. So it really was Houghton against the world until his teammates come back and join him after Houghton had done significant damage to CL4L's attack. We see in this round here that once again, we have a top floor extension coming out from C9 Beastcoast. And we have the Blitz re-emerging. Packer getting back on. This is storage and control defense coming out for C9BC to try and match what CL4L did and stack 3 defenses in a row. Go for the clean sweep and level us up at a 5-5 game.
Yeah, we are nearly at that point, but 90 seconds here for CL for Life to prove that that will not be the case, that they can move ahead to match point here. You see Giddy making the entry here, and you see them trying to take this space once again, but they're not going to be able to get this as easily as they may have last time. There is some presence up above. You see the pings. They're aware of this, but there is not just 1, but 2 defenders up here. Make that 3 with some utility to support them. Now, the smokes will choke things out. We'll start to isolate these defenders, but Gunner and Gavini, they do not seem to mind. Whatever utility in their way, they are still going to get these kills. It's a blitz in the face for Gavini, the jump scare of a lifetime for him, but with Spirits getting another kill, it is a 4v2 still favoring the defense.
Truly a jump scare that caught me off guard. That's my bad. But Packer recollects the diffuser, and on that blitz, the terror that is the running shield. He's going to try and approach towards the top of the cargo stairs. He's going to go for the ADS, and he'll pick up Spirits. He's able to survive through the nitro cell as well, and another crossfire attempting to be established as Hot and Cold makes his approach from the exterior hallway. Pressure from down below, but caught by Bino. It was a 4v2, but now it's the 2v2. The plant being attempted and immediately pulled off of by Packer. Both remaining defenders circling the bomb site, just trying to distract and head topside with the control. Damage done to both, but Diffuser will pick up Bino. It's just the man carrying the Diffuser. Packer on the blitz. The shield on his back will give him coverage from up above, but not directly in front of him. Diffuser whips out the super shorty, and it's a tie game.
And he gives us a good old let's go, baby, to close that one out. A tie game now as C9BC find it again. Again, all credit goes to CL for Life, taking it back to a 2v2. You see how close they came there. Packer, if he had found that kill somehow through the floorboards, not a fight that favors him, but had he won it, you're looking at a very different situation. All of a sudden, it looks like CL for Life now have the advantage. Great shot there from Bino, of course, to bring that back, but Diffuser just not letting it happen. The final 2 kills, he is having an unbelievable performance right now on this map. What a day from him as a whole. He's got 14 kills right now on this map. He had 13 on the last map. And after being considered the 3rd best player on this team throughout the stage, talk about a time to step up. The last chance qualifier when you need it the most. I guess he's the man to count on.
Diffuser certainly having the performance to remember and the performance required to go deep into this LCQ, as it is honestly looking pretty impressive for the 4 teams that will remain in the semifinals for tomorrow, and then the grand finals late into the evening tomorrow night. And I think right now for C9 Beastcoast, a response here on Nighthaven Labs that is very indicative of a team that was still very confident in their abilities to perform on the defensive side, and they will not opt to miss any opportunity to go for an early swing, but Adam is having none of it, laughing at his opponent's demise. Houghton barricades himself into, and Houghton's even asking you about it, trying to figure out what happened there, but his position revealed nonetheless. Adam doesn't look like he's going to give them the satisfaction of where the intel came from. Houghton is the opening death, and it gives CL for Life a little bit of breathing room to begin this attack.
Yeah, kind of back in the front in terms of the entry game. Despite their success and despite this tie game, it is still an overwhelming C9 BC favor in terms of those opening kills. It's not even close. We've only seen, what, 4 kills now. That was the 4th of these 10 rounds where CL for Life have secured that entry. It obviously hasn't mattered too much, but they've been having to fight on the back foot. This time, when they have a chance to propel themselves to match point, well, they're going to love the fact that they can do this in a 5 versus 4. On the attack, that only means so much, especially now that C9 BC seem to, well, I would say play a bit more passive and not want to give their lives away, but we did just see Diffuser drop down the hatch, and he may be looking to get a little more active later on. That C4 just narrowly missing Packer. He stays alive, and that is a big moment to recover for him, as now he's alive, and he is just going to push his way on in. Adam at the helm, Packer to follow. He can't get 2, but it will be 2 for Adam in this one. Spirits, a good trade onto Packer, but now it's a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 2. It's C9 BC's turn to fight back. Look at Spirits. It's now Diffuser, close on the IT wall, full HP, and he's got Tristan right outside. Adam, on the other hand, is trying to track down Spirits, who is low HP in his own right. Prone and waiting. Tristan and Adam trying to group up here. Effective for Adam as he lands the kill onto Diffuser, the more powerful of the 2 players remaining. But Spirits, he was top rated all stage long for a reason on this team, but he cannot land the shots onto Tristan. C9 BC cannot keep the streak going, and CL for Life, they have a chance to win this right here.
You can see CL for Life's attacking philosophy on this specific bomb site is especially routed in not only IT, but electrical. Being able to flood through electrical while having distractions on the connector wall, much like we saw from C9 Beastcoast with Houghton's Maverick play, it's integral to being able to push through, but one of the keystone positions is Rafters. Last time they attacked this bomb site, Gavini ran roughshot from inside of Rafters, was able to establish a fortress to keep barricades up there. We didn't see how Gavini perished, but he did earlier on in this execute, and that really facilitated the double flood through IT and electrical, being able to battle on 2 fronts. And like you said, Diffuser also drops out of the bomb site already in a man disadvantage. If CL4L were on a drone at that point, if they caught that, then you know your head count on the bomb site. If you go heads up and 5v3 in the objective itself, you can overwhelm them with force. So, good collection onto Gavini inside of the Rafters to facilitate the flood, but also good eye for how many were actually positioned inside of the bomb site. So now this will leave C9 Beastcoast with their backs against the wall on their own map pick. Now, it's not quite the deficit that it was previously. They did stare down a 5-2 deficit, and now it's 6-5. One more round of the defensive side in the basement, which they've been quite adept at holding so far, seemingly everyone in this match adept at holding the basement. That'll prolong us into overtime on C9 BC's map pick with still the opportunity to close it out. CL4L, though, one more attack. We're going to Bank.
Yeah, Bank really feels like it might just be on the horizon. That 3rd map, well, we will head there if CL for Life can close out this final round. You mentioned C9 BC, their backs against the wall. That is true on this map, but they do have the cushion of that map 3. Not winning here, maybe this one takes a little bit longer than they'd like, but it is not the end of the world. This one they're going to have to pull out in overtime anyway, so it will still be a while before we get to that point. If, again, we get to that point, we need to see if C9 BC can try to keep things going here on the defense. Ooh, a spray through the wall there would have been effective. You had to ping some information on the position of one of these top floor defenders. No spray though, as Giddy just tries to open it up and get the rest of this team to circle on in. Just look at the bodies you see right now for C9BC. Really emphasizing this top floor control. You've got a couple players down below, a couple players up top, really just trying to hold this map control as long as they can. This time we do see the boogie drones. This is not a hallucination. You've got Packer bringing the ram, so you know that map control, you know that soft destruction is the target here for CL for Life.
We can see the top floor vacated pretty early on, and I think for how much intel that CL for Life have been able to gather against Gavini on the Solus, really does highlight the changes to that operator, but it's not going to stop Gunner from putting a bullet between the eyes on Adam, the Ash laid to rest. It's another opening pick for C9BC, being able to horizontally spread on the main floor after giving up top, being able to back their way out of command and out of server, hot and cold. There was one nitro cell missed earlier, but now Bino falls to the hands of the explosive. Giddy with a response onto the diffuser off screen, but here comes the flank. Gavini was being read topside. He won't be read inside of storage. The SMG-11 goes nuclear, and it's just Giddy alone in the 1v4. We are going to overtime.
We are going all the way here, and thanks to some play from Gavini, some beautiful shots, and I mean, talk about positioning, the flank. Every time it seemed that he took a gunfight, well, CL for Life were looking the other way. Just the perfect timing on every single swing he took, and that will propel this team all the way to OT. We're going to have to see this one come down to around 14 or 15, as it may have taken them a second, but C9BC, they finally found their stride on the defense and did not let this thing get out of hand. We're going to have to see this one to its conclusion. I mean, you see it there. It got rough for a moment, especially after that 11th round where CL for Life did have a chance to close it out. But that one, not even close, at least in round 12, Flynn. That one was a bit more one-sided in terms of the overall split, and I think that's why you're going to see this timeout taken before we head into OT from CL for L.
Yeah, much was made, and rightfully so, of Super holding the timeout in the NAL Grand Finals between Sonics and Dark Zero until round 15, being able to call it. They don't leave it that late, CL for L. They're going to do it at the conclusion of round number 12, so on the brink of overtime, as opposed to the final possible round. But nonetheless, better late than never for CL for L to gather their thoughts and understand what approaches them. I think, again, C9 Beastcoast, they've been able to play in positions that feel compromised. Having to force their way down to the main floor from the top floor so early on in consecutive defenses of this bomb site, it feels disadvantageous. And they're going to start once again downstairs in tank and assembly, trying to continue this roam that peels off the top floor relatively quickly in comparison to what we saw out of CL for Life on their defenses that employed a top floor roam. But instead, they're able to spread horizontally to the point that CL for L cannot gather the same level of information that C9BC had on the attacks, and then just straight up opted to go site direct, realizing that the task in front of them was pretty tall. CL for Life still opting to try and employ the full clear, but they've run into a brick wall multiple times, usually named Diffuser, this time named Gavini, but all the same, it's resulted in a lot of casualties on the clear, and nobody really getting close to the bomb site.
Well, this tank and assembly site, C9BC, they are 2 for 2 on it in that second half. So going back here makes the most sense. Their rockiest objective was that top floor site, command center, servers. So good to see them avoiding that as far as their defensive hopes go. But that also means that CL for Life have seen this twice, have attacked it twice, and may have a better idea of what their shortcomings could be. We saw a very different attacking lineup last time, if you recall. 2 times ago as well. I mean, we saw that thermite push. We saw that kind of last-minute attempt at a push through the breach from CL for Life. That was back in round 9. Round 12 was a bit more about that map control and just maintaining as much of it as possible. So here, I mean, again, you see the ramp being brought out from Packer. You know the approach is going to be to get these kills and clear out these defenders. And so far, losing Gunner here, that's a big loss for C9BC, but Diffuser and Gavini right on cue, they'll respond. Good C4, but it will not connect with the player outside the door. Instead, Packer will step up, and he's the one to get the kill. This time, the roam clear is much more effective.
Well, the tempo change here for C9BC, not vacating the top floor so freely. Gavini and Adam both doing battle topside. Gunner fell down below on the main floor, but Gavini wanted to stand and fight and hold his ground, doing battle outside the IT breach and then turning tail towards rafters. Nonetheless, seemingly caught CL for Life off guard and got them into a position where they were hemorrhaging man count on the main floor, not anticipating still top control being held by C9 Beastcoast. But now we stand at a 3v3 as the reemergence into rafters was able to net the trade. We stand even at a 3v3 with just a little over a minute ticking away. The boogie drone, the last one, will be sent out now by Packer, trying to rip up the floorboards above Nano and above Tank to be able to see into the bomb site and be able to see into anyone trying to hold from inside of Nano. It does open up quite the possibility here for CL for Life to go for the plant over towards Animus. The drop comes, but now it'll be up to C9BC to attempt the flank once again with Hot and Cold.
Yeah, I like this move from Hot and Cold, putting a little pressure, a little surprise for CL for Life to deal with, but that kill onto Diffuser, it means now that the pressure is on Hot and Cold. Now he has to be careful. He doesn't give up his life here and give up this space. Very important kill, returns it to a 2v2, but he's taking a bit of damage, and he's going to stare an attacker in the face as he tries to escape. Packer will not allow it, and he'll secure his triple. This one comes down to Spirits. Sitting down below, no flank for him, a heads-up gunfight with 8 seconds left. The arm of Packer exposed, but not the head. Bino looking to get this diffuser down. Spirits, can he stop it? Yes, the perfect swing, but just in the nick of time. The final defender is denied, and CL for Life, they just come away with it with a half a second on the clock.
You really got to credit Bino and Packer in that 2v1. They were on opposite sides of the map. Bino, carrying the diffuser, drops Animus, but he loses Packer as that flank was caught. Houghton sending the cargo stairs. He gets one, but he's not anticipating the second as that sprint over from Packer. He's able to catch Houghton out, but these last two attackers, they're so separated, and Bino just has to play as safe as humanly possible. Wait for Packer to return, and crucially, he didn't try to go down the cargo stairs and play the flank angle, as that would have led Bino exposed. Instead, he retreats all the way back to garage, drops the Animus hatch, and gets right onto the double window to know that even if Bino dies during that plant, he has the immediate trade. It's not going to be caught out by a kill hole or a wall or any kind of obstacle. He will have that immediate trade. Like you said, it comes down to the wire, but really expertly played by those two in the 2v1 after, again, catching that flank. Houghton could have been disastrous for CL4L's chances of progressing in the LCQ in that round specifically. And instead, they catch him. They only surrender one life for it. They go onto the defense now on OT match point on C9BC's map pick to try and send us to bank.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about this for this defense for CL for Life. They're also going to run back that site in the basement, heading all the way down. We've seen this same thing we saw from C9BC. This was the better site for the CL for Life defense. They've played here, they've won here, let's see, twice, rounds 1 and round 4. And so like that last round, we need to look at what C9BC are going to do to deal with this. Is it going to be, like that last round, a full map clear approach, or is it going to be a bit more direct? Seems like you've got a bit of a combination, but map control is going to be the initial focus. Spirits could assist in that clear, but that focus is going to be on Hot and Cold, on Gunner, and on Diffuser. Hot and Cold, he's focused on the soft destruction, Diffuser, the flank watch, and Gunner on this entry. And if he can get some information about where these defenders lie, especially if they're up above, well, he could be the first one to find a kill, something he has done incredibly well so far throughout the map. He's got a drone at his foot as well, so he does have a bit of extra information to work with. Tristan's been spotted, and so smartly, he'll make a quick escape. A retreat, though, not down to the site, but up top, where potentially C9BC are waiting.
We can see the majority of the contingent of C9BC's attack making their entry and insertion into the map through the main floor, which I've always been reticent to recommend simply because that puts you in the middle of a crossfire. There's 2 defenders now topside. Now only one, as Tristan's gone for the complete rotation over to garage. but you still have to worry about Beano topside, and there are defenders in the basement as well. So the pinch could be happening upon C9BC at a moment's notice. Giddy starting to aggress over towards the cargo hallway, makes his way into control as well. And we'll see how much of this first floor that CL for Life they still have control of, and C9BC once again targeting EXO as the entry point, isolating kitchen and lounge and making sure that this is their pivot point to rotate off of. And yet EXO still continues to be the execute location that they favor the most. The boogie drone coming out to open up more holes on the floorboards. The flashes come out, and now C9BC will address the top hole.
Oh, good kill there from Diffuser. We emphasized how important his role would be on the flank watch, but as 2 more kills go the way of C9BC, the question is, can Beano pull something crazy off from above? He is still all the way up top in his position. Well, he's now been tracked, I think, by the Deimos there for a moment, so they should know exactly where he is. That means, at most, there is 1 player on the site. It's Packer, but he's got a chance here against Gavini. He's alone, and the Nitro Cell won't do it. C9BC, they managed to take control of the map 1 kill at a time, and that means we go to round 15 to decide this second map.
Going the distance on map number 2, again, thanks to a mid-game adjustment for C9BC's attack on that round. We saw consecutively that C9 Beastcoast really wanted to flood the bomb site and isolate it, and not contend with much of the hold around the rest of the map that CL4L were bringing the last few times they defended that bomb site. And you can see the shapings of it once again. C9BC feeling like they might be running their head into a brick wall, but it was a bait. It was the setup over towards EXO. They made sure they had solid footing by kitchen and lounge without overextending. And then, with about 45 on the clock, which is playing it close but still viable, they then flood down through lounge into storage, able to clear out the top hold. And like you said, there was a castle still topside in IT trying to play through 2 floors, which is certainly ambitious, but not completely impossible. But it really did leave the site player isolated, and it was the castle and IT that fell first. And the timing of the Nitro Cell against the Maverick also not optimal. So that puts C9 Beastcoast back in the driver's seat, onto the defense. They were victorious downstairs, so they won't be allowed to go back down to the basement where we've seen Tank and Assembly be so successful. And instead, they'll opt to go to control and storage to lock out the series.
50-50 though. I mean, really, which way do you think this is going? CL for Life, it's been so back and forth on their attacks. They just won the last one here, the most important one yet in OT. Just 1 more, and they'll push themselves into that 3rd map. We'll get to see Bank, and the hopes of T2 against T1 would remain. A lot of LCQ to play after this, but this opening round, it's been so cutthroat. We've seen how long these matches have gone, especially yesterday. Tonight, we could see our first map 3 if CL4L get their way. Watch the bandit trick. An important moment here as Gunner will attempt to come on up there and quickly back on off as the pressure down below successfully being applied, most likely there by Adam, not allowing the bandit to work. Back on the site itself, you see that everyone else is generally going to return to their positions. They know that, well, a couple players still lie down below. They maintain, what, 3 defenders on this extension up top, 2 on the site, as now we see the breach continue as that warehouse wall is opened and CL for Life continue to open up what they need to.
Opening up what they need will be IT and garage reinforced walls. That's the only hard destruction they had available in the lineup was the exothermic charges. Gavini, though, still stationed inside of rafters and once again rebuilding his fortress of solitude with the Kiba barricades. This will now be the Deimos Deathmark coming out onto Hot and Cold, the Smoke, who is one of the few players either in or around the bomb site. He's inside of control, specifically with Diffuser on 18 kills inside of storage. Houghton will rotate into storage as the Deathmark gets canceled. And now this opportunity for Adam to ascend the rafter stairs and start to contend with the top hold. You can see everyone as well for CL for life pushing in through IT, and now the drop from Adam to try and press upon his advantage into control and into the objective.
Yeah, they're getting a little more active now. They know the time is limited. Gavini, he's the one to strike first, but there's Adam with a response. Oh, and he wins the second fight against Gunner. Now that's the big one. The trade was denied. Now C9BC, they're the ones on the back foot. They still have one defender up top. Gavini, probably the most important player now, and he comes out on top against Tristan. Such a big fight to win at a dire moment like this, but look at Adam. That's 3 kills for him. The Ash just lurking on in has been so devastating for C9BC, and now they have control of the site. With 7 seconds left, this diffuser will go down. The 2 remaining defenders up top, now they begin their drop. Gavini, he's toast on the window. Quad kill for Adam. Spirits, it's got to be him to pull this one off. 22 HP, otherwise we are going to map 3. 15 kills for Adam. His 16th, and the ace is just around the corner. He'll look for it and securing it. The final round is an ace from Adam, and we are going to bank. CL for life, stay alive.
Adam with the explosive entry and continued dominance as he presses his way all the way through control. And we go the distance. 8-7 victory for CL Pharrell. They held the 5-2 lead. They had the 6-5 lead. And finally, they were able to close it out. 8-7 on map number 2. Bank still awaits us as map number 3, but suddenly the T1 versus T2 battle, it's hotting up once again, just like it did yesterday. Map 3 and the conclusion of the quarterfinals of the LCQ is up after this break.
I'm just gonna go fork here.
No info.
Play just take top out when he drops. I'm gonna play Cargo Stairs.
Shocking Vert.
Just play your left, guys.
Yep.
If he goes down, I'll just run. He dropped games.
Games.
I think.
Games.
Yeah, give me comms.
I can flash.
Let's
fucking go, Adam. Let's fucking go. They are talked as fuck. Baby. I promise you they're talked as fuck right now.
Let's
they are talked as fuck. Adam, I'm gonna fuck your big chunk of hole. Fuck job.
Oh my fucking god.
Let's go. Let's go, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna cap got anything. I got an ace.
Come on. Let's go.
What did he just?
Well,
Oh my god.
an atom bomb followed by some F-bombs there dropped on Labs the final round of overtime. And in the fallout, the T2 team standing as the final survivors. But, you know, it was a near run thing. I do not think C9 BC are effing chalked. And maybe the real question to be asking here is why C9 BC lost despite their spectacular run back.
I mean, honestly, watching that last round, it was a really good back and forth, right? Credit to CL for life. But that last round, I mean, it was nothing but heroics from Adam the whole way through in that last round. It was so confusing. There's no way to really think about it that C9BC came back all the way, brought it to OT, and in that last round, they miscommunicate. Adam gets the breach open. And I mean, that round just slipping out of their fingers is just so heartbreaking because C9BC was so locked in to bring it to overtime. They were playing so good on their trade game. And then that last round, I mean, the pressure got to them. I think that's simply what it was. I think the pressure of the 7-7, the time dwindling down, every player kind of misplayed the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been I don't know. The vault, the breach being laid on the door, no call-outs happened, no trade happened. I mean, this has definitely been a game and a battle of attrition and resilience, and CL for life. Like, they mustered it. They pulled it out. They did what they needed to do. Unfortunately, I mean, they probably wanted to close it out a lot sooner than bringing it to that max overtime. But, I mean, Adam pulling out that ace in that last round, I mean, it really was a Diffuser and Adam show. I mean, both the players were going back and forth. Diffuser dropping 18. I think Adam dropped 16 there, clenching that ace. I mean, it was just a very back and forth game. And hats off still to Cloud9 Beastcoast. I mean, they did bounce back after being down in that deficit, but ultimately just couldn't get it done. And now we are going to be moving towards bank.
Right, and I think that's what we wanted to see from CL4 Life was the brawling, just going back and forth, the trades. And I think it didn't work in the first map. It definitely worked out for them in this map. It got away from them from a little bit, but obviously, again, Adam just across that finish line. I mean, what a phenomenal player from him. He was lights out the whole game, all the way through. I think it got way too close for comfort. But now the strength, I mean, let's just watch this 1v5 real quick. The fact that there's no communication on the first kill and then the player directly to the right just unfortunately whiffs. I mean, that is just unfortunate situations, but great heads up gameplay from Adam. I mean, he pretty much single-handedly carried that last round. And so it was lights out from them. And that's what we wanted to see, is just the fighting. Obviously, the opening kills were not going in their favor, and they still were managing to bring back rounds. Now, I do think that's a little bit of C9BC's overconfidence, just allowing these kills to just, even with the first kill, just giving multi-kills back. That should not be happening at all. And I think it was a real wake-up call. And now going into bank, I mean, it's a little stressful.
Yeah, I mean, of course, on the other side of the ball, we'd be remiss not to talk about Diffuser also having a monster game, one of the best that I think we've seen out of him from the entire stage. It's got to be a little frustrating, though, and I'm sure you guys can maybe sympathize as former pros to do so much work, but to not quite be able to get it done as a team.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team game. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, Diffuser puts up numbers every single game. This isn't anything new. This isn't anything crazy. It does come down to the team dynamic at the end. And like Fox was saying, I do believe also Cloud9 Beastcoast, after coming off that first win, they were getting a little overzealous. They were a little confident. You heard Gunnar in that interview. You know, they just want to shut down teams. They just don't even want to give them a chance. And I definitely saw that going into this map, where I don't think they were respecting CL for life as much, which it was ultimately costed them this game. And then the pressure being applied in that last round, where Adam just walks into site and pretty much gets a 3K for free with no trade potential. And now you're going to be rotating and shifting towards a map like Bank, where again, unknown entities on both sides. Cloud9 Beastcoast haven't showed their hand on it, where CL4 Life had showed it earlier into the qualifiers, beating EOL, I believe, in a 7-3. But it is a little scary of a situation for Cloud9 Beastcoast because this is a team CL for life. They like to bring it. They like to move. They aren't scared to take map control, apply pressure. And now you have a big map such as Bank. We haven't really been able to see how well C9 Beastcoast plays in certain areas of such big maps like Bank. So I am curious to see how they are going to try to clamp down a team like CL4L or even Giddy or players like Adam just getting into the map or rotating around the map on the defensive end. I mean, I do believe they are going to tighten up on every single front, not only from their attacking side, but especially their defensive side, because again, the lack of coordination is what really costed them that last round. But ultimately, CL for life, I don't think this is a bad map that we're going to see them going to.
Not at all. And I mean, Lair, C9 Beastcoast won Lair by simply outshooting CL4 Life.
Yeah.
And now on Labs, that was another situation where they just tried to outgun them and they were met with the reality that CL4 Life can compete against them. And now that could add a little bit of the mental pressure. I mean, they were saying that they could be chalked. Obviously, I don't think anybody's chalked in a best of 3, but it does put you in a difficult spot because now you know, hey, if we just focus on gunfights, we actually could lose this. It adds a little bit of doubt, especially going to Bank, especially because you have no idea what to expect from this team. So I'd like to see C9 Beastcoast, at least on Bank defenses, focus on a little bit more of the utility game to guide them through this win, rather than just letting their guns reign true. Because if they're a Pro League team, they should have the better strategy to just beat CL for life, just plain and simple strategically.
Yes. Yeah, and the mental fortitude too, right? Going into a map 3 after a big overtime, you would expect the pro team, the major winner, to be the one that sticks it in. They've got one more chance here to maintain their pride to get this win over this T2 team for the last time here tonight. I'll send you to Jonah and Flynn for Bank.
Well, thank you, Korvac. This one coming down to the final map. Of course it is. A T2 team with another chance to dethrone a team who was maybe not the best in the closed league, but C9 BC were no slouches. They had 5 regulation wins. They were looking good through the start of the stage. They just did not perform when it came to the playoffs in those best of 3s. But a best of 3 with elimination on the line now stares them in the face, Flynn. And yesterday, we saw SSG Academy take it all the way to 3. Today, CL for Life have done the same thing, but can they change it up and actually come out the victors on this third map? We'll find out here, but I do want to get your thoughts. Based on what you've seen so far, how do you think this is going to shake up?
No, I think Fox and Lax are correct in their assessment that we saw a C9 BC expecting to be able to outgun CL4L on Labs because it was successful on Lair, and yet the tides quickly turn, and you can see, like they said as well, the lock-in for C9 Beastcoast to be able to pull that map back into their favor and the possibility of ending the series at a 2-0. Again, I'm kind of on the side of the desk. I don't think the reigning major champions are chalked after losing an 8-7. I think the mental is quite strong on this team. We even heard Gunnar talking about it in the pregame package, which feels like a year ago now. But we're going to, again, see some basement defense to begin things off. C9 Beastcoast starting on the defense on Bank. We saw quite a few basement defenses be victorious on Nighthaven Labs, but we see a similar pattern. On Bank, it is historically and notoriously one of the better defensive sites on the map, but the map as a whole has been trending a little more attacker favorable, not attacker sided, but more favorable for the attackers in the recent seasons.
Well, Bank, like all maps in Siege, right, can really bring about so many different defensive styles and result so many different attacking approaches. This basement bomb site, the one we see probably most often, is a great example of that. On the defensive side, it can be very anchor focused. You could see all 5 down below, but at the same time, you could see every single floor of this map actively staffed and maintained by the defense. Same thing goes on the attacking side. You can get very direct right into server if you see the opening. On the other hand, if you see the defense wanting to hold the map and you do want to clear them out, well, then you can bring a lineup kind of like this. Giddy on the Jackal, it's a perfect option for that. We all know that, of course, with his Inox scanner. And of obviously the Dokkaebi of Packer. You have a Logic Bomb, great information to force those defenders out. Tristan on the Buck, you'll see him come really mostly in effect up above on that clear instead of actually on the site. Normally, Bucks are about soft destruction on the objective. In this case, it's really about soft destruction off the site, considering, well, there's only so much you can do once you get down below. But we actually have to turn our attention towards the round and see what is happening here. You see the information clearly being obtained by the Jackal, the logic bomb going off at the same time, but they can't quite land the shots just yet to the player up above, Spirits, currently being tracked.
Yeah, Spirits in the middle of an uncomfortable situation, being both phone called and Jackal tracked, but all of a sudden, it's Gavini inside of open area. Bino and Tristan try to march their way in, and they get rejected on entry. I think right now this is an opportunity for C9 Beastcoast to continue to bring CL4L along for the ride, which is chase down Spirits, and everybody else follows. Instead, Spirits, he hightails it back to the objective, and it's a 3v5 for CL4L to work out of.
A great spot for C9BC. We've seen them again in positions like this before. Look at all the information, the logic bomb, the Jackal track happening simultaneously here. And eventually, that will get them something. CL for Life got the kill there, but they still have to find a little more. You see Packer heating up.
When Gaveni go and Giddy, he's able to get the response onto Packer, but again, playing the trade outs is not going to result in a successful end for CL4L. 3v2 still in the favor of C9 Beastcoast on the defensive side. Smoke grenade comes out from Giddy at the base of the marble stairs, but Adam drops into vault, hitting the goo mine. It's Giddy the man carrying the diffuser. He tries to walk his way into lockers, and he'll be successful at catching Spirits off guard, suddenly leveling the man count. That smoke is shrouding him and being able to give him a little bit of access, a little bit deeper, but the vault walk unsuccessful from Adam. Late round heroics in round 15 on map number 2. He won't be able to replicate the results in round 1 of map number 3.
On the top of the round, I said, hey, this could go two ways. It could be a lot more direct, or it could take place really off of the site. And as it turns out, almost every single important engagement occurred before those attackers actually got down to the basement. By the end, you had C9BC firmly holding that advantage, and there was really nothing that CL for Life could do. You like the approach they brought, you like the operator selection they brought. There isn't much of a better composition to clear out a map like Bank, even given its sheer size. The Jackal, the Dokkaebi should get it done. Effective in moments, but when it came down to it, you saw that 2v2 in those final moments, and Diffuser and Hot and Cold, they cleaned it up, so they will start things off on Bank with a win. Good hold of that defense to start.
It's not often, after the conclusion of one round on a map, I often want to give flowers or shout-outs to individuals, but I think as this match has progressed, and I think honestly as the stage has progressed, Hot and Cold's play, especially in this series, but for the majority of the stage, has impressed me. It just continues to catch me off guard of how elevated it seems to be and how stable and consistent he seems to be. As his name suggests, there was a point in history where it was kind of a boom or bust for Houghton, but it seems like as age has matured him and everyone else in the scene and around this team, he's become a lot more reliable and a lot more resilient as the stage progresses on. It's just been very impressive to see from him. And especially in this series, he's been feeling very rock steady. We saw that attempted flank on Nighthaven Labs that wasn't ultimately necessary, but he always feels like a pillar in the round that CL4L haven't been able to overcome very often. I think again there, him solo holding inside of CCTV, it's him with an SMG-11 against the world, and yet he still fulfills the role without any complaints and without any hiccups. So props to Hot and Cold for his performance so far. And C9BC with their victorious round number 1. We're going to put CL4L on their heels a little bit. And like Lax and Fox said, this is a team that will bring the fight to you. They certainly seem energized to do so, walking all the way up the spiral stairs.
Yeah, look at Adam. Good swing. He takes care of Spirits, who is not able to survive the onslaught of attackers this time. And this one, arguably more important that we see CL for Life take this top floor control quickly. This is a first floor bomb site after all. They don't have to work all the way towards the basement. This is a site where the soft destruction from the Ram will directly impact the objective. 2 big kills to start the round here for this attack. Seems like that top floor presence, at least for the most part, has now been dismantled. Hot and Cold, he's on the clash, and so it seems like the rest of this defensive hope is going to come down to their ability to play off of Hot and Cold, maybe any information he can provide. You have Diffuser in the elevator here, maybe hoping to go unnoticed, but you gotta watch out here because now with stock control given up, some information obtained, it's not gonna be long before CL for Life actually begin to execute on this site. They are currently circling all around it, all above it. In a moment here, you're gonna see this drop and they have a substantial man count advantage at the moment.
Circling their prey as they continue to rip apart any safe haven of the bomb site, but Gavini on the read, he gets them both, make it a triple! It was a 5v3 disadvantage and Gavini turns it on its head, absolutely obliterating anyone who tries to enter into his bomb site. He has Hot and Cold at his back to continue to slow any more advances, and Hotten's gonna whip out the SMG-9. Hearing this will be Packer as he vaults up onto the desk, and they do equal damage back and forth. Packer able to pick up Gavini, and now it's all down to Hot and Cold on 16 HP. Moments after I gave him such high praise, has to facilitate the reload on the SMG-9, awaiting the flank in through the mini office, but instead turning his attention now on to where the diffuser has been planted. Bino on 100 HP, downs off Packer, but Hotten cannot hit the transfer and pick up the clutch, unfortunately. And very fortunately for CL4L, they're able to withstand Gavini and Hotten's heroics.
But withstanding the heroics seems to just be, I don't know, the game plan for CL for Life right now, or the necessary steps they have to take to win this. It's got to be so brutal now for Gavini to be the one to face the, oh, I just did everything I possibly could, guys, and we still lost that round feeling. Diffuser's been the one kind of in that position thus far. He's been at the top of the leaderboard. He's been crushing it, even on that last map that C9BC could not come out on top of. But as you were mentioning Hot and Cold, Flynn, I was thinking, let's talk Gavini, because although he has been slightly overshadowed by Diffuser, his contributions have been absolutely incredible, not only just in terms of getting that opening kill, but sheer numbers as well. He was right behind Diffuser on map 1, still with 11 kills to Diffuser's 13, and map 2, by the end of it, Diffuser dropped 18, but Gavini, he dropped 14 as well. So he has been putting in the work, did whatever he could there in that second round on bank to put C9BC on top, but just could not do it. We talk about the resilience of this CL for Life team, and I think you see it on full display there. The real highlight was Gavini, but the round win still goes to the attack.
It's a crazy thought, Jonah. A team that won a major might have some good players on it. I think right now for C9 Beastcoast, you feel okay in that round being able to pull it back. Top hold got obliterated pretty early on, and that's probably one step that you would like to correct the next time you head to open area. But at the end of the day, Gavini being able to, again, be a human turret at the base of open area double door of marble stairs, because it does inspire some confidence in terms of being able to continue the rampage, much like we saw from Diffuser early and often on Labs. Rotero drone comes down the marble skylight. We'll clear out the barbed wire and assess the position of one defender, waiting for anyone on CL4L, maybe trying to get over-ambitious and vaulting down that skylight as we often see. The Brava comes out in response to the Maestro Evil Eyes, but actively holding the Evil Eyes will be Gunner, try and protect his precious utility, making sure that the clutch drone cannot hack. One destroyed, one in operation by Giddy as he continues to hunt for targets.
And trying to do what he can to find, of course, well, Giddy, in his case, trying to find targets in terms of the gadgets that he can secure. But this attacking team still trying to hunt down these defenders. Finally, the first time we're going to see this top floor site in play. We see CEO in office now. But this means that instead of, well, the first half of the round focusing on roam clear, sure, there's a little focus on this top floor and getting the map control on the stock side, but right away, I mean, you've got players on the rappel. CL for Life are already pressuring that site, a constant threat that C9BC have to be aware of and potentially do something to counter. Now, they're not right now running down into ATMs, running down to main lobby and trying to get that swing or take that fight, but they are keeping an eye on those windows because they know if the information is there, I mean, you see Bino outside. If he wants to jump in and with that diffuser in hand, he very well could. Here's the problem, though. Top square control, there's really nothing in the way of an attacking presence right there for CL for Life. It's all on the windows right now. It's almost entirely on the rappel, and that can be risky when it comes down to seeing a possible flank, a possible surprise from that top square position.
It's 2 picks now as the aggression into Banana successful once again. CL4L, heavy man advantage. Gavini will again bring one back, but Packer able to respond with the bearing 9, and Adam absolutely chewing through Gavini, stopping any late round heroic antics this time around. And CL for life, they stack consecutive attacks. Like you say, being perched out on windows and operating from the periphery for a majority of the round. And yet when it came down to crunch time in the execute, they hit the shots necessary. And I was impressed as well, as we do seemingly get a tactical timeout from Cloud9 Beastcoast at the conclusion of round number 3. I was impressed with CL4L's ability to adapt onto that round, losing the first clutch drone. We didn't see the rest of the war between the Brava and the Maestro drones, or the Maestro cam, sorry, but there was just so much soft destruction utility on the defensive side that CL4L would have had to focus on with just the Ash and the Flores. Castle barricades, deployable shield, Evil Eyes if the Brava drone could not get in and successfully hack. It just made prioritizing certain pieces of utility as opposed to clearing out everything possible much more difficult for CL4L. And they handled it quite well. And again, the insertion into Banana, the insertion into top of Spiral, very successful at dominating on the kill feed. And that, like I said, it's gonna prompt C9 Beastcoast take their tack time out nice and early. No saving that for round 15 on map 3.
Yeah, really early here. Gotta feel good regardless of, you know, what they think is to come. That CL for life have forced C9 Beastcoast to take this right away. Look at all that action there from Packer. Dropping down the skylight in main lobby. How often do you actually see that work? Almost never. Doing it so late in the round as well, I mean, really just speaks to the confidence that this team has in their ability to just contribute across the board. We mentioned this as their maybe greatest strength among others on Lab, was their ability to just spread the love in terms of who's doing what, in terms of who's doing the damage and actually getting those kills. It was so impressive to see that, well, simply kill count spread out amongst the majority of the team. You did have Adam leading the way, especially with an ace in the last round, but take away that ace. Instead of 16 and 9, he's like 11 and 9, right? You've got Packer with 10 kills, Giddy with 10, Tristan with 9. So much of the team there stepping up when they needed to. I think that last round was a great example of that kind of coordination, that kind of chemistry that only comes with playing together for quite some time. And we know that despite some of the roster changes that this roster known as Makers until not too long ago has gone through, they've kept that same 3-man core for just so long. And it has been a crucial part of their success in the T2 scene every time they do every once in a while run into that T1 talent and things like Element 3, which they ended up beating Wildcard, doing things like that, where they have had some pretty impressive results. So far, this has been one of those impressive performances, Flynn. Obviously, still a long way to go, just 3 rounds in, but any T2 team taking a team who was, what, top 4 through the group stage of the NAL, that is a very good sign for not only what they're capable of in this LCQ, but just going forward as a stack.
Man, Spirits once again is in a world of hurt, and Packer was able to get the drone established atop the elevator, or the top of the spiral stairs, that saw not only Spirits amidst his ERC cloak, but also Gavini, who was positioned by the vending machine outside of stock. But it's Spirits on 39 health, Gunner tags in for another, and suddenly this roam clear once again, getting pieced up by the C9 Beastcoast roam. And unfortunately, not a lot of progression made for CL for life towards the building. The interior still guarded heavily by C9 Beastcoast. They all vacate the roam. They take their picks happily and return to the bomb site. Everyone now on low HP in terms of the attackers remaining. It's just Bino left at full health. Packer still standing, has the ability to open up hatches. That's about it as he can continue to take damage. Goo mines strewn across the map. They're going to continue to be a nuisance. They're going to have to be wary of cap cam traps as well as they begin to get droned out. Everyone for CL4L is going to have to amass on one position and try to overwhelm the C9 Beastcoast defensive force.
Packer's just going to join his team down below, but he didn't realize that Gunner was still behind the server rack. Some information missing, critical information at that for CL for life. Now Tristan with 11 HP is going to try to have to work his way down there, but he's got Gunnar out in the tunnel. This is actually such a great play. They know his location, but you're constantly seeing the detected outdoors. You got to be wary of the flank. Gunnar can hold this pixel and just be a nuisance. He's downed Tristan, if you could believe it. Gunnar just never has to leave. He'll run up and get both kills. That's ridiculous. He doesn't seem to mind. Locked in as always, but that's one way to win a round if you're C9BC.
Gunnar completely evades the vision of everyone on CL4L. Like you said, behind that server rack. Critical info, not known by CL4L. And as soon as he saw that diffuser hit the floor, he said, look, guys, I've got the play. Just trust me. And it worked out flawlessly. C9 Beastcoast able to again be victorious on the defense downstairs in the basement. But for these final 2 defensive rounds, while the basement has looked stable, this is now a precarious situation as once again we're locked out from the availability for C9BC to go back downstairs in the first half. If we go to overtime on this map number 3, then we might see them head back there. But now we got to find a safe haven elsewhere. We'll try open area once again. Should be noted that the roam clear for CL4L has been incredibly potent and destructive on sites not named CCTV lockers. It's a interesting contrasting point of view for the roam clear to be effective for one bomb site, but not the other when you're entering into the same portion of the map. At the end of the day, CL4L, they still maintain the 2-2 tied scoreline. On the attacking side, they're trying to, again, ensure that at the very worst, they will be tied heading into the side swap.
But that's an interesting conundrum that you raise, because why was it that, well, the roam clear won on the attacking side, but the roam, if you flip things around and look at C9BC, why did the roam struggle so much when they went to this site instead of almost an identical setup on that lockers defense? They'll change things up here, I think, doing what they can to answer that question themselves. They will slightly alter this lineup that you see, doing away with the clash that Hot and Cold brought last time, instead favoring the Mira, adding the Legion into the mix as well instead of the Frost. So some minor adjustments here. I like the change we're seeing from Hot and Cold, and that does probably mean that you might see, well, maybe a Mira window placed up top to support this extension, adding a little bit to that utility that lies up above. You still have the castle barricades. That's still going to be a very helpful piece of utility to have at this point. But, I mean, knowing that this is going to come down to CL4Life's ability to get these opening kills, you'd like to see that C9BC have done a nice job to bolster this extension. Is it enough, though? Suppose we'll find out in just a second here as Gunnar jumps out. My God, he is on one. The antics to end round 3, or rather round 4, and here in round 5, he delivers it as well. The jump out to claim 2.
Well, it seems that Gunnar has found the solution to the roam clear being successful for CL4L on bomb sites not named the basement, and it's don't allow the roam clear to happen. Flying out of the top square windows and collecting 2 off the rappel means that even though he's traded, he's still secured the man advantage, and as the Fenrir, as long as his 2 dread mines were activated, they will continue to disorient attackers who traverse through them. It'll be Hot and Cold being detected by the EOD as the smokes provide the perfect shroud for Bino to sneak his way in behind the kitchen counter and get the plant down without any interruption from C9 Beastcoast. So it was a man disadvantage, but now the round, it's tilted sideways. Bino able to spring into action and collect onto Hot and Cold as he tries to burst through his own bomb site. That'll be Adam being caught on the default cameras. That's how little progress was made towards the marble stair side. And yet, CL4L still able to plunge into the bomb site, and Adam in the midst of throwing a drone is still able to nearly hit a 180 and then react and pick up spirits. Gavini falls, and Giddy's Claymore ends the round. It is CL4Life up 3-2.
And another example of this team refusing to quit. I mean, you lose 2 bodies before your attack can really even begin. I mean, that is so heartbreaking. That's one of those gut-wrenching moments where you're like, all right, well, we wanted to start this roam clear, we wanted to start this attack, but we've already hit a wall before we could really get it started. The wall was Gunner, of course, and they were able to remedy that by getting that trade, but this is what it came down to. Bino's ability to step up, Adam's ability to cover the top floor, but on the site, I mean, you see Bino making it work like that. Of course, the flank denied in the end. I mean, Gunner can't believe it. That success early on, and then again, CL for Life make such a comeback. It seems like somehow that's been their brand in this matchup, that you cannot count them out, not only in this best of 3 coming in as the underdogs, but Flynn, you cannot count them out just in a given round, even if they find themselves down back against the wall. I mean, what, 3v5 turned into a 3v4, turned into a round win. Watch out for this team. They are here to play.
And now C9 Beastcoast in their final round of the first half, and their final defense lest we go overtime. You go to Teller's Archives. They're going to operate on all 4 bomb sites because they do not feel confident enough in utilizing CEO as the pivotal round number 6 to try and tie this game heading into the swap. Instead, they're going to venture into new territory to try and level the score. You see Bino now emerging on the gridlock. The Ram makes its return from Giddy. You see a much more soft destruction being brought out in tandem between Adam and Giddy with the Ash and the Ram. Big focus here on establishing top control for CL Pharrell, an opportunity that was not provided to them last time, courtesy of Gunner's flying and immediate exit of the building. Now I think for CL Pharrell, again, very wary of any potential runouts, but Packer onto the Nook means that even though there is a Solus and a Valkyrie and a Pulse-Up, you never might know what Packer is able to do and how sneaky he can be now beginning his journey at the base of the spiral stairs.
Packer knew that he should keep an eye on that possible swing from Spirits. Won't happen though. Spirits will take a couple steps back, and so Packer, if he does want to continue that journey, it'll have to be, well, actually some boots on the ground. Well, boots on the rappel, I should say, for Gunner. He's the one to claim that opening kill. Wait, what? Gunner's down below. Did he... Where did he get that kill? It wasn't the player on the rappel. Obviously, that was Adam, who died. Up above. Wow. An early entry there attempted from the Ash, and, well, Gunner is there to shut it down. We talked about, well, the success that we've seen from CL for Life on this entry. Not a situation where they can say that here.
Well, deceptively, there's 63 seconds left, and Tristan will approach the janitor closet. Spirits gets another, but Bino on the response. We saw the 5v3 advantage turn to a 4v3 for C9 Beastcoast in the round that just transpired, and now the IQ scanner for Tristan. It's done a lot of good work assessing the position of the Valkyrie cameras, and now shoulder checking might have just saved Hot and Cold's life as the pulse spots the Nook of Packer, but then sprints away from Packer. No visibility from the default camera because of the jammer, and now Bino able to pick up the Hot and Cold that was downed inside of Tellers. Another drone comes out, and Gavini, he's able to stay crouched in behind the desk in open area. 2 attackers on the other side, but a frag grenade as it arrives at his feet. He's able to pick off Bino, looking for even more against the Nook, and he hits the headshot. Just Tristan alone now in the 1v2. The diffuser surrendered inside of open area, and there's no time to recover it. Tristan vaults into the bomb site, but without the diffuser that is necessary to prolong the timer, the clock will strike midnight, and C9 BC have tied the game once again.
Well, we've said this so many times now, but Gavini just different right now, stepping up right when his team needs him, and every time it seems like C9 BC go a little quiet, he's the one to step up and just do the damage. We are in a dead heat though as we enter a brief tech pause. 3-3 at the half. Great work there for C9 BC to bring it back. Just every single round that we see CL for Life take one, well, an immediate response is found. And that's been, well, all they need to keep things even. Bank is one of these maps, Flynn, that it does typically go almost 50-50. We've seen that here in NA. We've seen that across the world. Arguably, neither team here with the substantial advantage, given that it is tied. But looking at who these teams are and where you think they should be, it really feels like all the pressure lies on C9 BC. They're the team who, well, should win this game.
Yeah, I think for the transition from sides, we'll have the side swap here at the conclusion of the tech pause. And I'm very curious to see if we see a very similar storyline and game script to what we saw in Nighthaven Labs, where the basement CCTV lockers is very successful for CL4L on the defense, but they, much like their counterparts, are unable to gather traction elsewhere. You see, not necessarily desperation, but just the need, the desire to have some sort of success in secondary bomb site that feels like home. Teller's Archives is not often the secondary choice, and your next turning point for defensive teams on bank. But we saw how the open area and CEO defenses went for them. Good starts to rounds. They didn't quite finish the way that C9BC would have liked, and for CL4L, you gotta feel pretty good about being able to pull back a lot of these rounds where you surrendered multiple opening picks, multiple man disadvantages that have been turned back into even or even favorable positions. So that is impressive and commendable for CL4L, but you gotta imagine you'd love to be starting rounds on a better footing than dropping 2 players pretty easily. And I think right now for CL4L, if they're able to establish dominance over that opening pick, we could see the reigning major champions in some difficult territories. We get back underway. The conclusion of the tech pause is now approached, and we do see CL4L going downstairs to the basement to begin their defensive stand.
And I know we've seen this before, but you certainly don't expect to see it. A team winning an international event and then not even making the next one. It's not unprecedented, but it would still be a shock. They already have enough points. I believe from the 2 teams from NA, C9BC and Dark Zero both have already locked themselves in for the 6 Invitational early on in 2025. If that is, of course, on the mind of all of these teams, which we know it is. But you better know they want a chance to defend that title, that they want to go to Montreal and make that statement. It's tough not to make it directly there through the closed league phase, but that happens when you walk into 2 best-of-3s in the playoffs and you don't come up with a single map. So clearly, they've been handed another opportunity, and a big one at that. M80 didn't look all that amazing against SSG Academy. They also went to 3 maps. This is truly anyone's game in this LCQ. Did we think that CL for Life would be able to take this victory here? I don't think we did. Safe to say that's not what the devs thought. That's not what we gave as predictions beforehand. But now, at this point in the game, it looks like that is very much a possibility. C9BC, they are the ones who now have to attack. We'll see what kind of tempo they want to set here. Seems like they do want to go a bit more direct rather than going for that full map clear approach, because they are already looking to pressure this site just 1 minute in.
Bulletproof camera getting grenaded away as Diffuser carries the frags instead of the often EMPs we see on many OSAs. And we see the OSA deployable shield gets stationed inside of Garage, a power position establishing dominance over Red with drones coming in, and Spirits on the blitz, ready to drop through Vault. As like you said, site direct is the approach most favored by C9 Beastcoast today, and now Spirits gets into high gear. Diffuser collecting from the Garage is able to pick up Adam, and now the flash and the ADS from Spirits. Tristan and Packer though on the response, so it's opening picks once again for C9 Beastcoast, but CL4L, they continue to fight and continue to drag rounds back to an equal measure. It's Spirits in the depths of gold, trying to push his way forward, and he's going to lose access to the drone gunner will as well, as the two-round Zoto canister comes out onto the vault wall, slowing down the progress. And you can see 2 C9BC attackers pushing their way up. They've lost Diffuser inside of the Garage, not the case that you need to plant, but the human. The OSA player who was in the Garage has been vanquished, and it's the man carrying the Diffuser, hot and cold on the Twitch, making the backstab in through server. Takes a little while, but he gets there, but not before his comrade of Spirits. The Blitz is taken out of action. The plant being attempted, pulled off of immediately as he's taking damage now from a long-range engagement. And even though Gunner has the cutoff from inside of gold, if this fire persists and if Houghton cannot find a safe haven to get the bomb down, with all these Goyo canisters that were not addressed previously, Houghton's going to be in for a world of hurt. Down to 14 HP amidst even more smoke is is beginning to plant up against the chassis. The Nitro Cell comes in, but it's Packer through the midst of the smoke. He's pierced through the darkness, and it's CL4L once again winning on a basement defense.
That's got to be one of the most composed, calm defenses you could ever imagine after the way that execute began. I don't know if execute is even the right word for it. It was just control taken down below, but the aggressiveness with the blitz, taking control of Gold Vault, taking control of Red Hall. Look how quickly C9BC were able to do it. But guess what? CL for Life did not panic. That is the most important part of that round. They didn't go, oh my gosh, they're in Gold Vault, guys. We have to deal with this right away. You had somebody take the gunfight. I mean, you have to. But then they methodically work their way back in. Packer and Tristan, they didn't step up and get active until that diffuser was going down. They relied on that utility. They knew they had the Vulcan fire. They knew they had the control they needed, and it is heartbreak. You saw it there for C9BC. So much early control. Taking Gold Vault, looking down Red Hall, and having that cutoff so early into the round. But when it came down to it, CL for Life still pulled it out. How often have we said something like that, Flynn?
I also think here for C9 Beastcoast, you might have a similar storyline here for CL4L on the defensive side, being victorious in the basement, but maybe unable to grab traction elsewhere amongst the map. We saw the difficulties that C9BC had away from the basement bomb site. We'll see what CL4L can bring in their repertoire for this objective. This is an open area defense. Right now, for C9BC, it's not quite time to hit the panic button. I don't think the mental is chalked, quite like Giddy was saying at the conclusion of map 2. But we are swiftly approaching the conclusion of this third and final map of the quarterfinals of the LCQ, with C9BC not necessarily in control of their own destiny, needing to make a course correction to have a significant chance at being successful on the game. CL4L, if they can just find one other bomb site, much like C9BC did at the end of the first half, that they can be successful on, then all of a sudden this becomes a nightmare territory for the reigning major champions.
Packer up above, quick retreat as he crosses in front of those windows, but he walks right into Diffuser, who claims 2. Beautiful double kill to kick off round 8. As always, one round where CL for Life has success, and C9BC come roaring back. Both Giddy and Packer have been dealt with, so that means you've got Adam, Bino, and Tristan starting to back on off and make the retreat. Gavini, of course, he's on the Deimos. Only identifying the position of the Legion so far, so only one player that he can actually track at the moment. That will limit things a bit, but he knows the Legion is around. He's got the goo mine in his foot. That'll certainly tell him what's going on there. But a 5v3, another very good spot for this attacking team to be in. Looking to get some information, of course, and they will do that soon enough. As you cross that minute mark, they are continuing to move around. Top floor, of course, the focus. These X-Kairos pellets used to open up that hatch, I would presume, and get that other avenue established towards the site.
I think this is 4 straight rounds where C9BC have started with a 5v3 advantage, and as Diffuser tries to whip out a grenade, he gets dropped to the floor inside of Archives, but he will be recoverable from behind the teller's desk. Shots will ring out against the softwall, but they will not connect. The real enemy is the clock. 20 health for Diffuser as he tries to make his reappearance down the elevator hallway, but Gavini will collect onto Bino, whipping out the haymaker of the Magnum. It leaves 2 defenders on the bomb site, Tristan and Adam, to weather the 5v2. A nice shot there from Adam, seeing the drone at his feet and being able to dance around the onslaught of bullets. But the flood is too powerful for the wave approaching. C9 Beastcoast crashes down upon open area, and they level the score once again.
I love the attempt there from Adam. There's only so much you're going to be able to do in a situation like that. That's not a bomb site where you have a safe haven to kind of sit behind a hard wall and try to get a clutch. He had to worry about what? Small office, break, the printer window, and the double door to his right all at the same time. Not necessarily a winnable situation. But that one, of course we said this, but the advantage just never stopped for C9BC once they secured it at the start. You see the final kill there found on the drop, but that was enabled because that top floor control was taken so early. I mean, we saw a pretty slow mid-round. I think a full minute 20 of really just control being secured. Just, well, the attacking team getting into position and taking that control. When they were able to do it, though, they were able to execute on that site, no problem.
Well, the quest continues. 4 teams on this map to find something other than a basement defense that they feel comfortable on. CL for life, they will now turn around and head towards the CEO after losing the CEO bomb, or losing the open area bomb site rather swiftly. I think at the moment, for C9 Beastcoast feeling very positive about the way that the entry for Diffuser is able to spark some successes. Like I said, they've had a lot of man advantages early in rounds. So I think right now for C9 BC, it's an opportunity to continue that and be able to close out the rounds where they've been able to establish early man advantages and not let CL4L claw their way back in as they so often have. It's round number 9. It's a 4-4 scoreline. We are getting closer and closer to a decision and a breaking point on this map. The Cali being brought by Spirits now to bring out the Lances to deal with the castle barricades and potentially mirror windows. Foregoing the Ash, instead bringing the Cali. You got Buck as well for some soft destruction of floorboards down below. But Spirits will have to be used. Try and contend with the mirror windows, or Davina's going to have to get in underneath with the Buck to open them up vertically.
Yeah, but how about the Cali, huh? Something we haven't seen in a while. We'll see if they can keep this one up here. See what Spirits wants to do. An unusually long angle to hold with, well, not the sniper rifle, considering he is on the Cali. But the responsibility to actually take that space is obviously not going to be left up to him. That is, of course, the responsibility of Diffuser inside. And, well, some other players up above. Gunner making that rotation. Gavini in position in open area. And now with Bino being spotted out, thanks to that Deathmark tracker, we'll see if C9BC can actually capitalize on that information. A much slower start, of course, compared to last round where C9BC started it off with 2 back-to-back kills. This time it'll take a little longer, but they will eventually get the down. And there's Spirits with the finisher on Bino to kick things off.
Yeah, Bino not long for this world as he tries to persevere inside of the janitor closet. He's being actively tracked by the Grimbees. He's being pressured from down below by Diffuser with the Vendetta. We've also got Spirits isolating him with a sniper rifle from the window rappel. It's kind of lights out for his prolonged survival inside of Janitor. The mural window still stands, though. Pressure from underneath, but Packer able to get one back onto Gunner. That's the Lion removed from play, but still, so much verticality being employed by C9 Beastcoast as the clock starts to tick down. Past 30 seconds remaining in the round. Frag grenade coming out from Diffuser as he uses his first death mark onto Packer, the top of the spiral stairs. He will be spotted. Another frag grenade comes to the top as he's actively being tracked by the death mark. Shots will ring out, and they both trade damage, but nobody finding the finishing blow. Gavini gets dropped, but the plant is going down at the hands of Hot and Cold. In the middle of CEO, he turns the corner and gets decimated by Packer, who turns his attention immediately to the CEO windows. He goes soaring, but he gets caught by Spirits on the Cali with the SMG-9, and it's just Tristan against the world. Cleans up Gavini. Initiates a defuse, but there's pressure underneath and on the rappel. Both have the crossfire shots down through the floor onto Diffuser from Tristan. Drops it down to the 1v1, attempting the stick, but the rappel was always going to have the superior angle. And that is C9 Beastcoast once again establishing the lead.
If you were to rank objectives on most impossible retake, that's gotta be in the top 3. I mean, it generally comes down to sites that allow you to hop on the rappel. I mean, that is the biggest difference. We say the same thing on Consulate, right? If you can just hop out the window, just sit there, play Pigeon, and just wait for the action to come to you, that's what Spirits is able to do there. But let's give Spirits his flowers here. Getting, what, 2 kills with the SMG, including the final kill, 2 kills with the sniper rifle, 4 on the round from the cat. I mean, that's the beauty of the window position, is that no matter what is going on in the site, regardless of the chaos, well, there's always going to be something available for you to find. And if successful at forcing those top floor defenders to move around, which C9BC were, thanks to the play down below, then that Cali, or whoever is on the window, is going to thrive. So he made it work there, he got his quad, and he made it work for C9BC, who Now, for the first time in a while, since round number 1, they have the lead again.
It has been a minute, and it's also been a minute since we saw basement defense, the theme of the last couple maps. CL4L now afforded the opportunity to head back downstairs to CCTV and lockers to try and pretty much replicate what we saw to C9BC's defenses in the first half, which was win downstairs, lose everywhere else, and then your final round of your defensive half head to Tellers and Archives to have some success to round out the half. That would match halves at 3-3 each, sending us directly into some overtime rounds. I think, again, a double dose of overtime doesn't necessarily indicate that anyone is struggling, just means that CL4L have really risen to the occasion against C9 Beastcoast. After a 7-2 drubbing on their own map pick of Lair, this one looked like it was going to be lights out rather swiftly, and yet CL4L, as they've done in many rounds this match on Bank and through the entirety of this series, absolutely refused to go down without one hell of a fight.
Yeah, round after round, this team continues to surprise, but a pivotal moment here not to let C9BC get that 6th round and put themselves on a potential match point. Like we said, they've finally taken the lead back for the first time since that very first round, and well, I suppose you could say this puts CL4 Life on the back foot for the first time in a while. X-Kairos pellets here on the hatch into CCTV will be slightly delayed, of course, as we will see the Zoto canisters working well. Won't destroy the utility, of course, but will add to the pressure that the time provides by the end of this round. Right now, one of the things that is going to suck up a lot of time is dealing with Bino on the stairs. He's got a shotgun, which makes this fight nearly impossible to take at close range, and he also has a Vulcan canister on the wall. He can pop that and back off when the pressure builds. If he could get out of here too, that would be impressive, but typically you are going to play here to play your life. And a beautiful nade and a lack of a reaction from Bino means that he will not get a chance to step up and get the kill. In fact, he goes down first.
Time control for C9 Beastcoast. The last time they attacked this bomb site through alternate methods was problematic, to say the least. Oil canisters, they still remain inside the bomb site, but behind the Yosa shield, Diffuser will go for the plant. More fire will start detonating in Diffuser. He's got no choice. On 4 HP, he has to back out. The fire, it laces the floor. The smoke, it's filling the air, and there's no way to put the plant down with Diffuser. He trades off the case. Too hot and cold. We'll now have to reattempt the plant. 15 seconds ticking down. The death mark activated onto Adam as Tristan holds from inside of gold. Adam cuts down Gunner, and the gas choking out hot and cold on 5 HP. He's able to push through and put the plant down. Giddy able to choke him out at the end, but just a moment too late. It leaves Spirits alone, who gets decimated in the bomb site. Diffuser, who's left on 4 health, has 3 defenders to try and contend with. Has the top position once again. Shots will reveal his position, and he'll have to spring into action, aware of a flank coming through Archives. Giddy sticking onto the Diffuser, and that will prompt movement from Diffuser immediately, and he gets down on top of the server hatch. We go back and forth, but it is yet again a basement defensive victory.
And one that they will be happy to secure in that moment. I mean, how close did that really get? I mean, you come down to a point where that Diffuser was so close from going down. Not once, but twice. The second time just goes down by the slimmest of margins. But at that point, because all of the utility did so much damage, the fire and the smoke chipping away at the health of the remaining attackers, there was really nothing they could do in the post plant. That's another site where the post plant is incredibly potent, incredibly powerful, but because they had already committed so much, I mean, what, you had somebody in the middle site. Spirits, I think that was on the Buck, could not recover there. He couldn't make an escape, try to play in server. Instead, he was in CCTV to die. That left one man alive who had not but 4 HP to his name and had very little else he could do. So tied up at 5, the back and forth continues, as that means we are guaranteed to see at least 12 rounds here, everything in regulation, no matter what.
I was really anticipating Bino needing to face the Armada that was being brought to the top of Blue Stairs, and yet it's just that one frag grenade that got sent in that was the demolisher of dreams on Blue Stairs. Said it a few times now. It is a through line in this series so far. Can anyone defend away from the basement? It took C9BC going to Tellers and Archives to be victorious away from the basement. CL4L, they aren't there yet. They're going to run back open area and Archives. They're going to give it another crack to try and put themselves on a match point and series point. This is for qualification into the semifinals of the last chance qualifier. You lose, and well, for C9 Beastcoast, your year isn't quite over, because as you said, Jonah, they are locked in for SI25 via winning the Manchester Major. You would be absent from the Montreal Major, which would be disappointing. And for CL4L, as a non-Tier 1 team, these qualifiers and then Tier 2 competitions are really what they're playing for. So their season doesn't necessarily end either. It's not as dire straits as we saw earlier from teams like Wildcard and Los, who haven't amassed the SI points necessary to qualify and also don't have those Tier 2 competitions to play in. We now find ourselves with C9BC on the attack, trying to once again initiate a roam clear that was successful for CL4L before transitioning down to the bomb site. Their site direct approaches, they've been rebuffed at almost every single turn by CL4Life on the defense. Now it's an opportunity to try and employ more map control and establish dominance over the square stairs stairwell to begin with.
Well, the smokes will come in there, blocking a bit of a sight line, making it a little more difficult possibly for Bino to maybe throw a bandit battery down and get some sort of a trick underway. It's a great view there of that triple wall. You see the bandit battery may remain on the far side, but the opening, the damage has been done here by C9BC. They got at least the control they wanted from that square position. They'll look to add to that, getting into the building up above and bringing in, of course, its spirits on the blitz, bringing him in to get a bit more involved manually. They'll continue to open up the hatches above the site and build this pressure now from a few different sides. They've got an opening into break, and now they've got the opening into open area as well. They have lost the first body, and look who it is. The Blitz the first to die. Something we rarely see, and a kill that Adam, well, very fortunate to find. That's a tough blow for C9BC to take.
Adam making the Red Hall hatch from up above inside of open area, his home on this defensive position. It's working wonders for him thus far. Like you said, able to pick up the opener onto Spirits. And the first time in a while that we've seen CL4L garner the opening pick. Could be leading to a successful defense on a bomb site away from downstairs. Drones will come in as Gavini continues to take tick damage from the goo mine stuck in his foot. Have to pull that out and continue to push on forward against the wall that CL4L are amassing and trying to reject the entry for C9 Beastcoast. Shots ring out onto a silhouette that was spotted momentarily by the printer window, but no significant damage is dealt. And everyone for C9BC, with the absence of Spirits' blitz, unable to make much progression, and they have foregone Packer, who has made his flank all the way to the top of the square stairs, being able to collect on these attackers trying to push through the kitchen door. Giddy will chew through the attackers pushing in before he can make the flank, but there goes Packer, vaulting over the stairwell and call it a flawless round. CL for life on match point and series point.
They have the opportunity here to do something that we have not seen in a long time. Going back to the start of 2023, this is the fourth last chance qualifier from that point on. We have not seen a T2 team beat a T1 team at any point. Going all the way back to the LCQ in stage 1 of 2023. We did see two T2 teams play each other, thus one of them advancing to the semifinal round, but at no point at any round in 2 years running have we seen an LCQ team, a T2 team, beating a T1 team in a competition like this. They've won a map, but they have not won a series. That is a pretty significant stat line here, because it is about to happen to C9BC if they do not take this next round to Force OT. CL for life have been playing lights out here. Packer is dropping 13. Of all people, it's Packer and Adam. You expect Adam, given what we've seen from him, but Packer leading the charge? I mean, you know this team wants it badly. And they, with a flawless round, will put themselves on match point. Still a lot of LCQ to play after this. Not give them a spot in the major. There are still semifinals. There are still grand finals. Only one team will come out of this with that fourth and final North American berth to Montreal. But regardless of what they do after this, if CL for Life could win this round here, it's not unprecedented, but at least the last 2 years running, we have not seen this happen.
It's been a while since we've seen the likes of T2 teams going through a qualifier or winning a minor event to be able to qualify for a major, much like we saw majority in 2019. But there are some other notables, like Makers at the SI, that they qualified for, I believe, in 2022. I think right now for Packer, attempting to bandit trick the elevator hallway. From inside of elevator as well, he's able to withstand the frag grenades that come soaring upwards. The grid tracks, they get launched immediately by Diffuser, but didn't sound like many of them got to expand before they were removed from play. So all of a sudden, CL Pharrell in the first minute of this round rejecting a lot of the intended advances, and yes, those bandit batteries will persist onto the elevator hallway, which means that's one less avenue that C9BC will be able to open up with their myriad of hard destruction operators to try and quell any rotations from the CL Pharrell defense.
Another stat line we've talked about, the entry. It has not gone well for CL for the most part. A chance here to remedy that with 2, but instead, Diffuser rolling himself in and taking back-to-back kills. Packer and Tristan just sprawled out of the floor in front of him. We've seen this from C9BC so often. Their ability to get in the building and get that first only 3 times out of the 6 rounds that CL Pharrell have won, or rather, 3 times at all this map, has CL for Life won that open kill, and that pattern will not change here on match point. They're still going to be on the back foot, and if they want to win in regulation, well, now it is a 3 versus 5, a 3 versus 4, as Giddy will take care of Diffuser, the very man who started things off for C9BC.
Perilous omen here for C9 Beastcoast. We've seen a few 5v3s go by the wayside on their side, and all of a sudden, CL for Life, they spring into action. Adam and Bino able to return to the objective floor and able to lay waste to C9 Beastcoast attackers trying to progress into the bomb site of CEO. The Diffuser is surrendered now downstairs, and that's going to be a recovery attempt for Gunner as Bino returns to the top of the red hallway hatch. A Tuberaz Zoto canister comes out as now CL Pharrell attempt to guard the Diffuser with their lives, trying to trudge through the freezing of the Zoto canister. Bino gets 1, and it's just spirits alone. The GGs in the chat, they will claim the lives of the reigning major champions. CL for Life, see you in the semifinals.
Unreal. Look at Packer taking it all in. Deservingly so. Not the same reaction for C9BC. Cameras off, getting out of the lobby as quick as they can. But for, oh my goodness, but for this T2 team, for CL for Life, well, I don't know. This is their statement to say, hey, bring relegation back, guys. We are better than you. They squeak out the win here, Flynn, but what a fight. Pulling it out in the end and taking it on map 3.
Unbelievable series, especially how the way that map 1 transpired. A 7-2 loss on their own map pick of Lair. Quite the run back for CL Pharrell, and we say goodnight to C9 Beastcoast. Don't go anywhere, though. On the other side of the break, we'll have the desk's reaction to the reigning major champions following.
Stop the cross. Play up me, guys. Play up me for you too.
Yo, they literally can't plan. One of you guys should just
Yes, run. They cannot plan.
I'm running. You guys got it.
Can't plan.
Oh my god! No,
Let's
bro.
fucking go!
No, he killed me. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Oh my god! Let's go, baby! Holy shit!
Let's fucking go!
Shit!
Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Oh my god!
He knew it. He knew it when it hit a 1v3. He knew that they'd won it. He was so excited. I mean, they're all excited. A little bit of shell-shocked right there, but excited nonetheless. I mean, devastation for C9 Beastcoast. Just the worst possible outcome they could have possibly had this stage. Absolute ecstasy for CL for life, and well-deserved as well. An absolute NAL classic right there for an LCQ. Could not ask for much better. I'm Corbeck, of course, Laxing Foxy. Guys, that was wild.
Yeah, I mean, not even to take anything away from CL for life, C9BC came to play. They may have underestimated them a little bit and was just focusing on the fragging department, going back and forth, brawling. But CL for life on bank came alive strategically. They just flat out beat C9BC every single time that they were playing their defenses. They were focused on the objective. Their attacks, all they had to do was go even, but their defenses is where they came alive. Even when they were losing the opening kill, they were never out of it. I mean, their retakes, the communication, the way that they were able to win rounds, even when they were the man down. I mean, I have no other words to say for it than the passion really guided them through that win.
No, I think the whole team across the board was performing extremely well. Packer had a really standout performance that game. But I mean, yeah, the team as a whole and the passion and wanting to win and wanting to prove that they can make this LCQ run clearly showed with each and every single game that was played throughout this series. I mean, hats off to both the teams. I mean, obviously it is unfortunate only one team can move on. But again, both teams should feel good about the performance that they had. Obviously, focusing more on C9 Beastcoast. I mean, it is unfortunate. You have a long off season. Thankfully, you did already qualify for SI, so you can improve a lot. Looking forward to that. But I mean, yeah, it is a long off season. But I mean, for CL4, I mean, like you just said, you know, they were down in the disadvantage. I mean, they lost what, 12 out of those opening engagements and still managed to bring some of those rounds back, do really well. Packer, again, having a really standout performance this game, being that experienced player, leading his team this game to close out the series and now push them into that semifinals going against Wildcard.
Right. I mean, I think the biggest outlier from this map and map 2 was just the opening kills. I mean, C9BC having 9, it's just insane that a T2 team is losing the opening kills and then still has a better game plan than a majority of Pro League teams on what to do when they are in that man-down deficit. And obviously, they never gave up the whole way through. Their retakes on those plants, on the diffusers being planted, I mean, the way that they were playing their clutch situations, it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, really making that case for, hey, this is a T1 team. I mean, we kind of said it coming into this. They had a team with T1 potential, and then they show us this match, and that's 100% verified. But let's hear from the man himself. We've got Packer here for the interview. Congratulations, Packer. That's a 2-year streak you guys just broke, by the way, as a T2 team, taking out not only a T1 team. I mean, how does it feel to defeat the current major champions?
Hey, we're a T1 team. At the end of the day, we can beat anybody, and we're a T1 team. Like, we just proved it with that game, and it's time to carry it on for the rest of LCQ. I'm ready for whoever we play.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wild matchup. You guys kind of came off of Lair. It wasn't looking so hot. You moved on to Labs. That was a close kind of punch for a punch sort of map. How did you guys keep up your intensity? I mean, even at the end right there, you guys just ecstatic. What was going through the team to keep the energy moving?
We suck at first maps. We haven't won a first map against like teams in forever. So we just lose first map, and then we're like, guys, we got to stop. No calming, not playing trades, not being proactive. And then you can literally see it on Nighthaven. We started being proactive, we started making plays, and we started winning. It's literally what it happens every time, and we'll be better for it tomorrow because we're not going to let the first map slip away like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I mean, you guys tightened it up immensely, and we could see that on the desk. I know the commentators could see it as well. You know, if there's one thing, I guess, you had to name that was the difference maker here tonight, that really pushed you over the edge, that allowed you to do this, frankly, amazing win here, what was it?
The passion. That's literally, like, simply put, it's the passion. We want to win more than them. We put in the effort every round to make sure we're playing the win cons, make sure we're playing the retakes, make sure we're playing together. And literally, maps 2 and 3, you can see the difference. We are a better team than them. They're major champs, but we're better than that at the moment.
Yeah. No, I mean, you showed up tonight. There's no doubt about it. I mean, even that last round, an amazing kind of retake coming back from under the gun like that. Tomorrow, you're potentially facing a very long day. Your first matchup, you're going against Wildcard. They've been a bit of a hot hand recently. I mean, obviously, they beat C9BC as well. How are you feeling going into that match? And I guess more broadly about your chances for actually making it to the Montreal Major.
I mean, the goal is to make the major. I'm not going to say we're not going to win it. We're going to win it. We're going to make the major. Like, we're going to win this LCQ. I mean, Wildcard's a good team, but we beat them before. They were a slightly different roster, but I still believe we could beat them. I don't think they're anything crazy. I think they're a good team. I think they've been hot recently, but we're hot recently too. We just beat Beastcoast. Like, they can't underestimate us. We want all the smoke. All the smoke. This whole LCQ. We want the smoke.
I imagine you're gonna get it, and I wish you the best of luck facing up to it. Obviously, bask in the glory of this. We'll see you back here tomorrow, and all of T2 is pulling for you, buddy, so we're looking forward to it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, congratulations. Oh, yeah, of course. Congratulations and thank you, Packer. Well, I mean, you know, it's almost like he watched the Dex segment. He was talking about the passion. He knew what they had to do. The better team. They showed up here tonight. You love to see the energy. I mean, because for him, what is that, 1 o'clock in the morning if he's on the East Coast right now? And that man is still a live wire. I don't know how he's going to get to sleep tonight.
I mean, Packer probably woke up like 2 hours ago. So, I mean,
that's fair.
That makes sense. But, I mean, yeah, like the passion. I mean, you think we're just saying stuff to say stuff on the desk. I mean, you can really feel it from when you just listen to the comms, the way that they're playing, to play down a man down and to see how all of them are proactively trying to make something happen every single round, even when they're man down. They don't give up at a moment's notice. And I feel like that may have been C9 Beastcoast's weakness. Once they lost an opening kill or they felt like they were losing a round. It was almost like, we're the better team. We'll get the next round, until there was no more next rounds to get. And I mean, obviously, it's intoxicating to watch this team. I hope they can really keep up that pace, because Wildcard looked also very dominating today. So I would say, I was literally thinking before this game, if Cloud9 Beastcoast goes up against Wildcard, I was going to predict Wildcard to win. So now the story's a little different, I guess.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what game I'm looking forward to the most tomorrow. I mean, truthfully, I'm kind of a big fan right now of CL for Life. I mean, the performance that they put up today, I'm curious if they can muster that performance now going against Wildcard. You heard Packer say they're a T1 team. They're T1 players. I mean, I don't want to say that, you know, they are realistically, they still are tier 2. They do have T1 players and of that experience, but you got to see the consistency through and through. Obviously, the bracket's only going to get harder from here on out. It's still not done. You still got a lot to prove. You still got to make that final, and then not only make that final, push yourself to Montreal. So there is still a lot of games left to be played for Packer and that squad, but they are doing a damn good job in making the run for that Montreal spot.
They certainly are. Well, Los and C9BC are out of the LCQ. 4 teams remain, which means tomorrow we will have 3 games. And at the end of it all, we will have one of these teams winning the LCQ and going to the major. It all starts with M80 versus Oxygen at 6 p.m. EST. But for now, we need our rest. I'm sure you do too. So it's time to say goodbye. A big thank you to our casters, Jonah, Carter, and Flynn, our analysts, Gabe and Davide, and all our production crew for making this happen. And of course, from all of us here on the NAL broadcast team, thank you for watching and have a wonderful evening.